passed by multiple cars, as I mentioned earlier on, so Nuhoff in a very precarious situation, but he often finds himself in these places. He doesn't qualify as well as he races.
Up front, they are getting with Lee Aberdeen and Luca Varani, not very far apart at all here. But I just want to see how Alistair Haig deals with Marcello Kessler coming around the old hairpin.
I would say it's not the best decision they've ever made, just not having done that under the safety car, really.
Yeah, they're taking their pit stop strategies from Ferrari lately or something. What's going on?
In turn one, just too much gas on them, too much feet on the loud pedal, and unfortunately he's dropped him all the way down the order. But Philip Hammer is out in front by an 8.91 seconds. Dan Michael is a wall there, sir. And it definitely doesn't want to be hitting that earlier on as well.
Difficult, the understeer is in the dirty air through that final corner because it's such a long corner and you get dragged off into the grass very easily. He'll have the slipstream down it towards the chicane. Peterson was briefly alongside, but that slipstream has saved him and kept him in third.
Yeah, Varani now lost a little bit of time to Aberdeen, about half a second. Peterson is Pike's pushed Morton forward up ahead. He's got out of line. Is now Pike going to have a go at Werrell? Don't push him off. He's in the championship fight. Jack Werrell chasing down Carl Jacklin. Further down, Rob Williams and Chris Barnes.
Sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly. Miller's still start trouble. He's left on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Moving on to the back end of Phil Jocelyn. So there's been a lot of movers and shakers in this first 2 laps here for race.
Absolutely serious racing league. Everybody's a lot have fun. Yeah, and it's all about the entertainment. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves out there in the chat. We know that Ron is been enjoying himself watching. The Burger King machine's off into the grass a little bit there as they're really bunching up now.
Does he have it?
Medeiros is going to get it. He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's caught back into play. Exactly. Miller's still start trouble. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry! Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for joining us here as well on the JPB YouTube channel. I am James Parfit. I'm going to be joined in the booth here over this period of time is some of the guys from the JPB esports team as we tackle 8 hours endurance in aid of Make-A-Wish Foundation. Make-A-Wish itself, of course, have granted 550,000 wishes to critically ill children around the world. The donation link, guys, is down in the description below. You can donate for us. That would be amazing. We have got a donation goal of $200 at the moment, and we are currently on $172, so that would be absolutely amazing if you can help us break us goal. Just £1. I know it's near Christmas, I know it's near BDLV, and we got a lot going on the JPB YouTube channel, but as these guys are going to tackle this one, let's have a look at some of the things that the Make-A-Wish do.
So Ellie was a really gentle soul, very kind, very helpful, just lovely to be around.
Ellie was just a lovely older sister who really caring and just one of the most positive people I know. And I think I get my positivity off of her, and just a brilliant older sister and a lovely person.
Ellie was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2019. It was just a complete shock. I just remember bursting into tears and just thinking, everything goes through your mind. You're like, my child's not gonna get to do all these amazing things as an adult.
I first heard about Ellie getting her wish, I think, around the same time she did, to be honest.
Ellie's wish was to turn our house into a Christmas wonderland. So we didn't tell her the day that it was going to happen, so she didn't know. She picked out lots of ideas out of magazines online that she'd seen, and she was just looking forward to having one of these Christmassy houses.
I remember coming home, full on knowing the wish, and still being blown away to this massive tree outside. I was like, God, that's brilliant. Even though I didn't do much of it, I still felt a little bit of attachment, like, I helped a bit with this as well. I just felt really happy for her, and I think she felt brilliant as well.
I've just always loved Christmas lights and having loads of Christmas decorations. So it was a really lovely surprise. Thank you.
So Ellie died in January. It's been, we're about 9 months on now. It's kind of surreal. She's obviously not here. But, you know, we talk about Ellie every day. And we've just got on, you know, we've got on with things. I say I'd hate, do you know what? Ellie would absolutely be devastated if she thought that we were upset and that we were crying, because she was so sensitive that if she ever upset someone, she'd be devastated. I don't want to be, you know, oh, that's Maria, her daughter died. I want it to be more about, I want life to carry on and us honour Ellie's memory, but not kind of stop living, because I know Ellie would absolutely hate that.
I just try to remain calm and do things for her in that sense, where it's like, if it'd make her happy, try and do it. And I think as a family we all do things in memory of her as well.
To see Ellie having something that gave her loads of hope and joy was really, really important. She sat in this very room and she was telling me it was the best day of her life. And knowing that that's the memory that she'll have, if that makes sense, is really, really important to know that she didn't have a horrible experience towards the end of her life, but instead had a really joyful, happy time. So I think for everyone who's donated and is thinking about donating and has continued to donate, just a massive, massive thank you from me, from Ellie, and for people to realise that that donation makes an incredible difference to how they're feeling, and for their families as well, to just give them that break from everything that's going on.
I think this Christmas is going to be different because obviously it's the first one without her, and so I've got no idea what it will be like. Christmas for me will always be in her memory and still be a nice time to have family, but also it'll be in her spirit, I guess.
I have a couple of drivers in the booth with me here today as well, in the forms of Callum Ilam and Stu Rice. They will be along with us, following us for this race until they've got to be able to go and drive or spot or whatever it is that they will be doing here as well. So let's see what happens. Let's see how this all gets on here once more. But let's bring in Mr. Callum Milam into the booth and Stuart Rice. Callum, welcome in. How are you?
Hello, mate. Yeah, no, not too bad at all. Quite looking forward to this event. It's going to be a long one, so yeah, strapped in, ready for it, and plenty of drink next to me to keep me going for it all.
Yeah, we've got 8 hours of Le Mans. There is another incident there as well. We're now up into 13th here once more for Chris Barnes. He's picking up a couple of places, and we've not even got past lap 1 here, as we've still got 7 hours remaining of this race. So tune in, sit back, grab some drinks, grab your packed lunch, get up, whatever you're going to need to do to successfully get through this race. We've got Stu Rice in with us as well. Stu, welcome in. How are you?
I am doing well, thank you. Yes, looking good on the track as well from Barnes right now, because some pretty decent takes. As much as the cars may have gone off in front of him, it always helps sometimes when you just want to take the free places. You're not going to not take them after all. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. I've got second stint, so I'm looking forward to that. Can't lie, I am nervous about that, but that's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
I would say.
I think at the end of the day it is. You've just got to sit back and relax and enjoy it. You've got a long old lap, you know, make sure you're hitting your points, make sure you're hitting everything that obviously you need to. I think that's one of the most important things here. You know, it's all about finishing these, Callum, isn't it? When you've got this amount of duration, it's all about finishing these races. You've seen a couple of the GT3s already go round. You know, you've gained positions before we've even gone anywhere. And at the end of the day, that's what you've got to do. You've got 8 hours. You've got a long run, and you need to make sure that you can at least get to the end.
Yeah, you certainly do. And well, the key to any endurance is, well, it's always the same. Just try to stay alive, and the positions will inevitably come. They'll be gifted to you, and you've just got to take every opportunity that you get. And while so far, like Stu's also said, Barnes has actually done a great job of that so far. So just got to keep on our toes, keep our eyes peeled, and just make sure we know what's going on at all times around the track. We've got multiple people looking at different angles at the minute as well, relaying information back and forth. So yeah, we've just got to try and stay on top of it as a team.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we are going to be looking at here as well, is how the team goes itself. Obviously, you know, it's the first outing. Oh, Barnsley so under the JPB Esports banner. No better way to enter it than into an 8-hour charity race. If you're going to have a baptism of fire, you might as well do it for 8 hours. They're getting very close here as well, as Aaron Hoysford from the Crash Test Bud Dummies is looking at going up the inside there of Chris Barnes, coming into that final complex here. Once more into the 4 chicanes he goes. He does make it through, in between making contact with a Porsche. Back off Bundy. He's going to put him in the side of the wall there if he carries on. And once more, some aggressive racing there as well. If I was that Porsche, I would be flashing my lights as well. That's Alexis Noel from Red X516. Aggressive action going on earlier on, Stuart. I think you've just kind of seen it there as well. Barnsley playing the patient game, because he must have seen that contact was going to happen all day, to be fair. And I think that's what he's got to do, is be patient, make his move when he can. You know, as I say, we're only 5 minutes in here. It's a long old time as he gains up another position as well. We're now 12th in class going on here. So Barnsley's made up literally 3 places before anything else has actually happened. So well done to Chris Barnes there as well, as my lovely dear wife has just walked in with a package she's had delivered from Amazon, which she knows is a Christmas present, but she will not be allowed to open it. So there you go, smiling her head off, shaking the present to see what it is. But you know, it's Le Mans is Le Mans, right? It's a long lap, it's a long circuit, it's frill, you know, it's filled with frills and spills. It's up and down, it's left and right. There's even somebody, Patrick there, I don't actually think, no, it's not, it's Jason Kinslow from Kings of the 4X, has well, decided to give himself some nice little airflow matter there once more by removing his bumper off. All got a bit chaotic at the beginning there, Stuart, and you know, Barnsley did manage to make it through, which is always good.
Yeah, I think Barnes did an excellent job of just absolutely just trying to keep it on the track. Basically, it's the most important part of an endurance race, especially probably for the first hour, I'd say, maybe half hour. It depends on the track, of course, but they're still battling ahead of him. As long as he sticks in the toe and just stays there, he's got a pretty good chance of taking positions, because at the end of the day, we've already seen it, people are battling like they're in the last hour already, which is not the best if you want to keep positions, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't really get that. I think that's the thing, you know, I'm not really understanding why people insist on doing that. Track temperature 21 degrees at the moment as well. I think at the end of the day, Callum, you've just got to play it by ear, haven't you? You know, this Aaron Hosford from Crash Test Dummies is looking very aggressive here. He's almost put the Porsche into the wall once already at the chicane earlier on. Oh, there's another spinner at the back. That's Elvis Newhick has unfortunately crashed there. Elvis from Australia in the Too Fast team as we go on to that front right here as well. That gives us the first opportunity to shout out one of our sponsors here today is Sim Stickers with Paul Godden. Go and check them out at simstickers.co.uk or simlife.co.uk as well. A very good friend of us all up here in JPB, so you can go and check them out. Draft is important here, Callum. He's got to stay with the cars in front. He can't really afford to be dropping back, because that's when you start getting into the clutches of the people behind.
Yeah, that is a bit of a risk, but at the same time, it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's a bit like well, it's got some similarities to the GT4 league that obviously you run yourself, and when you do that endurance race, it's one of those things where you can be a bit easy at the start and let off a little bit more than what you normally would in like your 15-minute race and your sprints and stuff, because, well, the carnage is going to happen, carnage is going to ensue, and people are going to slow each other down when they're battling as well, as we can see. From what I can see at the minute, just ahead of Barnes, we've got a battle between a Ferrari and a Porsche, which is getting quite tense, and looks like Barnes is going to inject himself into that. So battle where you can, but at the same time, we've just got to look after the car. The main thing is getting that thing to the finish, and regardless of where we finish at the end of the day, the cause is for the charity. We're all here for raising money and stuff like that, so at the end of the day, where we finish is where we finish. It doesn't matter. But if we can just make sure we finish across the line with a whole Ferrari today, that would be good.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the important thing, is basically just getting to the end. Getting to the end and making sure that you do actually finish it. You know, in the process, as I say, guys, if you want to donate, there is the donation link. You can get yourself involved and do that one as well, as Chris Barnes has now moved up to 10th in class. We are in the top 10 here as well for the JPB esports team, and we've got Chip White from a lovely German team in front of us, which I would try and pronounce, but I'd probably absolutely butcher that one, Stuart, as it seems quite a complicated name to deal with.
It's a Schadenfreude fodder, I believe, but it's...
Who, the what, and the what, and the what?
Yeah, good old Schadenfreude. It's an interesting name, to be fair. I wish I could explain it properly, but I can't remember what the word Schadenfreude means. But, I mean, Barnes was right onto the tail end of him just then. He's seemingly just dropping off slightly, and I'm not sure if that's just purely because of a different exit, or if he's just holding fire and just waiting and trying to sit in the toe and keep pulling himself along. Because at the end of the day, that is a valid strategy, especially in endurance racing. But he is definitely catching him through those slower corners. That's for certain.
Yeah, Chris Barnes is up 5 places here for the JPB esports team as well. He's done an absolutely stellar job. We're only on lap 3. We've been going 10 minutes already. This is an interesting point from Nate in YouTube chat, Callum. And in my 2 endurance races so far, I'm always surprised to see the clean laps of the leaders are not so quick. But when subtracting incidents, the average lap is what wins it for them. Consistency. And that's the thing, isn't it? And you know, little boy see underneath us, but save fuel and tyres and you will gain so many positions. That's of course Robert Stotton there as well. So there's what is going on here with them 2 Porsches up front? That's going to end up in some form of here as well. Chip White from the fodder team going side by side with the Bucast Motorsports team there as well, and then we've got Fusion Racing right in the mix behind us once more. So let's see how we do here, as there is Chris Barnes' view. He can see the 3 cars currently battling it out. It's not the final lap, gentlemen, but this is 7th to 10th, all within the space of a very short period of the racetrack. They are coming down into Indianapolis now. They're going to go round the right-hand kink. Then they've got to go on the brakes for Indianapolis as Barnes looks at going up the inside. They've got... they're going to be making contact here at some point. I've got this funny feeling that will be happening. Barnsley's just gone up the inside of the Porsche there. You've got the pole man behind us as well, Callum, you know, from the Maguire's team with Patrick Seward. Obviously, he was involved in an incident on the pace lap. Would you battle him or would you let him go? Because he was in the 30-50 freeze at the moment. Does it make much sense to be battling the guy that was on pole?
I think if he has a clear opportunity to overtake, I think he's just going to take it. I don't think Barnes is really going to put up much defence to it, and I don't think he should either, to be honest. I think the best thing to do is, we know he's quick, let him by and stick in the toe and see what he's doing differently to us, and see where we can try and gain a little bit of time, because as you can see there through those sort of like last few chicanes, he's been a lot quicker going through them. Whether that's just because the Porsche can take more speed or not, I'm not too sure. But yeah, if it comes to side-by-side battling, I reckon Barnes will probably just let him slide on by, because we are trying to just go a bit easy on the fuel system, because what we'd like to do is, we don't really know what people are thinking when it comes to tyres and everything for this race, so we kind of want other people to stop first, and we can have a couple of people monitoring them and see who goes for tyres and what they do and how quick stops are. So I think the main thing at the minute is we're just playing passive, and we're just biding our time, waiting for the perfect time to get all the intel we need before we start engaging our plans.
Yeah, what are we looking at round here as well, round Le Mans? You know, you're not going to get a lot of laps out of a full tank here, Stuart. I think you're on for about 14, I think, something crazy like that, you know, before you go, what's that, about 40 minutes, give or take, roughly, on pit strategy. Have you actually come in with a pit strategy and said, right, we're going to manage and make sure we do 14 every single time? Or are we sitting there thinking, well, we might do 13, we might do 14, we might do 15? What's the situation situation for you? Obviously, don't give too much away because I know Damien, who is part of the JPB broadcast, is in here spying away. But, you know, oh, Bunty! Oh!
Gee, that was fair play for keeping that clean.
Yeah, that Ferrari in front there of Chris Davis from Fusion Racing was very, very slow in that middle chicane as we're going down there as well. That could have been a little bit more drastic. So let's make sure that we can try and keep it out there as well if Chris Barnes can do that. That would be absolutely amazing. He did lose that place to the pole man, of course, from the Maguire's team. But I think, to be honest with you, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, Stu, going back to your strategies itself, what's the aim of that one?
So, in terms of laps, I don't mind saying this one because I'm sure everyone else has figured it out as well. We're pretty much looking somewhere near 12 laps on a full tank. It is about 40 minutes, as you said. I think it is just a case of keeping an eye on the fuel as Barnes decides to send a cone to the other side of that fence. But yeah, it is a case of just figuring out what our fuel's on and also just sort of how far you'd want to push it. I don't know. I'm not inside Barnes' mind. I can't really tell what he's thinking on that front because every driver has a different preference on how much they're willing to push fuel because the car changes its dynamics very, very quickly when you start getting into a lower level fuel tank. So I guess it also depends on how far you want to push the car in terms of drivability as well when you start losing fuel like that.
Yeah, exactly. Nate there has done a wonderful job. He's come in and told us what Schadenfreude means. The pleasure at witnessing another's misfortune. So I guess Chip from the Schadenfreude fodder team there is quite happy witnessing other people just going sliding off the circuit. So yeah, they know others will enjoy seeing them bin it. Well, maybe. And we got Robert Stoughton who said, making me want my 24-hour Silverstone race to come a lot quicker now. And Craig Jones has put best of luck as well, as we are in to the top 10 plus 5 at the moment, which is absolutely amazing early on. Now, what we will do, I'm going to pick up on a couple of other teams that I know of that are also in this split as well. I want to give a shout out to Janneman Prius from the team Heat Together. Janneman, of course, takes part in the BDLV event that we've got for next weekend, of course, on the 26th. So if you want to get yourselves involved, please do so. All links down below, descriptions, everything else is already down there. So Janneman here at the moment is doing a stellar job. He's sitting 8th in class in the GTP, -1 on where he is should have started, so that's going to be interesting as well. We also got Damien in here as well. He's not driving currently. Damien, of course, part of the JPB Discord and the JPB team in general, helps out in the background with some things. So there's a couple of our teams here once more working away as Janneman just goes a little bit hot there coming through our Nage, but Chris Barnes still doing that absolute stellar job. Still only a second behind here. Does he need to, do you think, Callum, catch the 3 in front to stay within the draft? Because, as I say, the last thing he doesn't really want to be losing that draft, does he?
No, it won't be ideal. If he can try and make up the 7 tenths that split him from Patrick in front, who I believe is the teammate of Damien from the JPB Discord, if I'm not mistaken. They are both in, that is their team Porsche. But if he can catch up to them, then great. But to be honest, I think he's still content with just trying to bide his time, be patient and wait for it.
They've gone 3 wide! Why? Why would you do that? You've just sent somebody off the side of the circuit as well. Unfortunately, why would you go 3 wide there? I am so confused that Ferrari or Fusion Racing is going to have a absolute slowdown. And I'm going to put it now, right? And I like being, put my little controversial 2 pence in. If that team there in that 26 Porsche finished this race, I will be very surprised. That way of driving within the first hour of an endurance is absolutely absolutely insane. Dear sir, take a look at yourself in the mirror. Going 3 wide down into a chicane is not an ideal scenario, and that one is on you. However, for Chris Barnes, he's still going after the Pukas Motorsports team in that Mercedes in front. I'd be surprised if they finished, to be honest with you, Stuart.
I would agree. I do think it's a bit silly to be going 3 wide, especially this early in the race. You've literally only been going, well, it's 7 hours 41-ish minutes left, and yeah, that was lapping as if you were racing for the final lap, which I can understand it late on in the race, but certainly not at the start. But I obviously don't want to be just slamming off another team, because at the end of the day, they are quite quick.
Well, I did.
I know, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But then again, I'm not one for not being, I'm not one for, getting myself in trouble.
Yeah.
After a few.
I'm certainly not saying you shouldn't. That's the thing, because I mean, my way of looking at it is if they take themselves out of the race, that's a them problem. I think.
I do agree. I just think early on doing that could have ended 2 people's races before they've even gone anywhere.
And it's ended 1 technically because it's shoved them off the track. I mean, there is no need to be going that aggressive that early on in the race, and we saw it in the first lap as well. It's the case, but it does seem to have settled down a little bit. Barnes is at least now sat in behind the car and looking somewhat comfortable in that position for now, so it's just a case of lapping, keeping it consistent. If anyone makes mistakes, capitalising on them, and currently in P10, that's pretty good.
Well, we're up P9 now after that incident there as well. Little Boise, much love for the Triple P boys, even if they are flying a different flag. They are, I've seconded the Triple P to be under the JPB Esports banner for this one. Fair commentary, they deserve some consistent feedback. See?
Slow down.
Yeah, I agree. Barnsley has got to slow down there as well. Just let the Fusion racing go. Make sure we don't get any penalties here as well, and just make sure that we can get rid of it in play. Trying to move up through there as well. So hopefully my OBS decides it's going to reconnect itself, which is a little bit worrying early on once more. But Barnes is trying to stay with the Fusion Racing boys in front. GTP here coming through. That is the number 5 leader. That's Vaughan Jones from Airsaka. Whoa! No. That is not how you go into that first chicane there, dear sir. Diving that Porsche. Trying to get through for Craig Benefield from the 4K Racing. Not an ideal scenario from that one. Chris Burns has dropped back. We've dropped back a little bit here, Callum, away from the guys in front. We've got 2-second gap to Benny from the Flanders Racing Team. Again, I would try and pronounce his surname, but I'll probably butcher that as well. There's a lot going on early on here with people going through. They're now getting the GTPs coming through. How's he got to handle that traffic?
That's a very good question, and it's just going to be down to driver limits, really, in a way. If he feels that he's got the confidence to sort of just keep his line and hold steady, which we're meant to do, we're meant to hold our line and wait for the other drivers to go by, then that's the best thing to do. But you get situations like this where things get a little bit tricky, and the pressure kind of gets put on you a little bit to, you instinctively want to just get out of the way. And we've got to try and somehow find a way to do that without costing us too much time. I mean, their luck kind of played into our favour and, gained us a position. He's going to have to fight for it if he wants to keep it. But I have a funny feeling, based on what we're trying to do in the first sort of stint here, that we're going to just kind of ease off and let the traffic roll through first, because, we know that these faster cars are a lot quicker than these GT3s around here, so there's no point trying to hold them up, and there's no point getting stressed out about it. So the best thing to do is just let them roll on by.
Yeah, that would be my sentiments exactly. I'm not. Well, I'm saying when I do drive, I'm not an aggressive driver where I feel the need to be holding everyone up. If I'm slower, I will just remove myself. And in a multi-class, I think that's quite important to get yourself out of the way, really. As Little Boise said, stay predictable. Of course, as Robert Stotton there, stay predictable. I think that's all you can do at these moments in time, isn't it, Stuart? And just make sure that you're not doing anything random that the other driver behind isn't going to be able to predict.
Yeah, exactly. It is just a case of, that a faster car's coming through behind. if they catch up seconds on some of these straights, they will be with you pretty much instantly as soon as you spot them coming. So it is just a case of holding your line. If they can see you start to hold a line and you stay there, it gives them somewhere to go. And they will take any gap they can, but fair play to the LMDH there. I don't think he wanted to try and make the move down there, which a lot do. It's on both cars, especially because you've got GT3s, which are slower, but then again are a lot more unwieldy than those LMDHs.
Yeah,
that's for certain. But my opinion on the whole thing is it's always on the faster car to make the move safely. It's on the slower car to make it as safe as possible for them to see the move they have. But it's always on the faster car to get past that car safely.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think it's got to be a two-way street. I don't think there can be more of a one-way. It's got to be a two-way street. They've got to be able to make sure that they can maintain the positions they're in. The last thing you want to be doing is being shoved off the side of the circuit, as one of the GTPs do go into the pits on the right hand side. We had lost the position to Poohcast here as well. With now on the back end of them, Barnsley looks like he's got a run coming out of the final chicane here. Is he going to be able to get through? The lights are coming on once more on the front there. We've chosen the Ferrari to run with. I think that's because it's the most comfortablest car for most people, the new Ferrari here, of course. And I got to give Deck Crowther a big shout out from Blade Designs, who's done the livery, made it as bright, as beautiful as possible. That was one of the things he asked me. He said, what do you want on the livery, James? I said, I want it bright, beautiful, lovely. And fortunate enough, he stuck it in my hometown colours of the wonderful Tottenham Hotspur boys. So there we go. So once more, an absolutely big shout out to Deck Crowther for doing that livery. As you can see, a GTP coming through there as well. Barnsley, pay attention, stay to the right. Good job there, buddy. And make sure that we can keep it on the circuit. Did you come in here, Callum, with an aspiration and say, you know, we're going to aim for, or did you just sit back and think, you know what, let's just see and take it as it comes?
I'll be honest, I think Stu's going to be able to answer that question better than me, because I have no clue. I don't think we did, but I have absolutely no idea.
I would say we don't. We don't really have an aspiration to finish in a certain position. Generally, how I look at endurance, as well as it seems to the others as well, is finishing the race is the biggest thing. If you can finish an endurance race with a minimum amount of incidents and a minimum amount of stress, that is a good way to finish. Ideally not last, that's always my goal. But I think, yeah, just a solid performance is all we can really hope for. In terms of racing, at least, I think that's where I'd say our goals are when it comes to as a team, just finishing as clean as we can.
Ooh, well, some of them that might... As we go further back down through the order, I was just having a quick nose behind us to see what was going on there. Well, apart from having a GTP getting themselves involved, they were also deciding to go 2 and 3 wide, as Barnsley does stay to the right-hand side, allows that GTP to go through there. Great job for Chris Barnes. Really need to follow that GTP if we can. That GTP will cause an issue, I'm sure, at some points. Anyone's aim is just to finish. It is. I fully agree with you there, Robert. They've got to finish, and that's the only way it's going to be able to be achieved here, is finish the race and see where we end up. But we're already up 4 places from where we started. There are a couple of people, some who didn't take to the start in the GTPs. They're 4 light already. Everybody's still running in the GT3s currently. 21 cars in class, and JPB are sitting in, well, 11th at the moment. So that's what I've got. Maybe, are we, do you think a realistic, no, don't go wide round there. No. Not entirely sure what you were trying to attempt there with that Ferrari in front. So the Flanders Racing Team Delta there, I'm not entirely sure what the situation was, but trying to go too wide round Indianapolis is never going to work, and that's allowed Barnsley to close the gap up. That's a big old relief, I think, Stuart, for the rim as well, because obviously catching that draft again has allowed him to be pulled forward. Maybe a bit of fuel saving if we can. You never know. See how it gets on.
Yeah, exactly. I will say on my front, for when I get in the car, fuel saving is not something that I'm generally very good at. I can keep an eye on the fuel, but I just race until I can see a low amount of fuel and then decide based on that. But yeah, it's pulled him back into the fight. They're really trying to just break the tyre as much as they can, but I'm not sure how much you can really do on Le Mans. It's not a dramatically wide track until you hit the Mulsanne. That's the thing. Until you hit the Mulsanne straight, there's not really much. But this is three cars battling still after half an hour in the race. I think Barnes will be happy with where he is, to be fair. He's got quite a chunk of time behind him, which means he hasn't really got to worry about his rear view mirror, aside from GTP/LMDH coming through. Which is certainly a nice position to be in, and you've still got a little bit of battling, so you can still have a bit of fun and keep yourself interested. So that's one big positive.
Yeah, I think gaining any positions early on is always good. I think that's one of the things that really people shine on, is gaining positions. It puts you in a good stead for later on. I think that's one of the things that people seem to forget, I think, Callum, as well, with racing in general. If you can make positions up come the end of the race, makes it a little more easier for you, would you say, to basically be able to know where you are regarding fuel and positioning?
I'm sorry, my brain's completely gone. What was the question?
Do we think making positions early on will put you in a good stead when it comes towards the end of the race for you to be able to manage your strategy?
If it's me personally, I prefer the opposite. I prefer to leave more or less everything till last second.
Right, okay.
I don't know, I'm just that kind of person.
Why would you do that?
I feel like there's less pressure on you doing it that way than doing it the opposite, like going through, like getting as far ahead as you can originally and just trying to hold it. I feel there's more pressure trying to hold on to something than there is trying to attack something.
Right, okay, but Barnes is in a position where he can attack to go forward. You know, they've got the two cars in front of us of the Flanders Racing and the Pucas Motorsports. Surely making positions up around this kind of area would put him in good stead when it comes into the pits to be able to catch up the likes of Fusion Racing, VGTR. Would that not be the case for others within that situation there, Callum?
I think if he's got the pace, and he's got that momentum going while these two are fighting, and he can get the positions, and 100% be going for it. But have to admit, if I was sitting behind that wheel right now, I wouldn't be. I'd be sitting right behind him, just following him, unless it's evident that I need to get past because I'm being slowed down. I'd be following to try and see, because we're going to be well over double figures in pit stops this race, like for scheduled pit stops. So you may as well learn what you can at the start and build it up so you can really start pushing towards the end, because after the first couple of pit stops, you're then going to realise how long these pit stops take and what laps people are kind of doing, like what intervals people are doing their pit stops on. If you can kind of use that knowledge to your advantage then. So the best thing to do is almost, it's a bit like in the military, you've got to stalk your opponent and you've got to gather all the intel that you can. And personally, that's what I prefer doing on the track. I prefer to, if I'm targeting, trying to like get to a certain position, I find that person in that position and I work out what they're doing and their tactics and everything like that as best as I can and use that to my advantage going forward.
Okay, so let's put a question to you now as well. Let's start with Stuart on this answer. Do you prefer to be the hunter or the one being the hunted?
It's an excellent question, I have to say, in terms of just whether you prefer to hold a position or gain a position, I think is the good way of looking at it. And for me, I will always prefer to battle, but that's getting very, very close in the three of them and not quite changing positions. But I generally prefer chasing if I can hold that chase, because I don't like having the pressure. When you're being followed, you effectively get this feeling of you're being pushed along. It's like someone walking behind you and going, go on, keep up. You get pressured by being chased from behind. So I think my preference is to stick in the toe and follow someone than be followed by someone. Okay,
Callum, do you prefer the hunt or to be hunted?
I prefer the hunt because it plays into everything I just said, really. Like kind of leaving things to the last second and chasing people.
Yeah, Buds has just lost. a big old chunk of time going around that final sector there as well, unfortunately. So we've dropped back a little bit. I think it possibly could have been a slowdown there, which is a bit of a shame, but we'll see whether or not Barnsley can move his way forward. You can see on the left-hand side there, guys, as well, the field's quite spread out now earlier on. You've got a couple of battles materialising behind JPB, of course, in the Porsche and the Ferrari, the Crash Test Dummies and the Trispalv Esports team, battling it out here as well, which is great for us in front because that allows us to keep extending the gap over the 5.3 that we have already got. They've just extended their positions once more. Don't forget as well, if you do want to check out the main broadcast for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, their actual one, they are now, I believe, following Split 2, if I'm not mistaken. You can do here as well. Not quite sure why you would want to, because, you know, you don't get to listen to the sultry tones of my voice, of course. Nate has said chasing, even if not for position, chasing the leader and sticking with from, say, 6th place. That's a consolidation prize. I think you're right. I think I prefer to chase as well. I don't like being hunted. I put myself under a whole heap of pressure and I end up getting it all wrong, and I prefer not to do that. So I prefer chasing people. For some reason, it's that kind of mindset that, whoa, that's gonna, that will allow Barnsley to pull up some of the time that he just lost there as well, as the guys in front, Flanders and Pukas, go side by side currently at the moment as they're on the run out of turn 15 down to Indianapolis. If they stick this one down in Indianapolis, somebody's going to end up in a wall here, and unfortunately it could be the outside in that Mercedes. If they try and take this kink too wide, it's going to be some absolute facilitated moves going on, and I can see it happening. He held it as well. Is he going to stop it though? Oh, he did. Well, there we go. That's some great battling, and they're still battling, and we can see Chris Barnes now getting the time near enough below a second behind these guys. So this battling's kind of helping Callum for Barnesy for getting through.
That is indeed, but we do have a quick driver coming up behind as well. Ernest, his quickest lap is over a second quicker than our quickest lap so far. So, and from what I've just been informed, he's actually made his way up through the pack for the team just behind us. So that's something we're going to have to keep a close eye on, and that's something we're monitoring currently, just to try and work out when he's going to catch Barnes and figure out what we're going to do and how we're going to go about that, because that'll turn the battle in front into a three-way battle this rate over the next sort of probably 2 or 3 laps, I imagine. So yeah, it'll be something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, VGTR there are the Ferrari in front that don't have any front end on their car. I'm guessing that's probably not really causing him a massive problem, as he seems to be quite happily handling the curbs there. Barnes has now got this gap down to a second. Robert Stone, call me the odd one out then. Like seeing the Delta go slowly up, call it motivation. So he's obviously likes being the one in the front. Seeing folks staying out without a wing or any front aero always surprises me, especially race leaders. iRacing doesn't seem to punish pace too much for loss of aero. Thoughts? Well, Nate, I think that's one of the many magical things of the sim that we all, of course, love and enjoy. I think the damage model and the way the aero wash works, not having certain parts of the car, I think is a massive thing that, yeah, is not perfect, but, you know, what is perfect at the end of the day? What are your guys' thoughts on it there, Stuart, as well? Do you think losing the front sort of whole part of the car, like the VGTR here, should cause him a problem, do we believe? Because it doesn't really in iRacing as much.
I think when it comes to that sort of stuff, it doesn't at the moment, but I definitely think that having an option where you could allow that as the two in front of battling again, that's going to be closer to the... yeah, they're battling like this is a sprint race. But I think having that loss of aero would be good at the end of the day. It would discourage hard contact, or at the very least contact in general onto the rear end of the car. But then again, it is all personal preference. I generally prefer going more towards realism, as much as it's annoying if it ever happens to me. But, you know, that's always the case.
Callum, thoughts on the fact of losing parts of the body not really affecting the car?
Oh, that's a difficult one because I'm never in that situation. I've either lost the whole car or done nothing at all. So I've not really experienced that, to be honest, because normally when I crash I remove every component that can come off rather than just one. So I don't really know what that feels like.
I think it's just, I agree with you there, Robert, as well. He just said with the VGTR, it's just better cooling on the front of their Ferrari, which I do fully agree with. I think the damage model was a wonderful thing within iRacing. There's times when you could tap a wall and lose the whole of the steering, and I've seen, to be fair, I've seen an F3 race that goes up in the air, comes down, lands, and carries on without any damage. So, yeah, do I believe it probably needs a tweak? Absolutely. But I'm just, I think at the end of the day, it's where you hit the car. I think that's the thing. They've now brought this progressive damage model in as well, which basically means if you continue hitting the left side of the car against the barrier, eventually your left wishbone will end up breaking and will be damaging the car. So there is a progressive model. It is in ovals, I believe, as well. When you continually hit the wall on the rear right, it does eventually... Go on, Barty, have it, son.
That was an excellent move.
Yeah, he tries to cut back. He's now going to get the run. Are we going to get 2 for 1 here with Chris Barnes? Is he going to be able to get the Pucast as well on that run out of Arnage and into the Porsche curves? As you say, I don't believe too wide is necessarily a good idea here. Everybody battling it out. He did make it through. Well done to Chris Barnes there as well. It'll be slowed down the straight, so keeping it in the toe will be the key. Absolutely, I fully agree with you, Roger Morton, on that one once more. So the progressive damage model does work, as we got Chris Barnes battling away with the Pucast Motorsports boys. And the problem is this Ferrari's looking so aggressive. There would be parts of me that would just back out and let him go here. I wouldn't really. Whoa!
Pitting. He's pitting.
So as we go into the pits for Chris Barnes, bang on the 40-minute mark, so we're running full until it is no more once more. So we're full on there as well. I think that's the thing. One of the big news is coming out in the next update, of course, is the wonderful world of rain is hitting iRacing. So if anybody's in the Clios or the TCRs or the GT4 leagues next season, there might be a little bit of tweak here as well. You never know, you might get a rain-soaked race. So there we go. I can't wait for that one. That's going to be absolutely amazing. Thoughts on rain? It's taken us long enough to Callum to get the rain. So, how do we think it's going to work here as well?
Rain and JP Broadcasting doesn't go together. I have to admit, I don't trust you one bit when it comes to having the rain. So I am not looking forward to the GT4 season if the rain's coming out, because I just have a funny feeling I know what's going to happen. So I think it'll be chaos, but obviously it will be a lot of fun as well, though. So it's going to bring an enjoyable element to it and a bigger challenge as well, because I feel like iRacing, as good as it is, it's getting to that point where everyone's kind of... Obviously, not everyone's amazing at the game. Not everyone is, 5K plus iRacing, but everyone's got to the point where they understand the sim, and it doesn't take much to crack it. It's very simple. So it'd be good to have a different challenge, and rain being quite a big challenge when it comes to racing. But yeah, like I say, I wouldn't trust you with that option, to be honest. So GT4 is definitely going to be interesting because that's the one that I'm a part of.
I think that is deeply offensive there. Nate even said shots fired in the YouTube chat. What are you saying? That I'm going to be a master of my own downfall and have rain every single round? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Milam?
No, I don't even think that you're going to tell us. I think it's just going to be sprung upon us mid-session.
I think you might be right, but I can't hide that information because it will tell you. And also, they're going off in YouTube chat because you've just called it a game.
Oh, that's fine. They can go off. come at me.
You know what I mean? Roger Morton has just said game as well. Boise, game is life, mate. And Safari Nation Racing, good evening all. Good evening to you, dear sir, as well, as we're following along with our JPB esports team. We have just pitted. We are making our way. We've lost a few positions, but of course that was due to the fact of having our pit stop. The guys in front that we were battling with, which is these three of Prucast Flanders Racing, wasn't battling Trispath, but they are now into the mix as well, so we can keep an eye and see how these three go as Barnsley gets the car up to speed here as well. Oh, he's trying to... No. Oh, well, that could have been handy. We've got GTPs into the pits once more. So everybody else should start coming in for their pit stops. We were kind of the first ones out of the top 10 at the time to make the pit stops. We have dropped down to 16th there as well. So the JPB esports team with Chris Barnes dropped down to 16th. There is battling going on up in the front. Get Pole Racing 3 is battling away with Atson Gambo as they're going through on lap 13 here, so some interesting battles starting to materialize in front of Chris Barnes as well. We'll see how many he can absolutely get to the end. The first, a lot of GTPs have pitted, so they're going to be coming through very, very shortly. And for Chris Barnes now, though, Callum, surely it's just got to be warming the tyres up, getting the car to seeing how it's reacting and seeing how they get on again for the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, you got to now try and work the tyres in and get them up to temperature and get back to that pace that we had before. We're noticing the pace is slightly different to what we've been seeing, but we don't know if that's due to damage or not at the minute. But it's very, very minor, so there's not a massive deal with it. So we're continuing on, but it's something that we'll just keep half an eye on anyway. But yeah, I mean, at the minute, Barnes has just got to focus on getting his head down, getting back into the rhythm, because that's one of the hardest things, I feel, when you have a pit stop, is getting back into that rhythm. You know, you've been doing laps of the same circuit for the last 40-plus minutes, so now you need to get back into that rhythm again and get your braking points back on track and the heat into the tyres and the brakes and everything. So once you get there, you're then sort of like a lap or two in, and at that point, you really need to be hitting all your markers and trying to gain all that time that to the cars ahead, so you can bring yourself back into that battle. But obviously some of those are yet to pit, so we're still in the mix.
Yeah, they definitely are. Well, basically everybody in front of us hasn't pitted, so I think that's the thing at the moment. It looks like there's been a little bit of an incident going on around this circuit there as well. I think that might have been one of the GTPs having a moment. It was from the team Red X 521 has had a bit of a moment in front there, but some little battling side by side going on with Red X and Schadenfreude battling once more. I'm not quite sure if that even if I pronounced that one correctly there, Stuart, because yeah, I might have got that completely wrong as well. But they're battling away in the Porsches here.
Yeah, but I would also like to say I'm not sure that's how a car should look, Kings of the 4X. I'm not sure that's what the front end of Ferrari needs to look like. But it's certainly missing a few parts.
Yeah, I think there's quite a few cars that are missing a few parts here as well, to be fair. As we said, it's, you know, this guy, the Kings of the 4X and VGTR, it just goes to show, though, that the Ferrari is capable that if you lose part of your bodywork, you can just carry on. So you can pass that information on to Barnsley and just let them know, look, hey, mate, if you go and absolutely chuff the bumper off, don't worry, just keep going, because it's apparently all good. You do get 8 fast repairs here, Callum, I believe, as well. They upped it, so 8 fast repairs for you to be able to deal with that damage. I think 8 is a fair one, I think, to be honest. You know, it's quite a lot here. That's 1 an hour. That's kind of what you don't really want to be doing, but it's part and parcel of racing, isn't it? If you can get through without using any fast repairs, you've had a good race.
Yeah, certainly, and I do feel like 8 is quite a lot, especially for this track where there's not too many challenging corners. Well, for me, every corner's challenging, but for a normal racer, every corner here isn't too challenging at all. Whereas if I use this a lot, but if we were, for example, doing an endurance race at the Nürburgring, I'd more then be like, well, you know what, 8's reasonable. It makes sense. There's quite a lot of challenges around that track, but yeah, I feel like here that's quite a lot. But the less we can use, the better. And I think so far we've used 0, so we'll just keep it as close to that as we can. And well, if we use some, it's not the end of the world. You know, we're not exactly going to get fined for using any, are we? So they're there to be used. So if it comes to it, then it be what it be, and we'll take that in our stride.
Absolutely. Well, there you go, Robert. There as well, as I say, better calling. Yeah, it is better calling on the front end as a G. No. Ish. That is the team of Team Red X 521 again, causing themselves problems. Everybody now from basically where we're at in 26th right the way down to 20th have all gone back into they're all into the pits here, so we'll see where we come out after this pit stop cycle and see what happens there. Don't forget, guys, if you can donate on the link above, that would be absolutely amazing. We're on $172. We're trying to get up to the 200 mark, so if you've got a spare quid sitting in the bank account, whack it in. That would be absolutely awesome. And I appreciate Christmas is coming up as well, and with BDLV next week, you know, I can understand that as well. So anything's possible. If you can help, that would be absolutely amazing. As the team there again of Red X 521, I believe, has just gone and put it into the barrier. So maybe this young gentleman in this car might need to go out and possibly look at getting a little bit more practice in a GTP. Well, we have jumped Flanders Racing in the pit stops, so we have jumped Flanders Racing and Pucast Motorsport as well. We've jumped both of them in the pit stops, so Chris Barnes is now currently 12th in class, chasing down Benjamin Koo from VGTR, who have now got a bumper. Yeah, Banty on that Ferrari there once more. So great job from Barnes in the pit stops and jumping the two guys we were battling with as well. You're going to get a slowdown, young sir, on the left hand side there, so that will allow Barnesy to move up another position. Well there, Stuart, great job from Barnes over that pit stop cycle. Jumped the two guys that we were fighting with, and now not too far away from Fusion Racing in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was an excellent pit stop. To be fair, it looks like the undercut worked. But that being said, we've still got the rest of this part of until the next pit to come up. So it is a question. I think once you've done a couple of pit stops, you'll notice whether the undercut's powerful or whether the overcut works, which generally doesn't. I think that's what will be very interesting to see after this next pit stop, is how much do we lose over the pit stop versus how much does everyone else gain, and does it even out? Because judging by that, the undercut works quite well.
I would say the undercut is, very strong. They've just jumped 2 there as well. Opened up 2.5 seconds to the Flanders Racing team and 7 seconds to the Pucast team, who, of course, they were battling with going in there as well. I love Nate's comment in YouTube chat. JEP is fit to be a Dragon Ball voice actor with reactions like that. Gee, yeah! He's put in YouTube chat as well. Can't help it, mate. I'm sorry. I just get too excited for my own good. And then that any random stuff could come out. If you've not watched the JPB broadcast before, well, sorry, sir. This is me. But welcome in. Thank you so much. Don't forget, like, subscribe, turn on the bells there as well. So we are nearly up to the 1600 mark. And we keep trying to get there. So that would be absolutely amazing as Chris Barnes now tries to chase down Chris Davis. A lot of the leaders are coming in as well. The leader is in. So is 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. That Patrick Seawatch has managed to get himself up into 5th place in the class there. So boy, oh boy, that guy's quick as well. Not bad for a 1.9k iRacing driver. But yeah, at the end of the day, iRacing don't really mean a lot, I'm finding, as the time goes on, Callum, because it's just a number alongside a little letter that gives you a license.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't mean a lot, I have to admit, but I have to admit it's quite nice having a lower number, to be fair, especially for me, because then you surprise some people when you beat them, you can really rub it in.
Well, if that happens, of course. In my case, I think I just spent more time sitting there looking at people go past me, as generally don't drive, so therefore I'm not really in that position, Callum, to be fair to you.
I've been in it a couple of times, and as a lower am champion of the world as well, I can say it feels very nice when these situations happen.
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, you Charlie. What do you mean a lower am champion? That's only.
Do you not remember, James?
I do remember.
I won that in your series.
I forgot to press the caps lock button when you put your A in, and now you've ended up dedicating yourself to be a lower am. Did you make your own trophy as well, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, it's next to me.
Oh, dearie me. Don't forget, guys, if you want to get yourselves in GT4s or TCRs or Clios, the sign-ups are open. Head over to JPBroadcasting.com, hover over League Racing, see Join a League and get yourselves involved in that one. I will say, if you want to be in the GT4s, get yourself in soon, because I think I haven't checked recently, but the last time I checked, we were well above 30. So I haven't checked it recently. There are 40 spots available. So if you do want to get yourself involved, please head over to JPBroadcasting.com and you could become the lower am champion like Callum. Next year, you know you ain't going to be a class of lower am, right?
No, I know. I got promoted, didn't I? So now I'm in the AMs.
Yeah. As a champion, Barnes sat right behind the Fusion Racing there as well. Battle for 7th in class this is, as we're slowly making our way through the field. Whoa, Fusion seems to be running a little bit of a lower wing there. Did manage to hold on to that position, and Barnesy trying to make his way through, sitting in 8th currently once more. So we're gaining positions. We were 10th going into the pit stops. We're now in 8th. We've jumped the boys behind, as you can see, the pink and white, the gold and white, and the yellow and red right at the top of your screen. And now we're after Chris Davis from Fusion Racing. So we are making moves here. I think that's one of the most important things, Stu, at the end of the day, after that pit stop cycle. Making moves through the field is always a good thing.
And everyone does seem to have a vendetta against that cone, I am noticing. It's all just send it to the side of the track. But yeah, I think... Oh, Jim's saying that as well. But I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, Barnes, in theory, as far as I know, the car in front of us pitted after Barnes did. In theory, that means Barnes has slightly less fuel. Which means, in theory, he's slightly lighter. So there is definitely a speed differential once you pit before people, but you then have to balance that out. Ooh, a little bit squirrely on the back end there. The car in front. But yeah, I think Barnes is doing an exceptionally good job considering. Totally not putting any pressure on me for the second stint, that's for sure.
Are you going in
totally
next?
Not putting any big shoes. I'm the second stint.
Right.
So 2 hours 40 minutes into the race is when we're switching stints.
So Barnes is tripling.
Well, I mean,
that's going to be 3 stints, isn't it? 2 hours 40.
Yeah, so 3 stints of 2 hours 40 minutes. First stint Barnes 2 hours 40 minutes. Second stint me 2 hours 40 minutes. Evans 2 hours 40 minutes.
So Barnes has only done an hour, so we can still start.
He's still got another hour and 40ish.
Wow.
So we're doing quite long stints. We're not.
Yeah, it's like 5, isn't it? 40, 120, 160.
2, 4, 6, 4. Ooh.
5 stints.
James showing holes in our stint calculations, Callum.
Well, no, I've just put. Well, you've said it. 2 hours 40. I'm just working out 40 minutes apiece.
It's 4, 8, 12. So that's 120 minutes for that. So that's 2 hours.
I'm not being.
No, that does add up.
Yeah, I'm not being a mathematician here. I'm not being Einstein. You kind of just said to everybody that you're doing 2 hours 40 minutes. If you go in 40-minute stints, that's what you're going to end up doing as well. So I don't think I've given anything away, to be honest with you. I think you probably did that, to be fair.
Yeah, but the thing is with our stints, I don't think any of us really mind people knowing when we're changing stints, because there's... Whoa, what a move by Barnes.
Get it stopped.
Woo.
He did get it stopped. Yeah, into that final chicane. We're now in 7th here. So the JBB Esports team have moved up. We are... and I will say this confidently, the biggest gainer in the race. So Barnsley up 10 places. However, he has just gone very deep into that first set of S's. So we're now, we're still the biggest gainer. We've still gained 9 as the GTP comes through and causes a little bit of chaos in the process. We have lost teams, guys. There's like 4, 5, 6 teams out from GTP and also GT3, I believe. The last runner that leaves 30 cars in the field. There is Team Red X521. They have obviously swapped driver now after Andrew Lufel seemed to be having himself a little bit of trouble in that car. They are on the same lap as some of the GT3s, so we'll have to keep an eye on him coming through at a rapid rate of knots here. But they are below the GTPs, at least 3 laps below. So there we go. We're going to have people moving their way through the field. This is the kind of the lull period, I think, Callum, have we got at the moment of what's happening. Everybody's pitted, everybody's positioning their car, trying to make their way through at the same time. Do we think it's getting a little bit lully, I think would be the word?
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think this is I think everyone's in that same period where they're just trying to size their opponents up and try and work each other out on who's doing what and when. We're now just kind of in that period where there's so many large gaps. Don't get me wrong, it's not the most entertaining thing in the world, but as a racer, it's nice. It's a nice feeling knowing that there's gaps all around, because you can then just kind of get your head down and focus a little bit more, and not have to worry about cars being, 3 wide, for example, as we've seen multiple times already around this circuit. So it's nice because you're going to be able to take more of a calm approach to your corners and things like that, and possibly up your times as well, because now you can just focus on yourself and not have to worry about everyone else around you.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things where we're at now is just basically concentrate on what you're doing. Settle in, knock off the lap, start ticking off the time. You've just reached the first hour of the race. So for Chris at Barnes, he's just got to keep now as well. We're still on the lead lap, which is always important. Well, 1 minute 25 away from the leader. Not drastic, I can tell you that much. One hit into the wall for the leader, or whatever the situation may be going up front, of course, with Twin Turn Sim Racing in the Ferrari. They're being chased down by Patrick, of course, in the Maguire's team. He obviously had an incident on the pace lap, spun it up, and has now made his way back through the field into 5th. As you can see, a GTP slamming the wall on the right-hand side there, and that progressive damage on that GTP will hopefully not cause him an issue, but he doesn't want to continue to do that one. Up front, there is a battle for the lead in the GTP class. High Velocity Racing and Air Tasker are battling it out here as well. So these guys are fighting out for the lead in the GTP. Let's see how they're going to handle that Mercedes in front of them. And that Mercedes is Merrill, who is 3 laps down, 18th in class in the GT3. He doesn't make it too difficult. He does get out the way. So a lot of battles still happening. There's still time here, I think, for JPB to move their way through. I think, a top 10, top 5 could be even realistic. Stu, sorry.
Yes, I think there's a possibility. I never like counting my cars too soon. I think there's a possibility as long as we keep our heads down. I am not the most confident driver on the team, that's for certain. So on my stint, I never want to put any... Oh, no!
Get it stopped, Barnesy, get it stopped!
Come on, Barnes, you've got this, mate. Well played, sir.
Oh, that was that.
Well played, sir. So he didn't lose too much, but I am worried about how much damage that would have caused to the outside of the car. It doesn't look too bad, but he should be able to get around. If there is damage, I'm sure he'll do that. I'm not sure if that was desync or not.
No, I got a funny feeling it clearly was not. There was contact here as well. There it is. And unfortunately for Chris Barnes, that was the result. I think at the end of the day, he could have probably done without that. Whoa, there was a little bit of netcode in the middle.
Yeah, that's what I saw as he came flying through.
A little bit of netco. We're going to have a look on board. There you go. The steering is looking relatively straight. I don't think it caused too much of an issue. But that was with the GTP of the Team Red X, whose car has literally spent more time in the gravel under the first stint than it did actually on the racetrack. Here as well, they have swapped over drivers, probably a good thing to be fair, considering what was happening to their car. But yeah, not an ideal scenario for Chris Barnes. Did manage to recover it, did manage to keep it on track. There is a blinking car behind. There is a GTP that's just about to go through once more. Not entirely sure you felt the need to pull directly in front of our noses there. Eva, you could have settled down a little bit and probably gone a little bit further on than what you absolutely did do. That is one move, Callum, that drives me absolutely insane. Why would you go and make an overtake on a car and then basically go and put that car right in front of him when you've overtaken him? It just drives me crazy.
Yeah, and what does with me as well, especially on a track like this when the straights are as big as they are. Granted, if you're on the slightly smaller tracks, you know, if, for example, you're overtaken on one of the shorter straights on Watkins Glen, for example. I remember when we done our endurance race there, and it happened a few times there. It's reasonable. It's okay. I can understand the straight is a lot shorter, so you kind of want to get back onto that line as soon as possible. So I can understand that, but yeah, on this track, I just don't see why people do it, and I think it's more just a presence thing. I notice it's always the quicker class cars that like to do it. I think there's an element of showing off in there, and also an element of yeah, this is my track sort of thing, and just keep out my way. Which is why they tend to like cut you off to maybe try and intimidate you a little, and kind of put that little something in the back of your mind that kind of every time you see that car, you're then going to be like, oh, better get out of the way. So it could be, well, it could be a list of things really of why they do it, but yeah, I have to admit it is something that's
annoying.
Not very, yeah. And I think annoying is the polite way to put it.
It is flat out annoying. And the thing is as well, it's not like we didn't err on the side of caution with that Team Red X, because we've seen that they've been off the track, you know, doing more pirouettes than a ballerina in Swan Lake. So I can fully understand that. And at the end of the day, they've got to, you know, make sure that if you are going to overtake, give room. You know what I mean? You've got a mixture of countries going on here. We've got people from Australia, people from America, Canada, Portugal, Europe. There's even Benjamin Cho, I think it must be from Thailand or somewhere out in Asia. So, you know, internet connections are not always going to be the most sturdiest at the best of times. So give enough room, I think, guys, need to make sure as well. I appreciate it is a charity event, but, you know, I'm a fairly demanding boss. I want a win here, and nothing else will do, unfortunately, Stuart. So you better get on with it a little bit.
Yeah, I know exactly, and I think the biggest takeaway from that is fair play Barnes for not spinning across the gravel. I think that is partially down to the iRacing update that made gravel more like gravel rather than an ice rink. Yeah, genuinely, that is a point that I have noticed, especially on the latter stages of the JPB Season 4 GT4s, is that when you leave the track after, say, going off a corner and you hit the gravel, there is a chance now that you can basically let off the throttle and let the car pull itself back in. There's a lot more control off the track now, but yeah, I think Barnes is doing an exceptionally good job, and he's just managed to get his head back down after effectively being punted into the gravel. I think I don't really have much of a problem saying a punt into the gravel, because normally
he should have left more room.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Barnes didn't really have much of a choice of getting punted into the gravel there, because
no, I agree.
There was so much space for that GTP on his right, and it just went whoop. I don't know what happened, but you know.
And to be fair, I think Barnesy gave him the whole of the outside there, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So we'll have another look, and I believe Barnesy literally gave that GTP the whole of the outside. Unfortunately for Barnes, I will say you did leave a little bit of a vortex of terror, of danger there as well. So Yeah, you know what I mean? He did have to be a little bit smart, but he did allow it just to basically settle in. As you say before, that gravel would have been effectively useless out there, but they've now added depth to the gravel and the grass as well. But Barnesy did manage to hold it at the same time, probably going off track and getting a slowdown for good health. So unfortunately for the Chris Barnes, we're now trying to get back up to the back end of Fusion. 3.9 seconds. There as well, so he's trying to make his way forward here, Stuart, and I think with 6 hours and 52 minutes on the clock, he's done a good job so far, kept the car on track, kept it going forward, and gained 9 places at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think if we were going to get something like that, given how far we are into the race already, that was probably the best time for it to happen, when we had barely anyone around us. And we were effectively chasing one car. So I'd say that's probably one of the better times, if there is any better time to have an incident. I think currently Barnes has just been driving exceptionally consistent, which is exactly what we want anyway. It's exactly what people should be going for, especially in these long races, is just consistency. I mean, I'm looking at his lap times at the moment, and anyone can see them, so this isn't obviously sensitive push, but he's lapping 4-minute 847, 4-minute 272, 4-minute 652, and after that incident, 4-minute 226, and then 4-minute 26. So he's lapping very, very close to each lap. So he's doing an exceptionally good job, I have to say. So fair play to Mr. Barnes there, because,
yeah, absolutely. There is live timing available, guys, as well. If you check out the description below, you can see live timing of what's going on with everyone around the JPB team as well. Callum, one thing we've not touched on, are you driving today?
I'm not actually driving today, no. I am purely spotting and being a fantastic chap in the booth today.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Thank you so much.
Yes. The last week I had the lovely flu, or COVID. We don't actually know which one, but it was one or the other.
They're both the same, mate. I don't know if anybody's told you about that.
Well, I'll be honest, my brain still doesn't work from the illness, so I didn't know that now, because it's not working yet.
Oh,
but
yeah, Lemsips.
Yeah, so
Lemsips work wonderful.
Yeah, see, we don't have any of them, and I wasn't about to leave the house in case I did have COVID and give it to someone else. I was like, you know what? I'll just bear it. So I had it for like an entire week, and I didn't have the strength to lift up my own wheel. So I was like, yeah, I can't really get a lap in. And it was actually this morning that I got my first lap in that was clean. So yeah, I was like, you know what, boys, it's probably safer if I don't do it.
Oh.
So yeah, I've designated myself the spotter, or the watcher, shall we say?
The watcher.
Yeah.
You sound like I'm going to see you over my fence.
You might do, because 8 hours is a long time, and I could get to yours within the 8 hours.
And also, Callum is taller than most fences, so it is a possibility.
Yes.
That's quite scary for me to go out in my garden and find Callum Ireland peering over my fence, like Wilson from Tool Time from the 80s there as well. I do.
Instead of here's Johnny, it'll be here's your lower arm champ.
Oh my God, blimey. Lower arm champion. That drives me crazy. All because I didn't put an A, the capital A in your name. And you went and changed your own decals, you went and changed everything, and then you made your own blinking trophy and all, just to top it all off, Mr. Milam.
Well, I capitalised on your mistakes, and I have to say, I think that was my best one. So,
no.
I think me and you need to have a conversation about this lower arm champion victory thing that you are stating at us here as well. You know, I really can't see how you deemed yourself a lower arm champion when...
Well, it's engraved on the trophy, James. I can't do any more than that, mate.
Yeah, but you did make the trophy yourself, right?
I didn't make it, I ordered it. It's different. Someone else made it. I didn't engrave that myself. That was engraved by someone else and sent to me because I was the one that won it.
Right. Stu Rice is your teammate. You deal with that situation. I've just about given up. I think, I'll let Stu fight out for that one. As Stu was actually in the AMs that he was battling away for there. As you've deemed yourself a lower AM champion. So there we go. Stu, what's your take on that?
What, the lower AM?
Yeah.
Ooh. I mean, fair play to Callum, he did capitalise on the mistake. And that's not a pun this time. Callum's was a pun before, I'm fairly certain, if I'm right in reading that, Callum.
Yeah.
You only just realised that it was.
I do agree, he did capitalise on the mistake, but...
Yeah, he did. But yeah, I also get your point. But I think, on the GT4 front, to be fair, as much as we're currently watching a GT3 go round with Barnes, Callum did improve quite considerably over the last few races in the GT4s. Same with Rachel Hoff, because she finally got a wheel. But yeah, I think going forward, you're definitely into the AMs now, so that's positive, Callum.
Well, there you go. You're getting props from Stu Rice there. So
it doesn't mean much. It doesn't mean much getting props from me, but I mean...
Well, I think at the end of the day, anything is better than nothing. And I think that, the fact that obviously Callum deemed himself a champion when obviously he was the only one who thought so, I think is a fair deal. But yeah, well done, Callum, for deeming yourself a lower champion.
Thanks, mate.
No worries, mate. I don't really know what else to say, to be honest.
Well, speaking of groundbreaking accomplishments such as being the lower AM champ, I've also found out that so far, the Drive for Wishes has actually raised $14,500 out of the $15,000 goal.
Nice. Well, there you go.
Congrats to them.
Yeah, congrats to them. We've assisted with our income as well. So if you do want to get yourselves involved, that would be great. And if you can go and donate, as I say, there's a link at the top of the chat there as well. So if you can donate basically anything, that would be absolutely amazing. Because we do want to try and get past our $200 goal. So if you can donate, that would be absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for that one. Look at it this way. A system engineer makes more than a software engineer, and they do the same thing. One has to take every advantage by technicality. They can. Lower AM champion he is. And then Roger Morton chiming in as well. Well done, Callum, the champ.
Oh, it's happened at the GT4s last time as well.
I'm not entirely sure that is that's a thing, but well done to you, Mr. Milam, for being the lower AM champion. How do you feel?
I feel really good. I feel really proud of myself.
Do you?
Yeah, and also if I do this season, because now that I'm in AMS, I've been promoted, obviously. So I'm now teammates this season in Triple P with the Triple P boss. Yeah. So if I do any interviews this season, I obviously will be reminding you that I'm the lower AM champion in those interviews, and I'll be making it clear as well. I might even put it on the livery.
What?
This is where James just writes something into the rules saying no additional parts on the livery relating to championship.
Well, that is an option, you know what I mean? So
I should have suggested that's my
the thing is, what can I do apart from allow Callum to have his moment there? You've got to allow him to have his moment. I think, at the end of the day, fair play to him. Give him his moment. He is a champion. And we'll just run with it. Callum, well done you. You did an exceptional job there as well. So well done. Proud of you.
Thanks.
I don't really know what else to say.
One quick point. So you're going to be with Callum for a little bit here because I just need to quickly pop away from the bike, so just heads up.
Yeah, no drama at all. Callum, I'm sure me and Callum will have wonderful conversations as we generally do in this booth. I'm sure once more as we continue to discuss the Lower Am champion and here as well. However, we will go back to the fact that we do have JBB sitting in 7th, Callum. That's a gain of 9 places from where we was originally. So going forward is always a good thing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Barnes is doing well at the minute. He's defying some of the odds around him because I'm looking at the quickest lap times of cars that are around us at the moment. And where we currently sit, according to what I've got up here, is we're in P6. Well, our lap times are 3 minute 59. And the only lap time I can see on the table that's lower than ours, they are in 15th. So there's around 10-ish cars between us and another car that's quickest lap time is slower than us. So he's kind of defying the odds at the minute, keeping it consistent, but I think all the cars around us with their quickest lap times, they've probably just done like the one and then they've kind of backed off a little bit maybe, and they can't really keep that pace up because, like I say, Barnes is doing a good job at the minute of keeping the team at bay that I can see in the distance behind him, which I'm praying this is all showing correctly at the minute for me, but the Flanders racing team, they're not exactly slow. We've seen that they're quite punchy. And then the Trice Palv team behind as well in that Porsche, they're also horrendously quick. But Barnes has kept it very consistent and done a very good job of keeping them in his rearview mirror at the moment. So 7.6 seconds up the road to Chris Davis. And I know we were side by side positioning with Chris Davis in practice as well. So Barnes and Davis are of similar pace. So it'd be good to see if we are able to get that chase game on.
Yeah, it will be as well. It'd be great to see there, but of course they didn't have their moment where we ended up off the side of the circuit. So in general, that's a little bit frustration. Roger Moore, can you stop encouraging Callum Milam there, putting on his winner's livery from last season? That would be not ideal. The Team Red X 516 GT3 are battling it out with the Poohcast Racing there as well, coming down in round through turn 15. So this is the battles behind JBB at the moment. We are, as I say, sitting in 7th place once more. I think at this moment in time, guys, we're going to take a couple of minutes out to get a drink and top ourselves up and pop to the toilet and do all these other wonderful things at the same time. So we will leave you with a video from the Make-A-Wish Foundation that will explain why we are here today.
Hello? Ghostbusters?
Leeds Central Library is under attack. We need the Ghostbusters.
We've got one!
How you doing, George? Good to see you. We've got you your own Proton pack.
Thank you! This is insane! Best day of my life by a mile!
What is happening? Senior Ghostbusting Cadet George.
Yes?
We've had a message from the Mayor. He needs you down there right now. Are you able to come down and save the city for us?
Yep.
She will get you there as soon as, buddy.
I'm definitely picking up something here, George. PKA valences are off the chart. It's burying the needle.
George was born with a complex congenital heart defect. His heart can never be repaired.
You know, I've heard stories about this place. This place used to belong to a very wealthy family, and apparently the maid, she still haunts this place. So we need to be careful.
So far it's been 3 open heart surgeries by the age of 6. His first open heart surgery was when he was only 36 hours old. And each time it's to try and improve the function of the half of the heart that works and to raise his oxygen levels. He's doing really, really well at the moment, but there will be more surgical interventions and potentially we're looking at a transplant further down the road with him.
Okay, there's signs up there, right next to that picture up there.
He's a lovely, kind, friendly guy, and when you speak to him about his sort of hopes and ambitions, a lot of it is helping other people. It does affect him, aspects of life he finds harder than other kids his age. He's a lovely personality, and he'd much rather see the fun side of things than the serious side.
Some hand marks right there.
Some hand marks?
Yeah.
Human or spiritual?
Spiritual.
Spiritual, okay, well.
That's why I had to put the ghost goggles on.
Okay, let's go. Hey, good job, George.
We've got one!
Yeah. Get it in there, George. Put him in there.
George has been absolutely amazing. He's saved Leeds. We didn't want Marshmallow Man to come and take Town Hall down, and George has nipped it in bud.
George as a Ghostbuster is fantastic. You know, he may have troubles with his heart, but he's definitely strong of heart. For anyone who's thinking about wanting to get involved with Make-A-Wish, make wishes happen for other kids, I 100% would implore you to do that, because it's something that, you know, I'll personally remember for the rest of my life.
Thank you to the East Midlands Ghostbusters, all the police officers that helped, I don't know, just everybody that helped make my wish come true.
Okay, guys, we are back there after a short break. We've just seen that Chris Barnes is gone. We have pitted once more for the JPB boys as well. That's near enough on to where we was originally. Obviously 40 minutes and then going in a little bit earlier than others. Taking a second pit stop there, Callum, as well for Chris Barnes. Now trying to undercut that we did earlier on, where we did make a move. And made our way through the field. So that's always good for the JPB team there once more. He looked like he buried that one in and out, no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, no, it was a very quick stop actually. I was just looking at the times here, and we got 39.92 pit stop time, and the average is between 40 and 42. So we were on the quicker side of that. So pit stops for Barnes are looking really good at the minute. He's looking really strong at its pit entries as well, so that's always working in our favour. It's always those little things like that in a race, so it's nothing to do with your racecraft at all. It's about how well you enter the pits, which obviously is the slowest part of any race, and we seem to be nailing that at the minute, because that is helping us gain some time. So done a really good job on that one.
Yeah, he has. We've still got 30 cars. Oh, hello, Mr. Rice, you're back.
I am, yes.
Ooh.
I've got a fan of the JPB Esports channel. It's a fan sat by my window.
Oh, nice. I'm sat in the office with a fan behind me as well, to be fair.
Yeah, it's very warm.
Yeah, very warm in an enclosed room. There's a nice little battle still going on up front here from the Maguire's team, battling away now with the Get Pole Racing. That GTP blinking is not going to help them in front here, as the Maguire's boys sitting in fourth in class after making a mistake on the pace lap. As I said, at the hands of Patrick Servac, they are sitting in fourth here as well. So these guys battling it out once more for the front of the line. Barnesy just doing what we need him to do. Still on the lead lap at the moment, which is always important for the JPB Esports team. Still keeping it on the track, though, Stu, doing what he needs to be doing and doing a stellar job at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just got to keep his head down, get to the driver changeover point at this point. I think it's a good few more pit stops yet, though, so he's got a couple more times to make sure he does that. But yeah, I think where he is right now is quite far removed from most other cars, so I think he's got a bit of a challenge to get back to the car in front, but maybe he won't want to. Who knows? I guess that's the thing. Again, I assume, since I was gone, pitted.
Yes, he has.
Yeah, so he's pitted again, which means hopefully everyone in front will be pitting soon, and potentially we might get back into the battle that way.
Yeah, I think he's tried that undercut once more, which is obviously what we initially stated was working after the first one there. So he did try that undercut as we're watching this battle for third and fourth at the moment, as these guys are still continually scrapping it out. Barnes there with a GTP behind him. We've gained one position. We're now 13th in class. That is due to overtaking the Schadenfreude team once more. So we've lost another team as well. We've got, is he still moving? He's not still moving, I don't think, is Killian Roche. And the Fusion Racing team are now into the pits as well with Emily Callison. But unfortunately for Emily, this is what has happened for the Fusion Racing. They have gone and off-tracked the car, got a big lock-up, putting it into the wall, losing a rear wing, coming across the side of the circuit, and unfortunately stacking that Ferrari for that Fusion Racing. So they've now towed back to the pit. So that's one position, I think, there, Callum, that we can safely say we've gained by the end of it.
Yeah, we certainly can, and we are cruising quite nicely now, to be fair. Everything's starting to sort of fall into play for us. I'm seeing that there's been a couple of more GT3s that have gone in for a pit stop, but it seems like all the GT3s tend to do their pit stops all roughly at the same time as each other. They don't, there doesn't seem to be like a mixture compared to the GTPs, which is sort of like one or two cars every other lap. The GT3s, you'll have one or two people, obviously us included in that will pit early, and then the rest of the pack will come in at once, which is what we've seen on the first couple of pit stops here this race. And yeah, I'm not too sure what to think of it yet, because I don't know if we're making any gains on those people or not, but we do seem to keep finding ourselves coming out towards the top end of the field, like, so we're kind of with the blue flag car, but we're kind of coming out at the right space, I'd say, because it's normally the GTP cars that are around us, which we don't have to worry about too much. So we're not getting too much GT3 traffic when we come out of the pit, which is nice.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing, isn't it? Just basically maintaining what we've got at the moment. I think from our perspective, you know, we've seen this work for the JPB team as well, go into the pits and then gain positions when everybody's in front, because apart from Infamous Esports, which is the next car up the road in that Porsche, we're the only other one that's pitted twice. So the likes of Pucar's Crash Test Dubbies, Team Red X 516, VGTR have not pitted, and we were in front of them at the moment that we did come in. So I think overall, I think it's interesting. We have now got a pace car out as well. That's going to bump everybody up here as well. Don't forget, the pace cars do come out in the first 2 hours and the first 4 hours, I believe. There's a second one as well. So I believe we are under yellow flag. So that's going to bunch everybody back up there, Stu. That's not a bad move at all.
No, absolutely not. It takes, I believe, we had the drivers briefing before the race. They are random, the full course yellows, which is what we're under now. But yeah, they are random within the race. Obviously, you are right, it's probably somewhere within the first 2 hours and then 4 hours. But I think at this point, Barnes has played this quite well. You have to do one lap under the safety car before the pits will open. Everyone else hasn't pitted. Now the yellow flags are out for the full course yellow. That means no one can go into the pits. Pit lane's closed for one lap, which means that is going to probably, if they haven't thought about it, or if they haven't left enough fuel in the tank, because we'll be quite close to the, I'd assume we'll be quite close to the back of the stint for them.
We are, yeah.
To the pit stint. So it's like, at this point, I don't know. Could someone run out of fuel due to a little bit of time management or something like that? It certainly throws it up a little bit, but Barnes will be fine on his field. He'll be fine on his tyres. I think he'll be happy with where he is and how this flag's come out at the right time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the interesting thing. It will keep us backed up or keep us near the guys in front. I think for Chris Barnes, you know, try and get as close to the infamous boys as possible. Wasn't aware that you could simulate random full course yellows just in the interest of realism and balance in the field. Yeah, that is part of the charity event here. They will just throw a full course yellow basically just randomly. As I say, I think it's within the first 2 hours and within the first 4, so that will bunch everybody back up here, so that will get us up to the back of the likes of the infamous, the Crash Test, the Pukas and Team Red X. Now, obviously, we are going to be coming round. They've got to complete a lap, I believe, before the pit stops open up once more. That's our leader of the GT3s, which is the Get Pole Racing 2 team, with the Get Pole Racing 3 team behind them. Then you've got this battle with Patrick Serwak and Sven Loeb. You can see none of them have gone into the pit, so they've got to do one more lap before that situation. I am surprised at the moment, though, they're not bunching everybody up here to stop them still almost running after. I'm trying to find the safety car. There they are on the back. They're just coming down the first part of the Mulsanne. That's going to put the GTPs in with the GT3s. You can see there's a Mercedes there as well. I believe wave arounds are on, so they will be all waving around very, very shortly. So for Chris Barnes here, up 3 places. We've got to try and get on to the back end of that safety car there, Callum, to make sure that we can capitalise on the closure of the field up.
Yeah, and well, the question now looms is that, you know, could the car that Barnes was driving last like maybe a lap or 2 extra to do the pit stop now? Would that have actually benefited us, or would that have made things worse? Because as it stands at the minute, I've seen one GT3 car take advantage of the yellows out with the safety car and has actually pitted. So the rest don't seem to be doing that as it stands, but who knows? We might see some come in around on the next time round, but I'm not too sure how long the safety car will be out. I'm not too sure if it'll be another lap or not. I'm assuming it will be.
I'm assuming it's normally a 3-lap safety car, isn't it? I would have thought that would have been the situation. We are going to gain, hopefully, another position here by getting in front of the VGTR team, who are into the pit, saying that they are on their way out. So this is going to be very, very close here. I think this is going to be incredibly close. We have made it through. So Chris Barnes does go through on the VGTR. So that is 1 place we've gained up. That will put them in a good stead. I am surprised, though, Stu, everybody else is not taking advantage of this yellow and going into the pits, because, as you say, they've got to be close to their pit window. Surely it makes more sense going in now to take a little bit of an earlier stop than it does going in and trying to stay on the strategy you're on, because you're going to end up having to lose time, I would have thought, as well.
Yeah, I'd expect people... I mean, what we were informed during driver briefing is it's 1 lap under safety and then you can go into the pit. So a couple of cars may have gone in because they're lapped. If you're a lapped car, I would not be surprised if it let you into the pit lane. But I don't know if that's true. But at the end of the day, pitting now, especially for the teams who haven't pitted, would probably be smarter, because it will put you in slightly less of... I mean, regardless, we've managed to pull the undercut. And regardless, those teams who haven't pulled an undercut on the other teams will lose a lot more time, potentially, or less time, depending on how you make your stop under the safety car. I think it's less time under the safety car because everyone else is going slowly. But even so...
I'd be interested to see how this pans out, you know, because if all of these teams go into the pits, right, at the end of this lap...
Oh my goodness, yeah.
And we don't have to, that's going to put us in the lead.
Which would be crazy.
Well,
it will be interesting.
I don't know. I think a touch of good fortune would come into that, because if they haven't taken advantage of this safety car right by their pit window, this could put...
This could be a massive, massive
gain,
positive for us. I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people may use this. This is the perfect moment for any teams without front aero to get in the pits. This is the perfect moment to repair your front aero, because at the end of the day, it's a free repair 8 times, effectively. You don't spend time repairing on a fast repair, for obvious reasons, it's in the name. And at the end of the day, if they pit now, they will lose less time. It would be not ideal if they didn't pit now, I think. The GTPs may be slightly different.
Yeah,
but GT3s, yeah.
I think for the GTPs, they all pitted round about lap 24. They're only 26 deep at the moment, or 27 under the safety car, so they're not got a pit yet. But for some of the GT3s that pitted back on lap 13, if you're looking at a 14-lap stint, this is it. Some of them are going to have to go in, and I think if they all peel in, we don't have to, because we pitted back on lap 20, so 7 laps ago almost. It could end up promoting JBB up to the front. So we'll have to see how this one pans out here. I'm a bit confused why others haven't gone in as of yet. So I think this could be quite an interesting one, Callum, as well.
I'm so sorry, repeat that.
It's going to be interesting to see if others have got a pit now.
Oh yeah, like you've already picked up. I think if majority of the field does pit now, that's going to be a fantastic situation for us, because obviously it will put us in the lead. But at the same time, how many are actually going to take advantage of this? Because we've seen it before where these cars do come out and people opt to stay out. There has been, I think, about 3 or 4 GT3s that came in just before the safety car, but they are all behind Barnes at the moment, and I think those that don't come in now will probably be more than okay to finish off their stint as it is, because I think we were just over halfway through some of their stints. Well, no, sorry, not halfway through, just over a quarter way through some of their stints. So I think some of these should be okay, but I'm just curious to see what will happen with the GTP cars, because it could be an absolute cluster if everyone decides to pit now. It's going to be a bit of a party on that pit exit, I think.
Well, I'm hoping that they all go in. Roger has just said you were too busy polishing your trophy there to even listen to what I said.
Yeah.
Which I can only agree with Roger, to be fair, because the fact that you were so miffed about what actually was going on here with your own car on track. Once more, the only ones that have gone in front of us, pitted in front of us, are the infamous esports, but they've also got no front bumper on there. As you can see, the Porsche go down underneath us. Everybody else behind has pitted, nobody in front. And mind you, they were pitting on lap 13 and 14, so that's lap 26 and 28 effectively. So that should be coming in now at the end of this lap, or at least going one more, and then they've got to come in. So I'm very miffed about why more people didn't jump in there. The guys behind from Schroeder Fodder also didn't go into the pits, but the VGTR did just managed to get into the pits there as well. So for the JBB team, this could work out quite well. We'll give this a minute to see what happens, as we are starting to come around to where they are effectively, if the pit lane is open, to be able to go into the pits once more. So this is going to get very interesting with this mix. They are all going in. You're going to see here as well, hopefully Chris Barnes won't go in, because he doesn't have to, and he should carry on there. He has carried on. So now the guys from JPB will find themselves a lot higher up the grid. Stay away from the GTP. He's going to be slower there as well. The leaders are in. The only one that hasn't gone in is Sven Laby, I don't know, from here as well. So he's gone in. They were still under the safety car, but effectively JPB are third. well, we should be second technically, but I'm waiting for the time. It's
green, James.
2 laps to green.
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, that's going to polish. That's going to bunch everybody back up again.
So we've fair play to Barnes. He's pulled that pit stop. Sorry for jumping in there, but it was just a point I just feel I have to make. Fair play to Barnes for making that work, because at the end of the day, yeah, everyone's bunched back up, but there's going to be a fair few GTPs to deal with for the cars behind as well, and also lap traffic.
I do agree.
I think, it's probably not been as beneficial as it could have been.
No, if they went green after that one, that would have been more beneficial.
Absolutely.
But we didn't. And I'm surprised they're running so many laps under yellow. Like, it's bad enough these laps are slow enough as it is, but now we're running another 2. It's like almost 5-minute laps here under the safety car. I am surprised they've taken the option to do so many. I would have thought it would have been 1 under the safety car, 1 to pit, and then green. But clearly, we're not the organisers, so there we go, unfortunately. But we are now effectively in 3rd place in class. Pierre Heitz from Get Pole Racing 2 is out in front. He's also, has he pitted yet? He did pit. He pitted on lap 25, so just before the safety car come out there as well. And Sven Leiby, in the BMW, is not pitted yet, so whether or not he's going to have enough fuel to get round, and effectively he's got to go in as well. So that could put the JPB team in 2nd, everyone. So there we go. Exciting news here as we're going in. We've done the first 2 hours, and we've got 6 hours, nearly 2 hours, 6 hours, 15 minutes left to go. Great job so far, Callum, as well. Yes, Callum, I'm talking to you. So great job from Barnesy at the moment. Effectively could be 2nd on track.
Sorry, what? No, I'm kidding. Yeah, no, he's in the best position you possibly can be, really. And like you said, it has worked out big time in our favour. Now, our best lap times are similar-ish to some of the cars around us. But we know that Barnes is consistent. He's shown it so far. And hopefully he can just keep that consistency up when we do eventually go green again. But I have to admit, under the safety car, these laps take a year to get around, but I think once we go green again, as long as Barnes can just keep his head cool and get straight back into that rhythm, get his foot down, I think that we're gonna be in for some great racing. And I just wish all the best of luck to your voice box, because I think you're gonna need it with the amount of GT3s that are kind of close up behind him. He's got 2 directly behind, and then like 4 or 5 GTPs after that. It's probably not going to be pretty, but it's going to be some hard work that hopefully be rewarding.
You underestimate the power of my voice. Have we got a safety car next week, says Roger Morton? Well, it depends. We will put them up for bidding like we normally do with the BDLV. So if somebody donates £10, we'll throw a safety car. But we are going to limit it, of course. We're not going to have a safety car after safety car after safety car after safety car, because obviously no racing will take place, and that's just going to drive everyone crazy. So it might be the same kind of scenario as what we got here. Safety car within the first hour, safety car within the next 2 hours or whatever. We've got a 6-hour endurance at Brands, so they've got we've got enough time to throw it, which it could be quite an interesting scenario there as well. So I think for everybody at the moment, just settle down, because BDLV does throw up some surprises, and we have got 6 hours of Brands Hatch here, Stuart, so it's going to be a very interesting one for everybody.
Yeah, Brands Hatch is one of those tracks as well that I think it's going to be interesting seeing what happens with the pace of the cars, because it's GT4s and TCRs. TCRs would generally, to me, be slightly better through the corners, and the GT4s would be slightly better down the straights, which could mean that we have the thing of the faster TCRs will actually be faster than some of the midfield GT4s. I think that could cause some very, very interesting racing as a track. So Brands is an interesting track, that's for sure. Me personally, I'm not a huge endurance fan on it, but of course it's all for charity, so that doesn't matter.
And yeah, I think it will create some interesting racing, if not just for how people are going to deal with traffic.
Yeah, I think the traffic management at Brands is going to be important, especially up through the likes of Dingledale. We are obviously on the famous Grand Prix circuit, so we will be running the whole thing. So I think the traffic management is going to be important. If you want more information on BDLV, head over to JPBroadcasting.com and you can go and check out all the information for BDLV if you want to get yourselves involved as well. £15 per team, direct to the charity. JPB do not make a single cent from this event, okay? So please don't sit back and think, oh, we're walking away with this like most charities or the odd bob that you see in the street. We don't. We have all money goes direct to the charities, so sponsor money and driver entry money and any other form of money that comes in for the BDLV. Of course, the same thing if it is donated through the YouTube chat. We are up to £420 already. We've got a target of £2,000, and of course, we're not even live yet. So that's absolutely amazing for everybody as well. So if you want to, again, look at the BDLV Just Giving page, you can, and I will post that link there and you can have a look. That gives you some information. Cards are GT4s, TCRs, fixed setup. Session opens at 12 p.m. GMT, qualifying at 1. Race will start at 1:30. Race end will be at 7:30. Track temps will be 24 degrees and will be set in the morning. Obviously, we will have interviews throughout, and of course, we have got children joining me in the commentary booth once more. So you will have kids. So prepare yourself for some of the questions from the children because they are quite eventful. Along the lines of rate your teammate out of 10 was a question we had at one of the events as well. So yeah, the kids do bring nothing else, a great mixture of entertainment and some very interesting comments as well. So if you want to get yourselves involved, come along and have a look at jpbbroadcasting.com/BDLV, I believe it is, and you can go and check it out. Callum, are you driving next week?
The BDLV one, I am driving indeed, yes.
And Stu, you're in?
Yes, also driving with Callum, incidentally, as well as Rachel Hoff in that team as well.
Oh, what car are you in?
We are in the Merc.
Ooh, lovely.
Which incidentally is what I'll be racing in the GT4 season as well, because I've realised it's just a nicer car than the Aston overall.
Yeah, the gearing's a lot better on the Merc than it is on the Aston. I think that's one of the things with the Aston Martin. You've got to try and carry a lot of speed to keep your gearing up.
At Sebring, it was a good battler. It was good at battling on Sebring.
Yeah, the Aston or the Merc? The Aston.
Just, well, all the GT4s in general.
Yeah, the
Sebring
GT4s,
was...
Yeah. That was crazy. That's one track I'm not going to forget the first lap on, because I went round the outside into the right-hand chicane. Which isn't, you saw it in the background of the broadcast, but I went round the outside of Stefan Mellis on the chicane. Which I just went, you know what, I'm here, I'm going to try it, and it worked. So the Aston is a very, very good car. I very much like it. It's a little bit too tail-happy for my taste, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. Sven Loeb, just 2 seconds here before we go any further. He has gone in. So that's effectively going to put you're late on your entry there. So you should have joined everybody on that last lap. So that is effectively going to put the JPB Esports team into second place here as we're coming under the restart. We've got one more lap to go, another 5 minutes of this track. So second place overall at the moment. Stu, not bad at all.
No, it's really not bad at all. I think there was, as you say, a hefty amount of luck involved in that. But simultaneously, no one else decided to try the undercut style pitting. So, apart from a couple of other cars. So it's like, it's a risky strategy undercutting, but it can pay off. And I think that's been shown here because no one knew when this yellow flag was going to come out. No one knew when that was going to happen. So, personally, I like the higher risk strategies in terms of just undercut. Undercut's more fun anyway, because then you've got to try and pull back the gap and maintain your position to the car in front. But yeah, I think Barnes has absolutely nailed that. It's only, 40 minutes, technically, till I've got to be getting ready to get in the car, so no, there's big shoes to fill, given how he's raced already.
Well, as I said, just keep it on track. Keep it out of trouble, and that's all that really matters. Don't do anything silly. You've got good, people behind you in with Chris Evans, so you haven't got to worry too much. So you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't tend to make silly moves anyway. Note the word intend. I never intend to full send it. There's been a couple of times in the GT4 season where I've accidentally full sent it on Mr. Evans at times, and he's done it to me as well. But yeah, I think that's the thing. I'm not going to be trying to push hard and battle anyone, because at the end of the day, once I get in, we've still got over 5 hours of racing left. Once I'm in, so it's not like it's the last lap or anything, which I think again is what we were saying earlier. Is that has to be a strategy for endurance racing. You can't race slowly, but you also can't think that it's a race as such. It's a marathon, as Callum said at the start of the stream. I think it's a really good description of it.
What, any words of advice, Callum, that you would give him to go into with his stint?
If you say don't bin it, that's not an answer.
Well, effectively it is, but
well, it's not a useful answer. Let's put it that way.
It's a bit tricky because I'm noticing a couple of things at the minute, and I think Stu's right. There are big shoes here to fill because Barnes has done an absolutely amazing job. But one thing that no one's pointed out yet is that Barnes is actually the leading GT3 behind the safety car, and behind him are 3 GTPs that overtook several GT3s to put themselves right behind Barnesy. So the moment this goes green, obviously he's going to stick to his line and hopefully not, let them by. But he's got a mega defensive job to do. I'm not too sure where Get Pole Racing 2 actually are. I've got them listed here as still in the lead, but I can't see them in front. So
they are quite a way back. There's Chris Barnes there. They've just come through the chicane. So Barnesy is sitting near the front. Get Pole Racing is sitting in the middle. He's about 1, 2, 3, 4 GTPs behind us. The guy who effectively I've got at first at the moment is a long way back from that one. Not quite sure if my timing tower's not loving the mixture there as well. But Barnesy is effectively by my calculations, should have been the lead car as well. But I've got Get Pole Racing 2, who is behind him.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
In front of him.
iRacing doesn't enjoy multi-class sometimes when it comes to the timing system. I have noticed it. It can occasionally get very confused. So, it's the reason I don't use certain overlays, because they're just not accurate with positioning or relatives or anything like that. Is they can tell you that they're in the wrong position. So right now, in theory, I mean, unless Get Pole and Asengamba are coming up behind Barnes to lap him.
No, they're not.
Yeah, exactly. So unless they're coming up behind to lap him, which they're not, he is in theory in first place.
Yeah.
But we will have to wait and see to the line, because that's the only time when that updates. It only updates at the line.
Yeah.
Which in that case, the advice to Stu would be don't bin it.
Yeah, I think that is the only thing I could really do. I think it's go as fast as I feel comfortable with.
Yeah.
Without pushing it too far, because I don't like pushing this over the limit anyway, because personally I found with these Ferraris or any GT3 is you can push that car, but as soon as you step over that limit, it's gone. There's no forgiveness in the limit. Once you lose the back end, it will go round. I'm just going to drive. I think that's generally how I race. I'm just going to drive.
Okay.
It's just how it is.
As I say, we need the win. We want the win. So.
Well, I mean, we're in first place now, so.
Well, effectively, yes.
You're saying there's a possibility.
I'm saying there's lots of possibility. I am surprised some of these teams that I'm looking at under this GT3s are actually in this split. I would have thought some of them would have made the second split. We are in the third split, guys, but that is due to our driver average, of course, across everybody's I rating that they will probably take from. They'll add them all up, divide them by 3 or 4 and say, see you later, you're in this split. So at the end of the day, we are in the 3rd split, but we do have GTPs around us to contend with. However, we do only have 9, because I got a funny feeling Alexander Ewerston from Vermilion Racing has been into the pits and has been in there for about 20 minutes at the moment. We've lost quite a lot of people. Fusion Racing are out. I haven't got them still running, so unfortunately for Fusion Racing, they're gone. Team Lee Watson is the last running car in 30th place, and that is driven by Lee Watson for Team Lee Watson, and I think he might be a solo, which I think is just absolutely insane.
I don't get how anyone can do that.
What, solo?
I genuinely do not understand how anyone can do an 8-hour race.
Solo 8 hours?
Yeah.
Mate, I don't know either. I can barely solo 45 minutes, to be honest.
Well, this will be my longest stint ever.
Well,
in a race, so I'm looking forward to it. I think Barnes has done exceptionally well as well, because it's a lot of pit stops as well. That's the thing. There's a lot of pit stops on this track.
Have you been practicing your entries and exits? That's the question.
Yes, pit entry on this track is a nightmare, because you have to hit the exact same break point so that you can make that first chicane. And Barnes has been learning it when he's been coming into the pits as well. This is one of those tracks where the pit entry was one of the biggest things I was sort of trying to figure out once I got the lines down and the braking points down and which curbs to hit and not.
Yeah.
It was the pit entry, because it's such a fast pit entry.
Does it also make you worry about the fact that you're going to be live on TV?
Not really. That much, not really.
Oh.
Not really on that one. Being live, I mean, GT4s. We've been on the stream there. It's yeah. The pressure's there enough because I'm streaming myself personally, just to keep a nice little record.
But how, this is a team focused, isn't it? You see, so we are just focusing on you.
I know that it doesn't faze me too much. What I'll probably try and do is just ignore the fact, because if I think too much of anything outside of go round corner fast without sliding, then I think I'll probably have a bad time. But yeah, I think my goal is just to drive the car around the track for my stint, make sure I don't bin it, be as safe as I can, be as predictable as I can, and make sure that it all goes smoothly. I think that's the best I can do, and hopefully, as Callum mentioned, not bin it.
Well,
that is basically my goal. Don't bin it.
Yeah. That is definitely an important part of this racing. Safety car lights are out, so we will be up and running. As I say, effectively, I've got JPB in first. There is third. There is second behind him, apparently. We'll give the table a minute to finish having a bit of a meltdown, and it will hopefully sort itself out as Chris Barnes does the old I'm going to weave from left to right. Hopefully it will make my tyres hotter trick here. Not entirely sure it does a massive amount, but let them, whatever works for them mentally, I think is one of the things that we will be just sitting back and enjoying. You can see there as well on the car.
Whoa! Hello. Can't park there, mate.
No, can't park there, buddy. As the safety car goes and runs over a completely different line to everybody else. Let's get this back up and running. The timing tower will shift around and start doing wonderful things, so you've got to give it a minute. And hopefully it will shoot JBB up into first place, which I think is where we should actually be here as well. Yeah, but I'm not quite sure how we're second, and the car behind us is not even up through the first part of the corner yet. And we're not, and we are. So I'll give the overlay a little bit of a refresh and see if that kicks it in. But I think technically we are in first place there. It's registered that we're 1 lap down. I'm not entirely sure if that's completely accurate either, but considering we wasn't at the moment that that safety car come out, and I don't believe we are still. We have got Damien from the Enquires team. Of course, Damien, who part of JPB, is chasing us down currently. So that should be quite interesting here as well. I don't think we're a lap down, Callum, are we?
Sorry, no, I'm actually trying to like track that kind of thing myself, and yeah, no, from what I can tell at the minute, we shouldn't be. No, at no point was Barnes lapped by another GT3 car. Obviously GTP, yes, but GT3 themselves, no, there were no lappings going on for Barnes. So yeah, not too sure what's going on there. I'm hoping it's just a timing tower error, because last time I saw Get Pole Racing 2, they were actually towards the bottom of the table, between 15th and 20th. So I find it very hard to believe that they're now suddenly top. I mean, I could be wrong, but I know at the start of the race they were down there. Whether that's because they're pitting or not, I don't know. But they're not anywhere near Barnes at the minute, so I'm not too sure what's going on. But I'm pretty sure if what I've seen is correct, he hasn't been lapped yet.
No, I've got him effectively in second place now, because he has just lost a place to Get Pole Racing 3. So give that a minute, let it see what goes on, and hopefully it will all of a sudden start kicking in itself into the right way here with Barnesy, and it is at that JPB team. I'm sure Damien sat in his car going, oh, there they are. There they are. He did say that he was going to be coming after us. So let's see what goes on, as we've got a GTP in the mix here as well. That's that Team 51X who put us into the gravel trap the last time around. Thank you for passing us cleanly this time. Much appreciated for you there as well. So we're not going into being pushed in through the barrier once more. It doesn't look like Damien's quite got the pace of the Patrick who did go into the car, who was the lead in that car. So hopefully we might be all right here. If this could be a nice little tidy battle between Damien and Chris Barnes, both of them around about the same I rating of 1.5 and 1.8. But as we know, within an endurance event, I rating doesn't really mean a lot there, to be fair though, Callum, because, well, it's just a number alongside that you can gain however which way you want.
Yeah, you certainly can. I'm still trying to work out this like weird maths equation of how we're still down. Yeah, sorry, that's completely put me off what you were talking about. But
I don't think we are. I think there's just an error at the moment that.
Yeah, I think it could just be timing towers, but it seems everyone's timing tower says the same thing. So I'm starting to doubt myself.
Well, we're going to hit the lap round, so we'll see what they come out with. Because I agree, I don't think they should be a lap ahead. It makes no sense. They weren't waved by either, were they?
No,
that's the only thing I can think of.
I don't think they were. I'm just waiting for the timing tower to have it finished settling on his moment here. He isn't quite picking up what the situation is. I don't get that, considering Get Pole Racing 2 are right the way down here.
They're not lapping the field.
No, because that effectively puts them in front of their second team, which is going up through the first chicane. So are we, so is Damien, and Pierre Heinz is only just going across the line. So I don't think that that's quite worked out correctly here. We'll wait for the timing tower to catch up. It's having a bit of a moment. It's not showing any times now either. So effectively we've lost all timing communication, because now I can't tell you where anybody currently is once more here as well. There was a similar timing issue for the 8 Hours of Fuji, I believe. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I get that we're in third now, I think. I don't think we're in fourth. I think we should be in third, as we have just lost that position to Damien there as well. But that should effectively put us in third. I can't understand how Pierre Heinz, who's all the way down here, as you can see the car's running almost 3 wide there, is in front of us, considering we're further up the track. So, yeah, Nate, I'm a little bit confused by that one. As you can see the guys in the background, that Mercedes has not got a bumper on it from Zach Merrill, and now he is battling away with Ethan Horsford from the Crash Test Dummies, and now Sven, who, this is what I mean, because he was effectively in the lead before the pit stops, then he went into the pits. That should have released Barnesy into the lead, which should mean that we're sat in third at the moment. So I'm a little bit confused. I am just going to try and see if reloading the overlay might do something.
I've chucked a question to the organisers in the chat, so we'll see what they come back with. Because yeah, that is strange. Not sure how there's a lapped car ahead of the whole GT3 field. There's a lapping car ahead of the field. That makes no sense. So I agree.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and give everything a little bit of a rebump there. So hopefully it might recover itself, but which I don't think it actually has. It's still got us listed in 4th. Little bit.
I wonder if they lapped this. I wonder if they were waved around mistakenly under the safety car. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one, as we're still.
I don't know if you have to manually wave someone round.
No, it's still not ready.
All the manual wave arounds, none of them went to either get pole racing.
No.
Yeah, get pole racing. So
that's what I was just having a look at.
I don't really know. Considering we're coming round now down to Arnage, and he is only just coming into Indianapolis. Yeah, well, actually, he's just gone through Arnage while we're a little bit further up the track. So I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. And I've got no lap times deciphered in itself either on the left-hand side, which is a little bit annoying as well. So I can't unfortunately tell you where everybody is here.
They've done 28 laps. And Marks is doing 28. They might have.
They didn't lap the whole field because everybody they can't have because everybody else was still on 27. That's just not making any sense.
Oh well, I dive to the pit lane options.
Yes.
I don't get that.
No, I don't get it over. Is it just me, or are there fewer BMWs than the normal grid? Is BOP unkind to them today? I don't believe they had a BOP, did they?
What's a BOP, sorry?
Balance of performance.
No, I don't think so.
There's no BOP on the cars, that's for certain. I don't think in this session.
Yeah.
There is only one BMW in the session, same as there's only one Audi. There is only one type of the GTP, but I don't recognise the badge. It looks like an A, but I don't think it is.
I mean, Acura.
Yeah, Acura.
Yeah, so that one. And then there's 2 Mercedes, but the key for this race, it seems to be, I think that's the Cadillac badge. You got the Porsche GT2P and the Porsche GT3 and the Ferrari. The German manufactured cars aren't one that people are really going for around this circuit. I'm not too sure why. I mean, to be fair, I would probably be choosing the Merc or Beamer. I'd prefer, but I know the Ferrari's very well balanced, so that's probably the reason for that. And especially for lower I rating racers such as myself, the Ferrari's just a bit easier because it's just all around good. Obviously, there are some cars that have certain different characteristics. Like I know I've mentioned it on previous broadcasts before with you, James, with the GT4s, where we're talking about different characteristics and things like that of the vehicles and the drivers. So the best all-rounder is the Ferrari, especially with the Merc and the BMW. The Merc being one that's very back-end happy, and the BMW is one that loves to face the wrong direction if you put the power on too early. Same with most cars, but the BMW just tends to have that bit extra spark that is difficult to try and get correct. So yeah, I think the Ferrari's just like, because it's all round just the easiest balanced car, and it's very similar for the Porsche. The Porsche's been liked since that thing was brought out, and it probably will continue to be the more dominant car for the GT3 selection going forward for quite some months, I think.
I think by my calculations, Barnes has got to go into pits very, very shortly. He pitted back on lap 20. We're now coming on to 34, depending on obviously where he's at and how much fuel he saved under the pace car. Then maybe we might be able to squeeze one more out. We are losing a little bit of time to the guys in Maguire's team in the front. I would like to tell you that we've what they are, but we've got 7 seconds to the guy behind and 2.2 to the guys in front. Okay, now I would love to be able to bring you up the timings, but for some whatever reason, it has all gone a little bit. Oh no, there we go. We now have the timings, and we're still in 4th, which
makes no sense.
No, it says Get Pole Racing 3 is 3.5 minutes behind Get Pole Racing, the leader. So that leader would have had to all of a sudden come round and lap practically everybody in the field, and he wasn't because we weren't a lap down. We were not a lap down.
So Get Pole Racing is currently 29.8 laps in, and the next car down is 28.9 laps in. So it's just under a whole lap lead.
Yeah, but he
P1
wasn't.
apparently have.
That he wasn't.
No, I know, but that's what we've got on the timing tables at the minute, and that's what I'm following here. Is it's stating that the car is in P1 around 9/10 of the lap ahead.
Yeah, that's rubbish. That wasn't happening because we weren't that far back. We wasn't lapped. I can tell you that now. We wasn't lapped. Because
And that car that's apparently lapped everyone is currently sitting behind P8 in the standings, like on the track itself. So behind the battle where P8 currently is, which is the Pucast Motorsport, that is your current
that's the leader.
P1. Yeah.
That makes no sense. He had not lapped everybody up in that first 2 hours. You can't. It's just not possible.
It's not possible.
No. Unless he flew past everybody. It's like even now the timing tail's not even showing everybody behind him. So unless all of a sudden he's glitched into the shadow realm and gone forward a lap after that pace car, I cannot physically see how that has even made an issue here as well. Let's see if we can get... Is there a... Have you asked anyone, Stu?
I have put the message into the organisers chat. We will have to see. Both of you, I believe, are in there. It's in support. In case you want to see, I am very likely to be going out early. So, because of this pit stop, they likely put it with a pit stop, won't they? So, yeah. We'll have to see, I guess. I'm just getting confirmation if I'll be going out early.
Yeah, that's fine. There is somebody...
Yeah, it's been raised.
Yeah, there is somebody replying, so we will see what that situation says, because I am I'm well stumped by that.
Don't worry, we will resort everyone on the last FCY. Right, okay, they'll fix it. Cool. Yeah, looks like it, he said, so he agrees.
Okay, cool. Well, there you go.
Right. I'm going to jump chats.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah.
Bye. Bye. Right, I am now in the booth with just myself and Callum Milam once more. So, Callum, it looks like it will all be sorted out on the next safety car, which is great for us because that should effectively put us into the top 3.
Yes, so if all our calculations and all our worrying that we've been doing is correct, then yeah, we currently sit a provisional P3 with an 8.4 second gap to the car behind, which is a nice healthy gap as well. And then you've got an extra 9 seconds gap to the car that's behind that. So there's quite a few large gaps around this track at the moment. And well, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Barnes can do in terms of bringing it in. As you heard, like Stu is going in
shortly,
like going in early than what we expected due to the safety car and complicating our calculations up basically. But yeah, we'll just hope that Barnes can keep consistent and bring it home in a safe manner. And I know there was early talks of damage on the vehicle, but whether Barnes has just got used to that or not, I'm not too sure. There may be a quick repair used just in case for when Stu gets in. You know, fresh car, fresh driver. We want to make sure everything's okay. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the plan is here on the pit strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. As we got Robert Stotton back in, you lot on math. Well, we were trying to work out how the leader of the GT3 managed to get a lap ahead of everybody else, considering nobody else was lapped. Well, not where we are. Nobody was lapped, Robert. So we're a bit confused. We think they've glitched up or somebody's overtaken the pace car when they shouldn't have done, and somehow ended up 3.5 minutes in front of everybody else, which we cannot work out here. So yeah, that's why we're confused on maths, because when we pitted early and we took the undercut, and then everybody else got stuck behind the safety car, so nobody could pit. So everybody went in. So effectively, we should have taken the lead of the race, which we did do on track. And then we got the race up and going. It's like now, the guy that's in first here is coming down the start-finish straight, and we're going off up on that run up through the S's. So we're not too sure how he's ended up there. So we're working on it now and seeing what goes on. So let's see what happens here as well, and see what goes on and how it all works out there, Callum. I think it's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a party atmosphere for the cars behind when it comes to pitting as well, because there's quite a few of them close together, and it's quite a close battle. I'm looking at it now, and if all these pit at roughly the same time, which so far has been the pattern for most of this race, they all seem to come in at the same time. Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cluster bomb trying to get out of the pits with these guys. So we're hoping to not get caught up in any GT3 traffic. We haven't had that issue so far with our pit strategies and our pit exits, but we're going to run into it at some point. It's inevitable. It's going to happen. We just got to hope it doesn't impede us too much with our pace and cause us any major delays.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. And regarding that, where Robert's put protest, we haven't. We've just made the organisers aware that somehow somebody's glitched forward a whole lap in front of everybody else, which it cannot physically happen, considering at the time of that safety car we were still on the lead lap. So yeah, we're not quite sure how this has all worked out, but they're battling away behind us, which is great. Stuart McNichol in the Poohcast is battling away with the Flanders racing team, which is great for us because we have opened up 9 seconds over Trispalv Esports there. So that's great. Them lot can keep carrying on, and that effectively Pierre Heinz is the leader, and we're not quite sure how he is, because effectively he should be down in 9th. Everybody's a little bit stumped by that one, and as you can see, they're not really getting out the way for him there, Callum. So I'm guessing that at the end of the day, he obviously isn't the leader, and hopefully it will all get sorted out, and it's all a little bit stumped here. So Robert, we have protested in a degree of, excuse me guys, what's going on? Why have we got a driver who's apparently effectively lapped the field? So let's see what happens. Don't forget guys, as well, coming up over on JPB over the next week or so, we have got a lot more action. IGP coming up later on, so much appreciated. Undercut up, or you guys lucky with safety car? We undercutted and then the safety car come out, so we were lucky with the safety car. But everybody else hadn't gone in at all. So when the safety car come out, everybody else was approaching into what should have been their pit window. So we had already pitted. So when the safety car when the pit lane opened, pretty much all of the front cars in front of us went into the pits. That's why we're sitting in 4th at the moment, because everybody had to go in. So we were lucky on that side of things, and the undercut has been working out quite a lot here and does seem to be strong. So yeah, overall I think at the end of the day it's been good there for us in general. That's why we're in 4th, 10 seconds ahead of 5th at the moment. So that is all good and great for all of us here at JPB Esports, as we do keep doing a wonderful job keeping the car on track. Stu Rice is getting in the car, then Chris Evans will probably take the end of the car here as well. So a great job from all of these. It's been a very interesting evening of racing so far, and great for all of these guys and all of the guys from Triple P that have effectively come under the JPB Esports banner and has done an absolutely stellar job here as well, showing up that we can actually compete at the top end here and having a great time doing it once more. So absolutely incredible from all of these guys here as well. I believe we have got Callum Island back into the booth. Callum, welcome in with your sir. Are you back?
I am back indeed.
Thanks. Well done for
That's
you.
all right.
You know what I mean? But let's see how this one all pans out here. Callum, they're still battling behind. The gap's opening up to 11 seconds, which is great in general for everyone, and great going on there, because the longer they battle, the more gaps we'll be able to get out.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, that's going to work heavily in our favour, and I'm sure Barnes isn't looking at the times right now, but I'm sure that Evans is probably keeping an eye over that, or Stewart is at the minute, and they're both really enjoying the fact that those guys are battling pretty well and quite hard behind, and there's a big group of them, but the GTPs are now coming through there, and your leader of the race in general, the GTPs, he's making his way through the pack as we speak, and then P2 is also coming up fairly quickly on that pack, so that could mix things up a little and make things a little difficult for them, but hopefully not for us too much. Trying to see, I think Barnes might be slightly catching Damien in front, so if Damien is listening to your stream and keeping an eye on things, he might want to put his foot down a little bit, because we are closing that time down just slightly, so there could be a little JPB rivalry coming up here over the next lap or two.
Yeah, we have closed quite a bit. There's Damien there as well. The car needs a clean. Thank you very much for that, Robert, as well, for pointing out the obvious that, yes, it will be, I'm sure, cleaned at the end of the race. We're not really going to do it at 5.5 hours in. So there we go. But yeah, let's see how this one all pans out. We've got our brightly coloured yellowed, blue and white machine here sitting in 4th, which is great, because effectively we're up 13 places, which is awesome for us as a team here. How's it going so far? We're in 4th, Tom. We're up 13 spots. We're in 4th place. So, yeah, great job. Great job from all of these guys. Callum, don't you think, overall? And Chris Barnes has done a stellar opening stint.
100%. We know he's our strongest driver out on the team today, and that's not me sort of firing any shots towards my own teammates either. We know that everyone knows that he's strong, and when he focuses, he's really got this pace in him, especially when he's in VR. It kind of blocks everything out as well, so that's always a benefit. But he's done a spectacular job, and I really enjoy doing endurance races with Barnes, to be fair. Me and him done the Nürburgring 6 hour before, and one of the most enjoyable things ever, because I'm not the quickest, but I'm very consistent. So me and him together, we work out quite well, because he's got the pace, so when we need the pace, he can deliver that, and then I can deliver the consistency. But yeah, he's doing a fantastic job so far, and be interesting to see what happens when Stu gets in the car. Again, another driver with good consistency, and it'll be nice to see him riding around the GT3, because every time I've watched Stu race recently over the last couple of months, when either I've been away on holiday or my PC's been broken during the last GT4 season, he's obviously been in nothing but an Aston Martin, so it'd be nice to have a chance to watch him in a GT3 Ferrari, because well, when I joined Triple P, we were always in GT3s, and then it kind of moved to GT4, so it's nice to come back to it again, and on such a good event like this as well. There's nothing better, really, is there?
Absolutely, I fully agree with you, and I think it's incredible. We've now got 12, nearly 13 seconds to the guys behind. This is still absolutely incredible. Where is effectively, apparently, the leader has lapped everyone up to Chris Barnes. That is making no sense whatsoever. I do not physically understand that, because he's almost catching second place. So there's the leader there, effectively. As you can see, all of the GT3s fighting out behind here as well, scrapping it off once more. But apparently we're now bordering line getting lapped, which still doesn't make sense to any of us here at the moment, Callum, does it? Because we were nowhere near getting lapped when this first safety car come out.
Yeah, no, we weren't, and I think there was some kind of issue. I think I've seen something like this before. I'm currently using Race Labs overlays, and I have been. I normally tend to use this when I'm actually racing myself, because it's just a bit easier and a bit better with performance as well of the PC. So I've been using that, and I've noticed that this does have some issues sometimes when it comes to safety cars, where the whole sim will kind of like almost bug out and not kind of register where people are exactly. So I've seen something very similar to this before, not obviously identical, but yeah, we'll see what they do on the next interval, because obviously they say they'll fix the things then, but until then we've just got to kind of sit and hope, really, because as it stands, if they're going to do what we think they're going to do, we stand in provisional P3. So yeah, fingers crossed it does work out like that, but we can only wait and see, really, to see what they actually do.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. They've got to try and get something all shifted and sorted out here, because, as I say, there was no physical way that guy had coming round and nearly lapping all of us, which just effectively doesn't... No, go round the outside. Come on, bro. Oh. You effectively cost yourself then. Gee whiz, Batman. No words, no words. What overlay do people recommend? Well, you've got Race Labs, you've got SDK, you've got... what other overlays is there that other people use? Generally, Race Labs and SDK are the main ones, I think. I don't think many people use any others. SDK is more in-depth and broadcasted, to be able to be broadcasted, where Race Labs isn't. To a degree, it's not an ideal broadcasting tool, but SDK, if you want to look at broadcasting, you can do that. There's lots of different things, as you can see, with the overlay that you can edit. I believe they brought colour editing into Race Labs now, haven't they? That you can edit the colours?
Yeah, they've had that in there. I will say, as someone that uses both, or I just use Race Labs at the minute, I haven't got my SDK back yet, but yeah, someone that has used both, I would normally use Race Labs when I'm not streaming, and I'm literally just racing for myself, because it's just nice, it's compact, and it's just easy. You just click one button, it's all there. But then if it's anything like on stream, or you want something that looks good and it's slightly more accurate as well, SDK all the way. In my personal opinion, it's definitely better. And you get your value for money with that as well. It can be a bit complicated to learn to use to start with, but to be fair, just start clicking buttons and just see what happens is the best way to learn, to be honest, because you can chop and change anything and everything, especially if you know code. But if you just want something simple, basic, obviously SDK offer all sorts of themed overlays as well, so you don't really need to do too much there. So yeah, that's what I'd be sort of leaning towards anyway, is SDK for anything that's going to be on a stream.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. If you're looking to do any form of broadcasting or anything along them lines, then yeah, obviously for me SDK works. Obviously, where I can design overlays as well, it does help, because it allows me to create lots of different things, like the Clios. I can base real life off the GT4s. There's another one I've done as well for somebody who asked me to do one for them. I did a full design on their stuff. So there's lots that you can do with SDK. It depends on really what it is. ATVO is another one, but that is well beyond my limit of being able to figure out that form of software. I can't get round ATVO. My head just doesn't want to make it work. So yeah, ATVO is another option, but that is really complicated. So if you want simplicity, a mixture of simplicity, then go with Race Labs. If you want simplicity and a bit of customization, go with SDK. And if you're full bore wanting to customize the whole world and change everything and get pictures in and do all this wonderful things that you can do with ATVO, then go and check that one out. But for everybody else, it's just really most of the time it is SDK and Race Labs. I think they're the two easy. I think Race Labs is still free, isn't it, to a certain degree, Callum?
Yeah. So Race Labs is free to a certain extent. Obviously, there are things you can have that are limited. For example, I can just tell you a couple of the things that you actually get for free. So you'll have your relatives, your standings. You'll get the horizontal scrolling standings, fuel calculator, boost box, flags, advanced panel, radar, and a blind spot. And that's all you get for the free stuff. You can do little customizations to them as well. You can put them wherever you want on your screen. But then, if you want everything, so there'll be all sorts like a delta bar, lap timing, track maps, data blocks of your choosing, lap time graphs, and all sorts. If you want all of that, then obviously you have to pay. Financially, Race Labs, I believe, is cheaper. But I would still be leaning more towards SDK, to be fair, because in most of my endurance races I've used SDK and I prefer it. It's a lot easier to... it keeps track of cars a lot better, I've noticed. And with Race Labs even now, the map that I have of the track, it currently shows Barnes roughly one corner behind where he's actually at. So there is a slight delay in that as well. And that's not actually changeable, so...
Yeah, Barnes is just gone. We're into the pits now. So Barnes has gone into the pits, which is great there. So for Chris Barnes here, we're now going to be looking at Stu Rice. We'll be jumping into the car and taking over. So we'll have to keep an eye and see how this one all works out here once more. It's should be nice and easy for us here just to go into the pits, roll back out once more and get back up as the car goes up on the jacks. We have lost, apparently we've lost a lap, and I'm still so confused by that one. But we will physically see what happens and how it all goes, and whether or not that actually is right, which I really do not think it is. I think there is some form of error, as we're just waiting for the driver swap to see Stu Rice get into the car here.
I think it's Chris Evans, actually.
Oh!
It's Chris Evans, so Stu hasn't gone in, so maybe a switch of tactics last second. Yeah, because the tactic, I can confirm, it definitely was to put Stu in the car next. From what I was aware, but yeah, we're going with Evans instead. So unless maybe I got the wrong end of the stick.
No,
but yeah, we've got Evans away in the car now.
He did definitely say that he was going to be in the car.
Okay, so I'm not the only one that heard that. That's okay then.
No.
Also, I have just had a little thought, and so if this Get Pole Racing 2 did happen to have a slight glitch, and something was going on, what do they do? Where are they going to put Get Pole Racing 2? Like, are they going to give them a 5-place penalty for a glitch? Like, how are they going to figure out where they would be now? So how will they go about that? I don't see how they're going to easily repair this situation without controversy.
There's going to be controversy no matter which way they go about it, I think. But they've just got to obviously do it in a way that... Well, I'm not sure. I was trying to bring up some magical way of them being able to do that, but I'm not entirely sure how that would actually work. Do you know what I mean? I'm not entirely sure how they would actually make that work, considering that they're out of sync, aren't they? They're lost somewhere in the world in conjunction with where they should be. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure how that one's going to work out. I've got to be honest.
And I think there could be some internet/latency issues with the drivers on track.
Right.
Because I'm hearing that there's been several drivers that have disconnected, which I've just checked and confirmed that is the case. And I've heard reports from our driver in the car at the minute that all the cars have disappeared and they've reappeared now, but they disappeared for about a good minute or so. So it sounds like there could be a little server-wide issue going on at the moment.
Well, let's
I'll keep an eye on it and see what's going on.
Yeah, well, the Flanders racing team have just crashed. So Dominic de Klerk has done that in that Porsche. In that Ferrari, sorry. So he's just crashed that car. So that was one of the guys near us. Andrew Lofell, who of course was in the 528 when it was spinning quite a lot, has gone and done that. So the 516 looks like it could be under a little bit of trouble. Safety car now, or what we're hoping for best case scenario? Best case scenario, to be honest with you, if a safety car did come out now, everybody else, they pitted on lap 27, 28. So 40 to 41, maybe 42 there would be a best case scenario, that if there was a safety car now to let them in and we retake them through, that's fine. But there are pit stops that people have got to do, so we'll have to see how it all pans out. But over the next couple of laps, to be honest with you, Robert, I think we will find out where everybody lies here. But that Flanders Racing Team Delta were the ones chasing JPB down there, Callum, and I think at the end of the day, we will find out how they're getting on, as we are waiting for an update on the connection situation here as well. So there we go, we're back in the booth, and we've got Stuart Rice. Stuart, why are you not in the car?
Right, so before Barnes went in, my entire sim froze. The menus were still working, the sim was not. Then, after I got back in, Evans jumped in the car. Evans then started having connection issues. So I don't think this is something to do with the specific computer. This is something to do with the session. I'd hope not, but Evans is... We just had to chuck him in.
All right.
This wasn't as planned, but... Yeah, it is what it is. Evans is so far... That's going to be a slowdown. Evans is so far... He's still lapping. It's the best we could do.
All right, well, something's better than nothing. At least we've still got a car out there, and at least we've still got something running. Whether or not that would be, Chris Evans or whoever, at the end of the day, it's still running, which is fine. That's the thing, isn't it? It's a fine thing. We've still got it going. We've still got the car out on track, and we're still in 10th. Whoa!
Is Barnes... Oh, no. To be fair, that was that team again, wasn't it? Yep, Team Red X 521.
Yes, he's having moments as this young gentleman in this Team Red X car. Yeah, get out of the way, Chris.
I don't know what that was. Because it looked like he basically went, I'm going to take this move, and then went, oh, no, I'm not, which really threw Evans off. Like, you could literally see him make that turn, and then he was like, wait a minute, he's not going to do this, so he had to move out of the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't actually register there that anything went on with that situation. So we will try and, well, I can't have a look back. It's not picking up that anything has actually gone on. So there we go. In the process, obviously, we've lost the Flanders Racing Team. They've gone into the pits. They had an incident and spun up the car and went and hit a wall. So they've dropped all the way down to 22nd overall, 13th in class, which of course was the team that we were initially battling there, Stu.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there. Well, I guess it is what it is. As you say, it's just a case of... It's a shame seeing teams drop out of a race. I don't like seeing teams drop out of a race, that's for certain. But... Yeah, I guess right now Evans is just trying to get his head down. It's really thrown the race on its head for us, but end of the day, just got to keep it going.
Yeah. Keep it going, keep it moving, keep it going forward here, and that's basically the best that we're going to be able to do. In 10th at the moment, but we have got a lot of pit stops coming up in front of us as well. That twin turn sim racing is got to pit as well. We are the highest pitters out of the top 10. So hopefully, Robert, we can start moving forward once more and start developing it as well. I will say one thing, the Drive for Wishes the whole thing collectively at the moment has raised over $15,000. So obviously massive success there. We are currently $28 away from our target of 200. If you can help us out and donate as little as $1 or £1 or whatever you've got there spare, I appreciate we are near Christmas and everything else, so thank you so much. If you can help us clear that goal just to get us past that $200 mark, and we would have hit our target, which is absolutely amazing. As Evans says, still in 10th. We're going to wait for the pit stop cycles to finish off, and they are going to be very, very shortly, as the crash test dummies, as we speak, are into the pits. They've only just stopped. That's going to be a place that we are going to gain here, so that's another one there as well. Moves us now back up into 9th, Stu. Which is ideal, but we've still got this magical get pole racing out in front by about 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, so I did have an ask to see what the possibility was there. It looks like under the next flag, they are going to call everyone round. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they should be sending people round. So if he's let me have a look at the timing. 1 lap ahead, they should wave round the entire field around that car to get them back to the front, or at the very least, that's what they've said, is they'll reorganise at the next safety car. But yeah, I think we don't know yet. I think that's the problem. We also don't know when the next full course yellow will be. So I guess it's just a case of hoping and waiting. But yeah, if the full course yellow rules are followed, we should have most of the field wave round.
Yeah, well, hopefully that would be ideal, because then obviously we can be back into the true position of where we should be. Hopefully the safety car won't come out yet, as we're going into the last 5 hours of this race. 5 hours 15 minutes with Chris Evans. You can afford to take a little bit more wider line coming out of there, dear sir, as well, if you really wanted to, Mr. Evans. But hopefully we'll be able to start moving our way back through as people start coming back into the pits. We're up 8 positions at the moment, one of the biggest gainers in the field, almost the biggest gainer, apart from Killian Roche, who has gained 9 places and is still running around as he is there as well. So a great job from all of these guys here. What's the mood in the booth at the moment, Stuart? Are they happy? Are they not happy?
I would say, I wouldn't say they're either, really. I think it's a case of, I mean, obviously Evans would rather have not been in the stint right now, but we had pretty much no option. I jumped back in and I managed to get the sim open just as he got into the car. So at that point it was too late to switch stints, and he may as well go out.
So is he doing one stint and then you're going in?
He's doing my stint. I will then do the last stint.
Right, okay.
Which puts a little bit more pressure onto me. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's how it is. I mean, I'm just out here going, yeah, it's technology. We're not in a real car. We're not on a real track. Inevitably, there is going to be some teething issues with the networks. I think we can't. I think the main point I'd put is we can't really afford to be worrying too much about what has happened. We need to worry about what will happen. And we just need to make sure that we finish the race still. I mean, it's part and parcel of any races. There will be issues. There will be times when you're just like, what do I do now? And it's a case of knowing what you want to do rather than worrying about what you need to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I fully agree on that one as well. So let's see what goes on here and see how they go once more. We are hopefully going to get near this team. No, we're not. I don't think we're going to close, because we were behind this team going into the pits. They have done a 2-3 second pit stop quicker, as we're not coming into that final part of the section yet. So we are now. So unfortunately didn't quite jump them in the pits, but they also got out in front of Twin Turn Sim Racing, who we should jump when it comes through to the pit stop cycles. So a great job there from all of these guys here once more. Callum has rejoined us. Callum, are you back?
I am indeed, yeah.
Okay. You don't sound very excited today, Callum.
Oh no, I am. It's because the way I have my microphone, it's really close to me, so I don't have to shout too loud because my throat's killing me.
Okay.
Because while I was ill, I've still got a really bad dry cough, so I've got a lovely mute button next to me, and I've been constantly pressing it because I keep coughing. So my throat's still not fully back to 100%, but it's getting there.
Right.
So yeah, I've got the mic closer, so I don't have to raise my voice as loud as what I normally do.
Okay, that's fair enough then. Well, there we go. Hopefully we should now be looking at starting to move through the field once these pit stop cycles are going to carry on. Didn't quite get ahead of the Maguire's team that were in front of us. That we've got about, well, we lost somehow 19 seconds, which I'm a little bit confused about how that one's worked out. But there we go. Pucast Motorsports are still battling away with Triz Palv there as well. I'm going to nip off for 2 seconds. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Mr. Milam and Mr. Rice here, as I will put us on the JPB team, who you can follow around this circuit, guys. But I will be back very shortly. Gentlemen, over to you.
Well, it's been a little while since I've been in this position, when I've been taking over the duties from James on the JPB YouTube channel, but you know, everything goes in like roundabouts, as they say. So yeah, we are back, but at the minute Chris Evans is doing a fairly consistent job so far. He's got quite a large gap behind him to the car that's there in P10, Jason Kinslow, 19.8 seconds behind, so he's got quite a healthy gap, and well, it's not looking that bad at all, really, for us. I'm still curious to see what will happen with the Get Pole Racing 2 team, because I'm unsure how they're going to deal with that situation, because what I was saying, Stu, since you're now here as well, what I was saying to James is it's a weird situation, because when they go to try and, I wouldn't say punish Get Pole Racing 2 team for this, but when they go to make things right again, what do they do? Because how are they going to picture where this? They can't just put them back to where they were before the safety car, because then they may have moved, they may have gone up, or they may have gone down from there since. So it's a tricky one. What do you think they might come up with?
I think the fairest and most reasonable decision here would simply be, like, granted, obviously you've got the whole issue of they might have gained positions, they might have gained time, they might have lost time. The fairest and easiest thing they can do is send the entire GT3 field round them. That's the fairest and easiest, I think, because they're only one lap ahead. They're not meant to be a lap ahead, so removing that lap by doing a full send around on the field, which the only downside is that could get very confusing and very difficult. There's not really a way to say pull up in the pits and wait. I mean, that would be that'd be the simplest way, but you're effectively giving them a 5-minute drive-through penalty.
So what you're saying is the best way for this to be resolved would be to let all the GT3 cars go through and basically to even up the field again, so there's no cars that have been lapped, obviously, apart from the Team Lee Watson car. We can still wave them around and get them to reduce one of the laps, but there's well, that won't really change the position for those, unfortunately. But the rest of the grid, obviously, that will then bring everyone into play. And obviously, if we're going to be on the safety car anyway, the whole group will be bunched up. So I have to agree. I think that makes the most sense. But like me and James were talking about earlier, I think whatever they do, it's going to cause some controversy. I don't think there's a way to go about this without causing some kind of controversy here or there, no matter what they do, whether they leave it or do something. And we're just going to have to play the waiting game and see what happens. But I know James has already asked you about what the mood was in the booth with those two as they are racing. But what's Chris got to do in this situation now then, with this stint that he's doing? Like, what's his main aim? Is it just consistency, or are we now trying to aim to try and catch someone up, or are there any targets in play here that you can mention?
So my main concern right now is that his times aren't showing.
Oh, okay. So you're wondering if there's maybe some off tracks going on at all?
No. So my concern is so we both had connectivity issues. To answer the first question, I think our goal is to just get to the end still.
Yes.
Yes, he could be getting some slowdowns. That would explain the laps. But at the end of the day, he's still lapping within the low fours, which is what we want. Honestly, at this point, because he didn't expect to be in the car, I didn't expect him not to be in the car. All he can really do is try and lap as fast as he's able for the next good couple of hours, and then I'll have to take over and do what he would have had to have done, which is bring the car home, which is probably one of the harder runs.
Yeah, it is, and it well, what's the best way to explain it? Yeah, it is and it isn't, but I think the driver themselves make that more difficult than what it is. So if you focus on just being consistent and bringing the car in one piece, and you keep that your main focus in your mind, it'll be like a walk in the park. However, if you were to sit there, and I've done this before, I've been guilty of this so many times, if you sit there and then you're like, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and defend this position. You try and defend to the line, you put so much more pressure on yourself. The best thing to do, not make it easy for the guys behind, granted, but don't fight them as hard. Just get the car home.
Half the time I won't fight anyway. I think that's the thing. I'll fight if there is a position to fight for. But if they are evidently quicker and evidently more aggressive and evidently want the position more to the point that I think I'm going to get punted or I'm going to hit them, it's not worth it. Not in an endurance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's...
I think it's key to survival, really, for the entire race. No matter what position you are and what stint you're doing, you've always just got to try your best, because you're always thinking, oh, I need to do well for my team here. I need to perform. These guys are relying on me, and I think that's the biggest thing, really, is knowing that your teammates are sitting there watching, and you're kind of worried about what's going through their minds, like their opinion on your driving or how you're doing, things like that. It's like, am I doing this right? Am I going too slow? So there's a lot of things that do pass through your mind and cause stress. But at the minute, I will say the person that doesn't look very stressed at all and is actually doing a fantastic job is obviously Mr. Evans in the vehicle. He's got Gino coming up behind, who's P3 for the GTPs at the minute for the Flanders Racing team. And there he goes, flying straight by. But... yeah, Evans ain't doing such a bad job, to be fair. He was closing the gap a little bit on the cars ahead. That has extended out just a tad again, but I think they're fairly even pace, because I'm noticing a lot of up and downs. So, yeah, the pace is not too bad between those guys. But I'm noticing these curbs are a bit of a killer towards the end of a lap. And... how much can you actually cut? Because I saw a couple of those where Evans there had like 1 or 2 tyres on the inside sausage curbs there. So how much of those can you actually cut? Because obviously you've done a few laps around here now. So what can you tell us about those final few turns?
Well, he got a slowdown for that. So evidently that was too far. The last couple of turns is... I mean, I could talk round, to be fair, from the start of this lap, because there's a lot of points where there's going to be some issues with curbing. There you can't go too wide, which is what he's done. It's this next corner where the big slowdowns are, because you can't really go too wide. It's 2 tyres on that curbing, the right hand tyres. So if you go fully off the curbing with all your tyres, that's a slowdown. On the last corner, if you again go fully off the curbing with your tyres or past the white line is probably more reasonable. That would also give you a slowdown. So there's a lot of time to be gained, but there's a lot of time to be lost. That's the problem with the whole.
Yeah, and I think momentum is a big killer. Not only for normal like little sprint races, but obviously endurance races as well. It is a massive killer. You always want to try and keep your momentum up, but it's not necessarily easy with tracks like this. When you do have those off-track moments, you get a black flag here and there, or you accidentally hit like the sausage curbs on the inside or something like that, which then entail you to either have a slowdown penalty or just decrease your pace and momentum through that corner, which then kind of sets...
Wait.
I think... Wait.
How have Enquires and Get Pole Racing 3 also taken a lap on the rest of the field?
Get Pole Racing 2 had lapped every single car up to us because we were P4. And then we pitted and then when we pit, they were Get Pole Racing 2 were directly behind us.
So it does make sense.
So I know Get Pole Racing 2, who are currently P1, they did overtake us while we were in the pits. And P2 and P3, I'm not sure. Because obviously they were actually in front of us, so I'm not too sure how...
That may be a timing issue.
Yeah, I'm not... It's all a big confusion cloud at the minute, so we'll just have to wait until Is it the next safety car they're doing, did they say?
Yellow we should get will come up in the next 2 hours, I'd say.
Yeah, I think James said something about within the first 4 hours we'll see 2 safety cars, if I heard that correct.
I'm not sure. I remember in the driver briefing they said it would come up random during the race.
Yeah. I mean, we kind of want to hope it's sooner rather than later to bunch the pack up a little bit and try and give us a little bit more of a fighting chance of catching those ahead and sort of, bring in a bit more adrenaline into the situation as well. Because we all love some tight racing, and yes, this is an endurance race. It's not necessarily all action-packed, but the more the better. And the car at the minute behind, Jason Kinslow, is slowly catching. But Chris is very strong through this section of the track from turn 23 all the way to this turn here, which is turn 28. He's incredibly strong through there because he is actually gaining on the car ahead. Then it's on the exit speed that he kind of loses it again as well. So something to look out for there.
So the hardest corner here is those cuts. He did that perfectly. That right there is possibly the best for it. In terms of that, he should have actually had a lap from that one because no, abnormal lap. So yeah, it's due to some off tracks that he's not registering valid laps. It doesn't mean that he won't get it, but it just means he won't get his time registered. So we can't necessarily see what he's actually doing lap-wise. I think as a whole, to be fair, the race has been fairly good so far. Across the board, the LMPs have all been very, very fair with how they overtake most of the time, apart from certain teams, who we've already named multiple times, so there's no point in mentioning them again. But yeah, it's a case of... Yeah, there's only really so much you can do, really. It's an endurance. You can't predict what's going to happen around the next corner, literally. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and I've just been informed that we've gained 8th position now. We've gone up over the Twin Turn Racing, who have pitted, from what I'm being told here as well. So that's always good. We are slowly moving up the grid again. Chris is now doing a pretty good job at keeping Jason at bay. Jason is now 11 seconds behind us, so he's actually gained some time on him. And we're still 7.9 away from P7. We're not getting any closer, but we're not getting too far away either. It's still staying roughly the same time. I think the pace is very similar between the two drivers. I'm hoping that obviously that gap closes, but I think it's going to need a real big push from Evans, and I don't know what condition the tyres are in currently. So yeah, we'll just have to see how this one plays out, I feel. But how are you feeling with the tyre aspect anyway? I think we've worked out now that you kind of need to take tyres on every pit stop, pretty much.
Yeah, because it's a very ruthless track. You're going at pretty much full back all the time. And those tyres are going through the hardest time they possibly can, especially on a track this long.
Yeah. But how are you feeling with that? Does that sort of give you any more confidence at all, knowing that you're going to have a fresh set every time you pit stop? Or yeah, I'd say so. I mean, a lot of people would go, oh, if we're going to change tyres, I'm going to lose all the tyre temperature, we're going to lose the tyre grip. If anything, you're going to gain it. You're not necessarily going to lose grip, because I'd rather have tyres that hold their grip all the time than tyres that drop off. Because at the moment, it doesn't look like the tyres drop off very hard, so they're just really slow, and then you'll get to a point where it's like you can effectively learn the tyres over a lap. So they drop off so slowly, but so consistently that effectively you don't notice, if that makes sense, or at least that's what it looks like from outside. And taking tyres is probably smart anyway. Yeah, and then it's the challenge of trying to get the temperature back into the tyres, and then basically getting back up to speed again, and hoping you can settle back into that rhythm and carry on that pace. But speaking of pace, car in front of Chris Evans is slightly pulling away now. Well, just as I say that, the time's coming down again. Oh no, it's going back up. Here we go. So as I was saying, the time is going up from the car in front. So we are losing a little bit of time there, but we're keeping it consistent to the car behind with Jason Kinslow. There is a GTP car P3 for Eclipse Racing Esports. We have Matthew inside of that, and he's 4 seconds behind Evans at the moment. So in a few corners time, I imagine, or probably the next turn, in fact, we'll see this GTP car come and hopefully overtake in a fairly safe manner. And this is actually going to be an interesting place to meet him, but I don't think they're going to be close enough.
This will be quite
certainly
simple,
not. Yeah, that should be okay for Evans and not cause too much of an issue. Did the lap time go through this lap round?
Yeah,
or was
4:01. He's lapping actually relatively quickly.
There we go.
He lapped faster, so you know how you said the person ahead. He's lapping about a second faster.
Ah,
On the
okay,
last lap, he
interesting.
lapped a second faster than Sergei Bravun for, I'd assume that's Traspalva. But Sergei got a 4-minute dead on the last lap. Evans got a 4-minute 1.5, which means he's not that far off the car ahead. So basically, rubber band a little bit back and forward over a lap because that's how it works. Drivers are better in certain sections than others. But quite frankly, seeing the number 8 on the side of that car is very nice. Being in the top 10 is a great place to be. I'd say that's what I'm really liking at the moment.
Well, I think that's much better than what we were all kind of expecting to get going into this. So we will happily take that.
That's one of the big loves about this whole thing. It's like we expected to just finish the race and try and do as well as we could. Right now, we're in 8th position. We've still got 4 hours 56 minutes left. We are by no means anywhere near to the end. We haven't even reached halfway. That being said, Evans has been lapping around this. My average lap time in practice was around what Evans is doing now. So hopefully if I can get in the car and gel with the car again, I think we've at least got a chance of finishing this. I think finishing is the important bit. Anything after that is a bonus.
Yeah, and I think we still have majority of our quick repairs yet left. I don't know if we've used any yet.
We have 1 gone.
1 gone. Okay, so we've still got 7, and we're into the 3rd hour at the minute. So we're doing fairly well.
Into the 4th hour at the moment.
4th hour. That's a good point. We are into the 4th hour.
We're
Sorry.
into the 4th hour just. So.
But we're in a good place because technically the fast repairs you'd have 1 an hour. And to only use 1 in 3 hours is fantastic. So, again, that's got to be more pressure off of your shoulders, if anything, knowing that you're the last driver to go in, that you do have that to fall back on if you need it, which hopefully you don't, but obviously should you need it, it's there.
I have a buffer. The buffer is nice to have, and yes, it'll probably take some pressure off my shoulders, I think. I won't think about the buffer because I don't want to use the buffer. You should never have to consider the buffer because if you're considering, if I was considering that constantly, it would be a case of, well, I think I'm going to get rammed off the track or I'm going to hit a barrier, which I don't want to do. So, yeah, we also did find out one very interesting thing as Evans just gets an off track there. There is no disqualification limit.
That is interesting.
There is no disqualification limit, and you cannot get penalties for off tracks. So he is, by the looks of it, making advantage of that green track piece. Because there's no risk of him getting a penalty from it, and there's not really been much of a risk of him getting a slowdown. So where you can utilize the track limits, I mean, obviously that I wouldn't say that's cheating in any way, personally. And other teams seem to be using it. I have been having a look at other teams go around. They also seem to have realised that that's a good point for them to extend the track limits just a tiny bit. No one's like going full round corners across the grass, etc. But extending the track in a safe and reasonable way is to be expected. A little bit of a recorrection going into that corner. Yeah, it's a safe and reasonable way. Most other cars that I've seen have been using it. And as I was saying to Barnes and Evans at the time, we were all talking about it, is at Le Mans you are more likely to get a slowdown than you are a 1X. Because you gain so much time by cutting the corners here that it just immediately chucks you a penalty for going wide. So you're more likely to get a slowdown.
Yeah, 100%. And, well, all the GTPs have passed at the moment. The next one is quite a way away from Evans, so he shouldn't have any issues there with those. But some GT3s around him, but there's still plenty of space between him and those at the moment. So not any major concerns as it stands. He's still got plenty of air to breathe and plenty of space that's going to hopefully keep him calm in the cockpit there of the vehicle and focus on his race.
Oh, there you go. That is the limit. That is just about the limit for that corner. 2 tyres barely on the edge of the rumble strips there, but that's how far you can push that before it starts becoming close to a off track. So that was a perfect example, Evans. Thank you. Yeah, I love this track. I do very much like it. It's difficult to learn, it's difficult to drive, and it's very difficult to battle around. But I can't not like Le Mans, especially when people nickname it Lemons.
Very true. Very true. I've not done too many laps around here. I'm struggling to get used to the track, but I have to admit, if I do get used to it, it can be a very nice track. So yeah, I'd have to learn this, and then maybe at the next event I can try and get involved a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so as we go around onto, I'm not entirely sure what lap we're on at this point. We are currently on lap number 42, so 43rd lap we're on now, as Evans is just making their way down this straight just to ensure that they're just keeping on the track, keeping it nice and safe, keeping it clean. As Team Bandolay is starting behind just a little bit faster than Evans, good 3 seconds a lap faster, so they're a tiny bit further back on the track. So if they keep going at that pace, they might catch. But we will have to see. Down into the corner, they're just trying their absolute best to stick within the track limits, of course. Making sure not to go wide. Evans currently on a 402.156. And just trying to keep it nice and simple. Just going to have a look back further through the field as Evans is just running down to that. Let's have a look at the Porsche at the moment. We've got Eclipse Racing just trying to get past a Porsche on the straight. There you go. Let's do that. So, car in front of Evans. That will be on track. That will be Traspalva Esports. Currently running a last lap of about a 4-minute dead. So, and heading into the Porsche curves now. So quite a bit of distance for Evans to gain at this point. So I think that team might be just out of reach. As yes, they do seem to have overtaken Infamous Esports, who are now the next car ahead of Evans. But Evans is doing exactly what he should be doing, just keeping it simple, keeping it safe. Not getting unnecessary off tracks and just making sure the car comes back around in one piece. 4 hours 50 minutes remaining. It's not long. Very likely at some point they're going to have to do a pit stop. Just keeping an eye on the lists. So there's no one in the pits as of now. No one's needing to pit. That's a 4:01, so a good lap from Evans there. Under a second off of where the qualification lap was, so that's excellent.
It's all good times at the minute that he's putting in then, by the sounds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
This car, I have to admit, this car does look absolutely world class going around this track at the moment with this livery on as well. It's been fantastic to watch it to this point as well, so thank you very much to everyone that is watching live. currently with the JPB YouTube channel. I appreciate each and every one of you. I believe we have a target of 200 Great British pounds, I believe. I think it's in pounds. I hope it is. And we'll get the update soon on whether we've hit that or not. I think last time I remember hearing about it was about 172 that we were on out of 200. So I know it's coming up to such a festive time of year, but if you are able to give and help those at Make-A-Wish reach their targets, then please do so if you have any penny spare. But obviously don't make anything more difficult for yourself. But we do have kind of like what James was talking about earlier. We do have this kind of like downtime in this race at the moment, where things are a lot quieter. There's not as much action going on, so it's not edge of your seat stuff, but we aren't mega far away from the cars ahead, and we aren't massively far away from the cars behind either, so we're kind of equidistant between the two different vehicles, but there is still all to play for. We know that there's going to be a safety car at some point, of which there could be some controversy, because obviously they've got to deal with the situation of Get Pole Racing 2. What they do with them, I'm not too sure, but we will find out very soon, I imagine. But I believe we have a Mr. Parfit back in the booth now as well.
I am, yes. How is it all been going? I've gotten...
unless he's still muted. I think he's still in the booth with us.
I am in the booth. I am here. I forgot
He
to...
is. I
forgot to unmute in Discord. I was eating my dinner and, you know what I mean, and chatting to my daughter who's just got home from a birthday party, and it's all going off here as well. I can see now we're sitting in 8th place in class, which is great. Moving forward to 11 second gap, or 10 seconds to now, to the infamous esports guys, who have got their front bumper back, so they have been into the pits. Everybody else has been in to the pits here as well. It looks like our very good friend Mr. Damien has had a little bit of a moment here. They've managed to hold on to 3rd place, but it does look like he may have given himself a little bit more of a challenge, as the Porsche does Porsche things and spins him round. So unfortunately for Damien there as well. How's it all going overall though? Callum, how's it been?
Yeah, it's been good. Evans has seemed very consistent. As you can see, he's kind of in a good, healthy spot at the moment. Good distance between the car in front and behind. The two cars ahead of him though, 6th and 7th, they are not necessarily battling it out, but they are very close together. There's not much splitting those guys up at all. So they could be battling soon, we're going to hope, but there's no guarantee with that. So all we can do is sit here and keep our fingers crossed. But yeah, as it stands at the moment, he's been lapping very consistently. Good lap times as well, I've heard. Low 4 minutes. I've heard a 4-minute one a couple of times, I think, and just under that. From what Stuart Rice was telling me, I believe. So he's lapping very quickly. This was kind of the qualifying pace, and it's on target for where we want to be. We were kind of all saying we need to be around the 4-minute mark, and this was like a week or two ago. So he's hitting all the targets that were set by the team leading into this race. So yeah, fantastic, consistent stuff at the moment.
Right, okay. That's always good that we are going forward. These guys are battling in 5th, 6th and 7th, should we say. They're half a second apart at the moment. So let's see how this one all pans out. They are going to work on this full course yellow to see how they arrange this. I'd be interested to see what they do, unless they wave around literally everybody behind this leader, who has somehow managed to lap all of the field, which may not seem unusual in a endurance race that a car does manage to lap the field, but to be doing it within the first 2 hours is a little bit far-fetched here. So we think there was an error somewhere on that one. But for us ourselves, for JPB, we're sitting in 8th there with a GTP going past us. As I say, it's 11.5 seconds be in front and 14.5 seconds behind us. So that's always good. That was Stu Rice. You popped back in, Stu. Are you there?
Yep, I am returned from a little bit of a break, just a tiny break. But yeah, it's good to see Evan still on the track. They're still lapping relatively quickly. 4-minute dead last lap.
Yeah, 4
Then again,
minute
he's
dead.
getting a few slowdowns.
Yeah, 4 minute dead, 0.49, so that's always good. Slowdowns we can handle to a degree, I think. Overall, we can deal with that one. It looks like Dominic de Klerk from Flanders has had another moment. He's been off the side of the circuit and come back on about 20 seconds later. So that's obviously one of the guys that was challenging us in that first half of this race. 4 hours 43 minutes though. How's Chris in the car? Has anybody been to see Chris? Do we know if he's okay?
Barnes is there spotting. At least when he had to get to the car, he was okay. And I'm sure he'll have got into the gist of things now, because as much as he may not have wanted to necessarily be in the car at this point, because the plan wasn't that, I think he's dealt with the unexpected very, very well. And as you'll notice there, incidentally, as he goes wide onto that green, you'll notice a very interesting thing I mentioned to Callum, and I didn't know if you'd noticed, JP. And that is that there is no disqualifications for off-tracks. There is no disqualifications and there's no penalties.
Yeah.
There is no maximum off-track number, which means you can extend the track at certain points. A lot of teams have started doing it.
Yeah, I think probably a lot of teams have found that out, to be fair, and probably carrying more speed through. I think if you're going to have a no off-track limit almost, it's going to allow for people to use them kind of grounds and make that exertion that they are going to extend the racing circuit. It's just fairly obvious. Obviously, they're not going to go and rifle across a chicane and completely cut it out, because the slowdown will kick in anyway. But I think overall we're probably near enough whereabouts we probably should be on the circuit. I know we got a bit lucky earlier on with the pits and the safety car cycle that kicked off the first one. Do we know when they're going to be looking at the second safety car, or is it just within the last 4 hours that we're hopefully going to be getting it? Because I thought I read it was going to be in... that was
understandable. Fair play to him.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be within the first 2 and the first 4, and then they were going to let them go, but maybe I'm wrong on that one.
Yeah, maybe. I know that they only said in our driver briefing that it would be random.
Right.
Just at any point. That's what I gleaned from that. I think what we kind of hope is that, as Callum and I were talking about a second ago, is we hope that it's sooner rather than later.
Mm-hmm.
Because that will then bring us a little bit back in. So currently we've got a slight deficit on our time due to the first full course yellow. So technically our stints wouldn't quite reach the end, which is not the end of the world. It's minimal amounts of time. It's certainly not enough to worry about. But that's one consideration right now that we've got. I think that's probably the easiest way to put that without saying too much. Is there's just a bit of a time discrepancy which we're trying to sort of sort out, which Barnes did a good job of, because he took the car right to the edge of the fuel tank, and minimised it by about half. So minimised that time loss by about the time deficit by about half. So yeah, I think still so far we're happy with how it's going. That's for certain.
So the plan for you to get in the car, Stu, is what, in a couple of hours, or?
It will still be as standard stints, yeah. So I don't quite have the exact time yet, or the remaining time number that I'll have to get back in at, but I know it should be somewhere around what we originally planned, give or take 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, well, Dominic de Klerk from the Flanders team has had a big old moment now. He unfortunately looks like he's gone, and that Ferrari is not doing him any favours, whether or not that's his own latching out on the drivers. Into the wall, loses his bumper, and unfortunately for the Flanders team, their race has kind of fallen apart since their earlier incident as well. We've got Jacob Little from Team Vanderlei. He is currently about 10.5 seconds back. So, and then we're about 12 to Benny Romero from the infamous esports team going forward. So we're on roughly, I think, guys, as well, where we want to really be as we go into the last 4 hours and 40 minutes of this race, and we'll see where we're ended up. You know, I'm hoping, though, guys, as well. Callum, what do you reckon? Top 5 could be a possibility?
Oh, 100%. It's definitely on the cards. there's no reason why we shouldn't be pushing for those kind of positions. But we've still got, 4+ hours to go. So we've just got to basically see what happens. Well, I think, again, consistency is going to be key. There still could be some carnage after this next safety car, because we saw that it did actually cause a couple of people to spin or crash. So we've just got to capitalise on those situations and, hope that things kind of fall our way. They have done so far, so let's hope it carries on.
Okay. Well, there was a recent update coming out, guys, from iRacing. Now, I don't know if you've seen this update. If you haven't, you should go and have a look at it as well. One of the things they've talked about is multiple rescans of tracks and how things are going to be looking on the beautification kind of things of iRacing. Jamie Dengle's there, entered for the next in the next BDLV, which is absolutely awesome. There are still sign-ups available, guys. If you want to get yourselves involved, head over to JPBroadcasting.com and click on BDLV at the top, and you can have a look at that one. There's still sign-ups open for GT4s, Clios and TCRs, all available as we take the TCRs off to Europe as Chris Evans comes into the pits once more, and we'll see hopefully how this one goes. Now, the new update for anybody as well, they have said that they will be introducing rain, which is going to be awesome for most people. I can see the GT4s and the Clio session as Evans misses his pit box there by quite a way, which is not an ideal scenario. What's your opinions on the whole rain situation? Where are you going?
What is going on here?
I don't know.
There we go. He's done it.
What's your whole opinion on the rain kind of situation? Callum, starting with you there as well. Are you excited for the rain to come in?
I think in general, yeah. I think it's going to add a spin on things and a twist. Twist that's much needed. It's definitely going to be something that's going to spice up many leagues. Like, I know obviously that you're keen to introduce it to some of the JPB leagues, and I think it would actually bring some good entertainment factor to it, and it'll take a whole new kind of skill level for it as well. So to be honest, I can only see good things coming from it, but I'm also a little bit skeptical in terms of, I know they've been working on it for a long time, but first time we're ever seeing something like this, obviously in iRacing to my knowledge. So I'm not going to go with it's going to be perfect first time. I think it's going to take a while to get right. I know that they've said they're trying to perfect it for a little while. I'm not saying I don't have faith in the iRacing team, but we'll see what happens when it comes out. I'm still not fully set on it being, pristine and perfect the moment it releases. So we'll see what happens. I've got a little bit of skeptical about it, but I think we're just gonna have to wait and see and see how it feels on track.
Okay, and for you, Stu, what do you think on the rain situation coming into iRacing here as well? Let us know in YouTube chat what you think is going to be happening. Do you think we should license cap it, or do you think we should let it be run from rookies, Stu? What do you think?
I think that keeping it out of the rookies would probably be a smart idea. Mostly on the experience front more than anything, just in case. That being said, I think it's a good addition to iRacing as a whole. Yeah, I do agree with Callum on the fact that there could be a case of the skill becomes actually a little bit of a problem with it, because it will be quite a skill jump to suddenly go from racing in completely dry, completely sunny, everyone's got used to it over this time, to suddenly dealing with, effectively just slippery tracks. I personally am looking forward to it, because personally in every other sim I've raced in, I do better in the wet. I can somehow do better in the wet. It's the same between this and in the F1 games and in Assetto Corsa as well, which I'm pretty certain also has rain.
Yes, it does.
I'm generally relatively on the track quicker during a rainstorm, which is very weird.
Well, I think it's just being able to handle where you are on the car with the car. I think that's a big thing as well with that situation with rain. I think the problem is we've waited so long, and there's been talk of rain, well, for as long as I've been in iRacing, and for as long as most people have probably had their membership, to be honest with you. I think it's got to be done. I'm hoping they do get it out so we can at least have a look at it and see how it's going to perform. I think sometimes, when people release updates, they don't double check and triple check what they've done, and sometimes it causes problems. Now, whether or not this is going to come out with a whole new engine, because I know one of the things that iRacing did struggle with, although there has been no kind of official word, is the engine that they've had since the beginning that's never been updated couldn't handle the rain situation. I think one of the things I found interesting in the video is they brought people in from Unreal, and as we know, Unreal was probably the best engine out there, so I think that's going to be an interesting thing, whether or not that's going to be a full engine upgrade as well, which I believe is one of the reasons why they couldn't get rain quite out as they wanted to, because I believe the engine couldn't handle it. So I think the rain coming in will be really good. I do think putting it in rookies might be a good idea, due to the fact that obviously they will then be experienced with it by the time they move up a license class, because if you don't give them the practice, how are they going to get used to it if all of a sudden they go up to a D, for instance, and next thing you know, they go into their first race and there's rain all over the circuit? I think it needs to be proportionalised, and whether or not they're going to put it into rookies, I think it could be a good thing. I don't know what you feel on that one, Callum, as well, regarding that.
I think there's good and bad to it being in rookies. I do agree with what you're saying, getting people used to it before they move up, but at the same time, I'm kind of, I don't know, I feel like you need to, when it comes to rookies, I feel like that's currently World War 3 as it is. You don't want to make it any worse. Because I know when I was in rookies, it was certainly difficult to get out because it was just carnage. There was kamikaze corners and all sorts. So I feel like because the I can't think of the word. Because of the racecraft, shall we say, of how rookies tends to be is not the best. I would, if it was me, I'd be putting it D license up. So the moment they get out of rookies, yes, you've then got a new challenge of rain. You're not used to it, but that's okay. You know, you're a D license, just starting, so there's no big like loss. I feel people will get more sort of angry and frustrated if it was like a B or A license for rain only, because then there's a lot more on the line to lose, and you'd hope by then they'd be experienced enough to, you know, hold their own when it comes to rain. But because you never experienced something like that, you've got so much more to lose because your license is so much higher, whereas when you're a D license, you're kind of like, I'm just starting, there's a long path to go yet, kind of thing. So the way I see it is it shouldn't be in rookies, but at the end of the day, they're probably gonna put it in there because I think they'll just put it in their whole sim regardless of what rank or who you are or anything like that. The one thing I'm curious about though is the dirt oval races in the rain. That'll be interesting, and also NASCAR.
Do you think they're going to keep it in NASCAR though, considering obviously they don't run NASCAR in real life in the rain?
Well, you would have thought they'd not put it in there, but I wouldn't write it off, so to speak, because there's been no talk of it yet. Maybe they'll say something on their next video or their next update to say, hey, look, okay, so the rain's coming this day and we're only going to put it on these limited series. And at that point, we probably will see the likes of, you know, the Formula 1 cars, the GT3s and 4s, some of the Open Formula cars. Probably all the road cars will have it. But I think for the dirt ovals especially, but yeah, maybe not NASCAR. Maybe they'll cancel that out, but I don't think we'll know until the next update video, really.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I can't see them running ovals on the rain, I've got to be honest. I think that would just be chaos, I think.
Chaos incarnate, I think, is probably the best way of describing that in a very, very honest sense.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think it would just be chaotic to run NASCAR in the rain when it doesn't run in the rain in real life. I believe that it's easier to not do that. But again, it's all it's all whether or not their engine can deal with it, because obviously, as we know, they've got to put specific commands in to say, don't do it in this league, or don't do it in these officials, which is going to be quite difficult for them. You know what I mean? Barnesy is Evans is just about to hopefully take 2 more places, as 2 cars from the Crash Test Dummies and VGTR have stopped in front of them, which he has gone through. Obviously, we lost a place to Team Vanderlei after having an 11-second gap and then having slight issues trying to find our pit box in the pits, where we ended up in, out, shaking it all about until we finally got iRacing to connect with us and say, right, you are in there now. So unfortunately we had a little bit of trouble with that, but we've got 6.5 seconds to Team Vanderlei in front, and then we've got Twin Turn Sim Racing, who's still got to pit, of course, again. So Evans not having a completely moment-free race, but the car's still on the track. Callum, sorry.
No, you're okay. You're okay.
I keep forgetting there's 3 in here, so I get on put names on it.
Yeah, no, he's had like a fairly calm race so far. There's only been one, I wouldn't say issue as such, because he handled it very well, but there was only been one scenario where we had a GTP car come up on a tight corner, and obviously he's gone on the inside of the corner. He's obviously cut it to let this car by. I didn't see the build up to it, so I don't know if they were a bit too close together or not. But yeah, I wouldn't say he's had kind of like a walk in the park, so to speak, with this race. But there's certainly elements of it which are a little easier and hopefully a bit more relaxing for him. Because to be fair, take the racing aside and everything else aside, these events aren't always plain sailing, and they can be quite stressful, whether you're organising the events, such as like yourself for the BDLV and things like that, but also like the teams involved as well. There's a lot of people trying to get a lot of things ready all at the same time and all in a hurry. So there's a lot of stress that goes into it. I would say the same for people that make liveries as well, but Deck is just never stressed. No matter how hard you try and make him stressed, you just can't do it, because I've tried. But everyone else is obviously having a very stressful time. The build-up's very tense, so it probably feels very nice to have this kind of drive for Evans, to be fair. And it's any races, I'd say, almost ideal situation if you're in this kind of scenario that he's in right now, where you can just kind of almost put your feet up a little bit and still drive as quick as you can, but you're not worrying about anything. You're then purely focused on the tarmac ahead of you and getting around as quick as you can. So all those worries and all that stress that you had before of the build-up is now all gone and flown away, and you're now focused on what's ahead of you or what's going by you as the GTP car just overtakes him there.
Yeah, I think that's it, isn't it? This is that kind of it's almost what I generally call the Sunday afternoon sleep period when you're watching the Formula One. You watch the first 10 laps, eat your roast dinner, get on the sofa, snore away, and then wake up 10 laps before the end. Obviously, I'm not recommending that anybody go and fall asleep before the end of this one, because I'm sure there's probably more spice getting in there as well. But I think for, the JPB team, it's just now ticking off the laps. I think that's the thing that they've got to do. And to be honest, they can't really do a lot else with what they've got. As much as we would love to see JPB up front, everybody across the team's level are different. Barnes' level's different to Evans. Evans is different to, Stu, who's in the booth with us. So they've got to play it by haven't they? Got to try and do the best that they can do in the stint that they've got to be able to start looking at maybe moving the car forward a little bit. You know, at the end of the day, it is for charity, and we are raising money. So the joy, the thing of winning isn't, you know, a massive thing, but it would be handy there as well. Rah! Says Austin Draper. Well, good evening, Austin. How are you, dear sir? Hope you're very well. Here this afternoon in America, or what is it, early afternoon, is it? It's got to be sort of 1 o'clock for you guys. So thank you so much for joining us there, dear sir, as we're following along with the JPB esports team, who are currently 10th, sitting in the GT3 class. Been a bit of an up and down race. We've had safety car that somehow has put a car a lap ahead of everybody else. We've got all sorts of things, incidents and accidents and all sorts gone on so far, but we're now settled down once more into that period here, Callum. And I think that's one of the main things that people have to focus on. And I think, yeah, it's hard because Chris Barnes did do a stellar job right at the beginning. He did go out, he put on his best show that he did. He got the car up into second at one point, you know, and the team itself, I think, is led with their strongest driver. But it's now just having Evans and obviously Stu, who's up in the booth with us, just to complete the race, get the car across the line, see how they get on, and that's it at the end of the day. Because I think sometimes, as much as winning would be lovely, I don't think it's the be-all and end-all of life. You know what I mean, Callum, I think, on that one?
Yeah. And I think, yeah, like you were saying, you know, Barnes has had an incredible run. Chris Evans is also having a fantastic run as well. And I think, obviously, Stu, you know, hasn't got in the car yet, but fingers crossed he'll also have a very good opportunity in the car as well, and a chance to sort of show his skills and show everyone why the JPB esports team are here, and proven that, you know, we can fight on these grounds, and we can put in a good performance, which we've done pretty well so far, I'd say. So we can, as it stands right now, we can walk away with our head held high, knowing that we've been in the top 3 for a good portion of this race, or a good part of it, so far, as it stands. But, yeah, I think, obviously, we've always got to remember, like, the main thing that we're here for is, obviously, the charity stuff as well. But not only that, we are kind of putting the whole JPB name out there a bit more as well to a wider audience. Not saying obviously your audience is small or anything, but it does help get the name out there a bit more. And to be fair, for having one of the brightest looking cars, I'd say, on the grid as well, that also does some benefits there. So it's a fantastic opportunity, not just for, you know, Triple P to have the privilege to race under the JPB name, but it's also good for, you know, yourself as well to get the brand out there more, and show what the community is kind of made of, because we're representing the whole community, not just one person or one company. We're, you know, representing a lot of people, and it's been an enjoyable run, and it's certainly one that we've been preparing for quite a while, and I'm a bit bummed that I couldn't be racing in it, so to speak, but another opportunity will arise, I'm sure, and I will certainly be grabbing that one by the horns and going for it. So yeah, it's been great so far, and there's still plenty of good racing yet to come, as well as another GTP goes flying by there. But we still have another racer to get in the car yet, so yeah, I'm sure there's still a lot of action to come. Another safety car yet to go as well, so a lot of good things to happen yet.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing. From your point of view, Stu, has the nerves settled down now, knowing that you didn't have to jump into the car straight away? Or what's going on with you now in regards to preparation? Because it's only going to be, what, a couple of hours, I think, before you get into the car here. What's going through your head thinking at the moment?
Honestly, just hoping that Evans keeps it on the track until my stint, really. I mean, I'm not actually too worried about my stint now. I've just got to sort of get it done. I think that's the best way I can explain it, really. Which I know is a bit anticlimactic given the question, but genuinely that's where I am at the moment. It's just, I've just got to get the stint done. Normally, I would be quite nervous about it. I don't know why I'm not nervous about it. It is weird.
Yeah. But it's the way it goes there as well, Robert Stotton. Milky, there's always 24-hour race. Not sure if you fancy that one.
I believe that will be the 24 Hours of Silverstone from the Brit Car series.
Yeah, but that's not yet, is it?
It's coming up very soon.
When is that, Robert? Because you reached out to me in DMs here about that. What's the situation going on with that one? Because you haven't spoken to me any more about it. So I'm a little bit confused of what's going on there. But hit me up in DMs about that and let me know what the situation is. I know we were going to enter a team as the JPB team, so let's see what goes on. But give me a shout, Robert, in DMs. Let me know what's going on with that situation, or if we're still not, or we are, or what's the situation on that one. 4 hours and 18 minutes to go, guys, as well. There's not a lot of action happening throughout the field, to be honest. I would show you the other sort of situation of what's going on, but there's really not that much happening throughout this. One of the closest ones is Flanders and this crash test dummy team. They're sitting down in 13th and 14th in class. There are people starting to come into the pits now as well. Where is Mr. Evans? Oh, we're only at the Mulsanne. Okay, so we're not going to get the 5th, 6th, and 5th, 4th, and 3rd drivers in front of us. So unfortunately, we're not going to get them, but people are starting to come into the pits there once more. I've got my team. Oh, okay. Well, no worries. No dramas for me. Thank you very much, though, here as well. So well done for getting a team together in time. What do we think the overall sort of feeling is of today, Callum? You know, did you think as a team, if we get top 10, considering from where we started down in 19th, we can sit back and hold our heads high, or can we sit back and hold our heads high anyway if we manage to get the car over the line?
I think in an endurance race, one especially that's 8 hours long, you got to hold your head high just making it across the line. I think that's an achievement in itself. I think, if my mind serves me correctly, I know we're under the JPB esports team, but since we are all Triple P members that are, in and around this team with you, I think this is the longest endurance race that Triple P have taken part in. Because obviously, I think the BDLV ones were 6 hours, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you're not mistaken.
So, this is the longest one we've taken a part of. So, to be fair, as long as we get the car across the finish line at the end, then I think we can all walk away with our heads held high. And I think what position we finish in is just going to complement the situation. It's going to feel great to get across the line for one, and then for getting a position out of it, a fairly decent one as it stands as well. That's just going to be, hats off, fantastic work, and all the, like I was talking about, all the stress pre-race and everything like that, it's all going to be worth it, and all the build-up. And I can say for a fact that both Barnes, Evans, and Mr. Rice as well, they've all put in a lot of hard work and practice into this as well. They've done fantastic jobs. Even when myself have been slacking while I've had the flu, so they've done an absolutely fantastic job, and they're obviously picking up my slack as we speak for doing 2 hour and 40-minute stints. But like I say, hopefully I can get involved in the next one. But yeah, I think if anyone's going to walk away from here with their heads held high, it's going to be those three, 100%, and then obviously yourself as well, because the team's under your name, and getting any decent position I feel will be good. Yeah, I think that's it at the end of the day. I think, just finishing the race is always a big thing, and I think going forward, it's exciting. It's making you wonder where or what can happen next within this sort of scenario as well. And I know there's a lot of things going on with other sort of leagues that I've been involved with, and some of them obviously are looking at carry-ons, some ain't looking at carry-ons. So in hindsight, what's the situation? What's the next step for JPB in general? We're obviously got the 3 leagues running at the moment. So, whether or not a endurance league is going to be an option, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'll have to see and plan it out. There's always a lot of planning that goes on in an endurance league. I think that's the thing, because obviously
there's just a massive amount of things that could happen, that could go wrong. I think that's not a surprise there. So, let's see what happens and how it all goes, and whether or not we look at putting a car into the brick car. We've got a few weeks, and I'm aware that we're still probably able to do it. So we'll have to have a look and see if that's something on the horizon that we want to do. I think you're going to need, a few more drivers to do a 24-hour race, though. I think that's the thing, isn't it? 24 hours is a long, long time. Stu?
Yeah, definitely. I think we just, Sorry, I'm also a little bit fried like Callum is at the moment. I don't know why right now.
I think if for the 24-hour race, I think let's have a little look. So it's on December the 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. So I think if you're able to get people to cover those time zones, I think it's definitely doable, and I think it'll be a hell of an event as well to be a part of. 24 hours. I know you said it's long, but imagine how high you can hold your head after that kind of event. You can't get any better than that, a 24-hour event, and with the track that it's at as well, quality stuff, really.
Yeah, well, we're just going to have a look and see when sign-ups do actually finish, because obviously the last thing we want to do is arrange a team and then find out sign-ups are done, because obviously that's a little bit counterproductive for everyone. So we're just going to have a look and see when it's going to be finished, or what the situation will be. I think going forward that could be the big thing. I think just trying to make sure that we can obviously get a team together in time, and making sure sign-ups are open. I know I've got Mr. Robert Stotton is on it for me as we speak here, to have a look and see how and when they all finish. So we'll keep an eye and see what he comes back with, and see if it's going to be remotely possible, and we'll see if we can stick a team together. I'm on it, he says in YouTube chat as well.
I'm assuming that's a GT3 race.
3-4 and TCR.
3-4 and TCR. Oh, okay, so
It's quite a big one because it's the official Motorsport UK one.
Yeah.
It's sponsored by Butt Kicker, so it's quite a large event.
I mean, as long as there's no minimum I rating requirement needed, then I will say now, I will put my name forward for it.
And JP, I am also going to jump in the background and go, hi.
What does that mean?
I might.
Oh, you might.
Yeah. I might.
Well, yeah.
I might put my name down. It depends whether Rob is running the team and wants
to be honest, James, if you decide not to put a team in for it, I might try put a team in for it anyway. So because I'm kind of
stealing my thunder.
Yeah, no. It won't be under the JP name. It'll be like my own team, because I'm really. I've been thinking about it. It's kind of toying with me, because Rob had messaged me about this privately. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday, but
Rob Williams.
And it was Stoughton.
Oh, okay.
He was he messaged me about it not too long ago, and it was kind of toying with me with the idea, and I thought 24 hours, imagine that. And I thought, well, to be fair, I stream at stupid hours anyway, because my audience is mostly American, so I normally have to stay up on the weekend till about 5-7 a.m. in the morning sometimes anyway, so it would kind of make sense. I wouldn't mind doing that, to be fair. So yeah, I have to admit that's something that I want to do, so you have to let me know if you get a team up, because I will happily put my name down for it if there's no, like I say, no I rating minimum marks, which I've been told that obviously, well, we've been told that there isn't, but yeah, as long as it is that, and that is the case, then should be all good. I will 100% sign myself up for that.
All right, well...
Same here as well. It sounds very interesting. It's one of those events that you don't get very many opportunities to race in 24 hours.
No, you definitely don't. I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's merely sort of being able to do what you've got to do, and, be able to successfully do it. the question will be obviously getting everyone together to make sure it's all sorted out. I'm trying to ask a question in the thing at the moment, but currently I cannot be asking questions, so whether or not I've got to wait on that one. Just wanted to make sure, obviously, sign-ups aren't shut. It doesn't say that they're closed on their website, so maybe we'll get speaking. I'll put a message out in the Discord in a minute. So maybe we can get a team together.
As an interesting fact, I will mention, you do need an esports membership to MSUK. So if anyone is interested, one driver from each team must have a paid MSUK esports membership. It's the same thing as a race license.
And how much is an MSUK race license?
So MSUK membership is $24.99 a year.
And that's a prerequisite, is it?
Yeah, you have to one member of the team, just one, not all of them, just one.
Right.
One member of the team has to have a paid esports membership. I mean, it pretty much gives you access to approved and organised events. That's all it really does. A couple of discounts here and there. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll put a message out now, and we'll see if we can get some racers involved, and see if we can get some cars there, and see if we can get some cars out on track, because that would be absolutely awesome as well. If we can get some cars out. Mr. Jones, are you going to be driving? What do you think? You're going to be coming along and get yourselves involved? That would be cool as well. I'm still typing, so, carry on for a minute. 4 hours left on the clock. Still in 10th, chasing down Team Vanderlei, which are about 15 seconds in front of us. And we've got 22 seconds to VGTR. So we've got nice little gaps developing here, and a nice little gap behind. So we could cement a top 10 here, Callum.
Oh, we certainly could do indeed. I mean, I'm still not one for right enough positions, so I still think there's a potential P5 on the cards as well. Anything's possible. Remember, we still have a safety car yet to play out here as well. So yeah, there's going to be some interesting elements thrown into it, but anything could happen. So we still could finish P19, but we could easily finish within the top 5. It's just a case of whether things will fall into our hands or not, and what hand we are dealt, really. But we'll soon find that one out.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Just seeing how it all develops and seeing what goes on, and whether or not we can start making our way forward. Pitting on that 46, we're now on 61. So 56, we're going to be coming into that pit stop window again for Mr. Evans very, very shortly over the next couple of laps, I would have thought. VGTR are in, and they pitted behind us. So we are going to be looking at going in, I think, very, very shortly here, Stuart, as well, to try and sort of get another pit stop under our belt.
Yeah, exactly. I just think they've got to make sure that they get in there and out of there. Hopefully this time stopping in front of the guy with the board would help this time round. My opinion on stopping at the board is just, if you have to slow down a bit too much, it's better than missing him. So that is one big positive. But yeah, I think it's just a case of being consistent on pit stops. That's all that really matters overall.
Yeah, I agree. I think just being able to successfully get in and get out and get in and get out would be an ideal scenario. Just being able to, as you say, finish the race there as well. Craig Jones, I could barely last 24 minutes, never mind 24 hours. Well, you ain't got to do it on your own, have you? You know what I mean? You haven't got to do it on your own. You can, there'll be a team of people around you, Craig. Hell, I might even get me steering wheel and come and have a go. You never know. Because broadcasting for 24 hours is an absolute killer. Done that before. and don't wish to be involved in that one solo again. But it looks like here we've got the VGTR team have had a moment, and there is also looking like another moment of another car involved in that one. Cillian Rush, I believe, has also had a moment in the Porsche, and that would probably be a Porsche doing Porsche things coming into this final chicane. It did, it just snapped him out the other way, and then miraculously spins him round completely and utterly randomly there as well. So a couple of other people dropping off as we go along here. Some more people into the pits for repairs. That's kind of good for the JPB team, I think, at the end of the day, Callum, because there's less places we got the jeopardy of losing.
Yeah, 100%. And the more the race goes on, the more things, develop and stuff. We've got cars that are multiple laps down, so that's just going to work in our favour.
I think so as well, Stuart. Don't you think that obviously, cars dropping out, it could be a good thing for everyone, because obviously it means we've got to not have to worry too much about the situation in general or being able to overtake people?
Yeah, I think cars dropping out does do that. It gives us a tiny bit less pressure. It means we don't have to keep watching over our shoulder as much. I'm pretty sure I don't think I've seen a car around Evans for a good few laps yet. Just spotted a car off the track up there. Just off in the distance. But yeah, I think it is just a case of getting around the track at this point. I don't think he's got to worry too much about people behind him, even in a pit stop. You're not going to lose enough time to really have an issue. So it definitely takes pressure off, that's for certain.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think going forward, it's definitely going to help and assist in general, because it will allow, people to start recovering from their situations. Obviously, pretty much most people have had a little bit of a moment or whatever is going on here. I think could be an interesting development over the next 4 hours, which believe we've obviously already been going for already, and the fact that we're still sitting in the top 10 is ideal. I've just had confirmation that the guys at Drive for Wishes has just hit their $17,000 goal. So obviously if you can help out with the JPB goal of $200, that would be absolutely amazing. As we are still $28 short of that 200 goal. So if you can donate what you're able to, that would be absolutely incredible here as well, as we're going into just about the final 4 hours with the JPB esports team still in the top 10 and only 16 seconds away from Team Vanderlei in front, and we've got 48 seconds on the guys behind, which I think in general, Callum, has been incredible over this period of time, because there are some teams that haven't even lasted the 4 hours.
Yeah, 100%. We saw quite a few teams that dropped out quite early doors, and some that are a bit more recent. So again, that's just another reason we can hold our head high. We've managed up to this point, and we're looking strong for the rest of the race as well. And I don't want to sort of big it up too much, because I don't want to put too much pressure on poor Stu's shoulders, who's got to try and bring the car home. But I'm sure he'll do a great job as well. And the main focus now is literally just get across the line in one piece. We've got plenty of room to the car behind in terms of not the GTP but the other GT3. So there's plenty of space, and we've just got to focus on bringing her on home and having a nice, cheerful race. Yeah,
I agree. I think that's the thing, just enjoying what they're doing and being able to, have some fun and kick back and go ahead and just get some, laps off the board, get some time down, allow some GTP through without having an error there as well, which he did do as well. That was Eworston in the 88 car, which is a good few laps down. They've, for Vermilion Racing, they've had a bit of a rough one by the looks of it, because they are currently what's that, 14 laps away from the Flanders Racing Team Bravo for the GTP. And of course, we've still got our friends over Team Heap Together with Stephen Koenig behind the wheel currently as well. Stephen, who does the BDLV charity event, is sitting 4th in class. So a great job from them ones, but it is looking like they are nearly on borderline being lapped, and they are there as well. But for our own selves, we've got Chris Evans sitting in 10th at the moment, who are here and doing an absolutely stellar job. And hopefully we will be able to get it to the end of this race and celebrate coming over the line 8 hours into this one, as we have gone underneath the last 4 hours. These stints, Stu, they're very long. I'm surprised you've not gone sort of 2, 4, 6, 8 hours rather than 2 hours and 50 minutes or whatever it is.
Yeah, 2 hours 40 minutes, and yeah, they are quite a long stint. I'm not entirely sure why we didn't split them up as a whole, but I think we can make them work, that's for certain.
It's just a long time.
It is, yes. A long time to sit in the car for.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, 2, 4, 6, 8 would have been a little bit better, and maybe everybody did a stint and, break up the last one or something. I don't really know. I think going forward is, yeah.
On the plus side, it does mean that we're in the pit less time in terms of the driver swap, so that is one positive. Whereas some teams will have 4 drivers, or potentially, I think some teams with 6. So we will lose a little bit less time than them, but yeah, it's quite a long stint time.
How are you going to be on your stint at the end?
I think it should be fine, but at the end of the day, I've just got to make it stick.
He says,
that's it. I will be tired.
He says Callum yawning his head off.
I was yawning then.
Yes. So.
But then again, I will have food before then, so.
See, I've had my dinner. I've just eaten it. That's what I was.
Food just before giving me enough energy to get through it.
Yes, my chicken with leek mash was very nice. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it was actually. The missus did a good job and cooked it rather well. So big props to the wife there for meat, herbed chicken, leek mash, and carrots. So there you go. And now I'm waiting for me. I can't think of the word with it. Blancmange to set so I can eat that as well, to be honest. Very interesting. I know. Callum, what's on the agenda for your dinner this evening?
I've already had it, actually. I just didn't tell any of you. I was kind of like doing it in between commentary lines. So I managed to, in the booth with yourself, I managed to smuggle in a shepherd's pie, my friend, and mash that down. And yeah, all without anyone suspecting it.
That's probably because I talk a lot.
Possibly. But this was why you were eating as well, so you weren't actually talking.
Oh, so
Yeah.
wow! Stuart talks a lot then. Well,
Oh,
there you go.
he had to cover while I ran to get it, yeah, and then I tried to do one line, boom, mouthful, swallow instantly, no trick, just gone.
Very
And keep going like that.
Very nice.
Done it quite well. I've had good training.
Oh well, it sounds exciting. Stu, what are you having for dinner this evening?
Mine will just be basic mac and cheese, to be honest.
Oh, mac and cheese. Ain't had that for ages.
Yeah, it should be enough to deal with doing a bit of ousting.
Is it canned mac and cheese to make it easier?
No, it's proper mac and cheese.
Okay, I'm just asking because the canned mac and cheese
I
isn't
know,
that
yeah,
bad.
the canned variety I can't stomach for some reason.
Oh.
I just find it very, yeah.
Very
Yeah, it's very, yeah.
I don't know what it means.
Canned mac and cheese tastes a bit plasticky to me. That's the best way I can describe it. It's like eating plastic.
Right. Okay.
Assuming that I know what plastic tastes like, of course. But
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you know what it tastes like?
I just really don't like it. I'm bad with heavily processed foods anyway. So
Depends on what type of plastic you like, really, because if you like acrylic, that's been like vacuum molded, then it tastes a bit weird. I know that's going to put you right off, but I'm dead serious. I know what plastic tastes like.
Is there a specific reason why you know what plastic tastes like?
I wasn't a very clever child, James. I wasn't very smart at all. I just was hungry one time, and I thought, you know what? That's food. I'll take a bit of that. Didn't end very well. Yeah, it didn't end very well. Teacher wasn't very happy either that I just bit into the mould that they had made. But hey ho, you know, you can always make another one, can't you? So lovely little one-piece meal for me.
Lovely. With Rob commented in YouTube chat saying, what has this chat turned into? Crayons in the nose. Well, I got an interesting story with my boy, who's now 18. When he was a kid, I was around my mother-in-law's, and my son walked in, and she had them candles that looked like cupcakes. Well, my boy actually thought they were cupcakes, and then took 2 mouthfuls out of these candles, and then obviously come out into the kitchen going, and I'd realised he'd eaten a candle because he thought it was a cupcake. So yeah, message to all parents out there: don't put cupcake candles on a tray and make them look like cakes, because your kids will eat them. Well, mine did anyway. So there you go. Another eventful evening of trying to recover wax out of my young boy's mouth, which is pleasant. Not an ideal scenario there as well, as you come under the last 3 hours and 53 minutes of what has been an 8-hour race. We have done nearly 5 hours already here for the JPB Esports boys of Chris Evans, Chris Barnes and Mr. Stuart Rice, who has joined us in the booth, of course. And we've got Callum Milam, another one from the team who has had man flu this week and has not been able to drive. Callum, that's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, you got nail on the head, mate. Absolute nail on the head. Been ill all week and haven't been able to lift up my wheel until yesterday, like evening, and then put a lap in this morning, and it was the first clean lap I got. So if I wasn't feeling so ill a couple of days prior, then I would have been like, yeah, you know what, we'll still do it, we'll give it a go.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it was a bit too late.
No embarrassing young Edward, Dan Lewis. Yes, it was Edward who ate the cupcake when he was a kid, who happened to be a candle. And Robert there, you know the fruit bowls with wax for show, the worst when you're hungry.
You know what's even worse? Potpourri.
Oh, really?
Potpourri, I know someone who has eaten potpourri by accident.
I don't know how, the smell puts me off just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know how anyone can just go, yeah, I'm going to eat that. It smells like a toilet air freshener, but I'm going to eat that.
Yeah, I know there's obviously some illnesses out there, I think they're called pica, that basically as a kid, if you've got this thing, you'll literally just think everything's got food, and everything's food. You would eat wood, coal, dirt, metal, whatever you can put in your mouth. You're constantly hungry. But yeah, and I know pregnant women have got these weird things of wanting to go and eat coal, but I can safely say I haven't. I've probably eaten dirt over my time, but then again, which kid hasn't eaten dirt, I would have thought.
It's a fair point.
Yeah, it is. It is. But there we go. As we are now able to flash somebody to get them out of the way. That's Danish Ramat from Team 922 Racing Team, with Chris on the lights flashing frantically there as well to get him out of the way. That would be ideal if you could kindly remove yourself before I go on my blue flag rant. Thank you very much for that one. And Mr. Evans does make it through. There's a couple of the leaders of the GTPs going through as we speak, and they're into the pits as well. We're waiting for Jacob Little from Team Vanderlei as well. There's people that eat sofas and bricks. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a very bizarre situation when all of a sudden you're looking at people munching weird and wonderful things. You know, I thought having a Subway with meatballs and barbecue sauce was weird until I heard pregnant women eating coal, so now I don't feel so weird now as well. Callum, to be fair.
I mean, you know, you can eat anything. Effectively, everything is food. It just has a different taste, right? It's still going to fill you up. It's just you got to be careful, like quantities. That's all.
So if
Portioning.
So if I'm sitting here staring at my mobile phone about now, right? Are you physically saying I could sit there and eat it?
Yes, because I've seen a video of someone eating glass. I'm pretty sure that's circling around YouTube still. Because there's this series thing which goes into people that have like weird things that they do. Well, that seem weird to everyone, but obviously them. And there's this one guy who generally eats glass. I think he's in India, if I'm not mistaken. And he just sits there and he loves eating glass. So he'll generally have like a window pane for lunch. And that silence tells me everything I need to know. You're processing, I know. But I'm dead serious. I have seen the guy eating glass. He takes out, like, you can tell it's snapped off because it's obviously in like a triangular shape and you can see the point. And he just casually bites it. And then just you can hear him crunching away on it and just swallows it whole and just drop down. So yeah, you can eat anything, mate. So if you wanted to take a bite out of the Ferrari after the race is finished, then be my guest.
No. I'd rather not. Because that's just very, very weird. And I've actually just found the video of the Indian man eating glass. It's...
Well, there we go.
Why are you doing that? You're not pregnant. I don't know. That's the end of watching that video after the first 20 seconds. Mr. Evans is back in the pit lane once more with 3 hours 47 minutes. Please hit your marks this time, Mr. Evans. That will be absolutely amazing as he keeps it close to the wall this time, because I think that was what the problem was last time. No such issues there, so great job from Chris. So yeah, an absolutely stellar job from him. I believe we've lost Mr. Rice's feed again. Are you having more problems there, Mr. Rice?
Yeah. I'm not sure what happened there. It just crashed. That was a straight up crash. Last time it was just the sim froze, but all the buttons worked. That time it was a full crash.
I don't know about you, Callum. I'm a little bit worried here with Stu Rice having two crashes in the last 4 hours. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, there have been a couple of concerns all throughout this race. Before the race, before we actually got in the booth to talk with you, we actually had a slight issue where our first driver was actually having a storm. And he did pre-warn us that he's like, guys, there may be a high chance of power cuts. So luckily that wasn't the case, but we've had all kinds of scares so far. So this is just another one to add to the list. Hopefully everything will work. Worst case scenario, if it doesn't, I think we've had a situation like this before. I don't know if it was Stu or not that had this issue, but we had someone that did crash midway through their lap, like in terms of the sim crashing, and the car instantly got towed back to the pits by default, and we just quickly swapped driver, and I think Evans went out. Stu, that might have been you. I can't actually remember who that was, though. But yeah, we've had this situation before, and if that does happen, obviously, if Stu is still having issues, he'll let the others know, and they'll be prepped and ready to sort of jump in at last second if needed and finish off what we started.
Okay, well, let's hope we don't have that problem, and hopefully we will be okay, and we can get Mr. Rice into the car, because he's been talking a good game all the way through, and you know, it'd be good to see him out there, wouldn't he, and see how he gets on at the hands of this Ferrari, as JPB are now down into 11th after their pit stop. I believe before I started, that's pit stop number 6, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Rice, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, thoughts on F1 this week?
Being attacked.
Why?
My partner's walked into the room and has started tickling me. Don't do this during the race.
Who?
My partner.
Oh, very nice.
Sitting in the background, sorry.
That's all right. We'll
I'm going to have to mute quickly.
Yes, mute him in the process. We'll mute Stuart so we don't hear some tickling going on there as well. Just message me, Stu, when you're back. Thoughts on F1 this weekend? Well, to be honest with you, as I've just watched Chris Evans go in very, very deep there with a GTP of, I believe that's pronounced Cussy, is just gone through there as well. Evans has got Jeremy Horsford from the Crash Test Dummies 9.5 seconds back. Of course, we have pitted here as well. Thoughts on the F1? Well, I saw that Verstappen won again. I saw Leclerc get Perez. And apparently Verstappen got penalties in the process. Callum, did you watch the Formula 1?
I didn't watch it. No, I don't tend to watch the whole race anymore until Max Verstappen stops winning, to be honest, because it kind of gets boring. But I did see that there was some good racing. There was a bit of controversy, obviously, with this race weekend for F1, because obviously I think it was free practice 1, very first time being out on the Vegas Strip. They hit a manhole cover that was not fully cemented in properly.
Yes, I did see that one.
Yeah, so that tarnished, I think it was Carlos Sainz's car, and then they were obviously replacing the parts for repairing it. And then he got penalised for repairing the car that, had broken due to a track not being safe to race on. So a lot of controversy this weekend, but I will say his racing partner, Charles Leclerc, he done a fantastic job. And when I watched the highlights, it was a lot of Charles Leclerc on there. And he made like a last-ditch effort in the last couple of corners. A good sort of, I wouldn't say it was a dive bomb, but a very good move on the inside of I can't remember his name. Checo
Perez.
Yeah, he done a very good move up on the inside of Checo, and it was world class, and he managed to pull off the position and put himself up onto P2 for the finish. Obviously, no one really rivals the pace of that Red Bull with Max Verstappen behind the wheel. He is a very good race and very, strong and everything like that. It does get a bit tedious watching the same person win all the time, but I'd say the same thing if it was Lewis Hamilton. It just gets a little bit boring when it's the same people all the time. So I'd prefer F1 if it was more even, so to speak, where maybe like there was only 2 different engines you could have. Rather than the 3 or 4 that they have a choice from. There may be more actually, but I just feel like the playing field needs to be a bit more tighter for a bit extra fighting. But then again, the way it is at the minute, it's obviously set up around its own economies, I guess. So that's why those teams that keep winning, that's the way they bring in their money, because the expensive parts they're putting in, the partnerships and the sponsorships. There's obviously reasons for that, but I have to admit, I prefer this kind of racing that we're watching right now live in front of us, because, well, everything's more or less even. The cars aren't really adapted too much. There are setups, don't get me wrong, but there's only so far you can go with the setups. Everyone has the same engine and things, so there's still that evenness about the field, really, even with setups and things applied.
I think we've got Stuart Rice back after his tickling escapade. There as well. Stuart, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. It does look like JPB have been lapped again by Get Pole Racing 2, which, as I say, somehow I'm sure is out of sync compared to everybody else, but we'd be interested to see how this one is dealt with under this safety car here once more. So let's see what happens. Tough one for these guys to deal with. I think they need to get this safety car out, because I believe that they're going to have to give everyone a certain amount of time to deal with the way that they've got to play that. Because if you've got the safety car is out.
Look at that timing, you absolute legend. James, the safety car, he just wills it into existence.
Yes, because I think they needed to. You can't let it go any longer.
No, let's see what they do. This will be very interesting. Because that car behind cannot now overtake Evans.
Well,
regardless of if it's a different class.
Well, by what I read earlier on about can a car overtake on a safety car, the answer was yes.
I guess we waved around.
We did see it on the first one as well, because we saw the GTPs that were a couple of GT3s behind Barnes when he was in the car. They had all actually overtaken those cars very slowly in a safe manner, but they had all parked themselves behind Barnes. So 3 GTPs overtook 3 GT3s to plant themselves right behind him, and that was when he was sandwiched in the middle of a 6-pack of GTP. So...
No, but surely once a safety car comes out, you shouldn't be allowed to overtake.
I completely agree, but I think the way they've set it up, obviously you can.
Because I would have thought that would be a thing. But I don't know. Where is the safety car out on track? He's not picked up the leader. That is the leader there, who has got the Flanders Racing Team Bravo right behind him. So where is the safety car going to pick him up from?
Now pulling out of the pits.
So one more lap under the safety car.
Yeah.
Whoa, what is... I have no idea what these guys are doing at the front, but this is very strange.
Well, he's just let him through. I don't understand.
Yeah, because now that car at the back, the GT3s have to sit behind. I bet you they'll be told to give position back to the safety car. I think they've overtaken the safety car to the game. There you go, I've done it as well. But I think they've overtaken the safety car. They're waiting for that safety car to get back past them.
Yeah, because the safety car's all the way down there. Oh, he's going to...
I forget the safety car doesn't exist. It's completely incorporeal, apparently.
It's a very posh word.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I like the word corporeal. Good word.
I'm going to presume that means invisible.
Incorporeal means of no substance.
Couldn't we have just said that rather than trying to give us a 4-syllable word to make you look clever?
Could have done that.
Okay, just checking. Just checking on that one. Yeah. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. Right. This is going to be the one now, isn't it? This is going to be the situation here to see what they do with everyone. I think while we're under safety car, guys, and we get this all sorted out, we'll leave you with these cars just driving around. But I think us as a team can go and take a break to grab all what we need, as we have got another at least probably 15 minutes before we get back up and running with the 5-minute safety car laps, and they do have 3, so we will have about 15 probably minutes under safety car. So I think me, Callum and Stu will take a break. We'll leave you with the cars trundling round here as well. I'm going to show you one of the videos from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which will then resume with the racing after. But let's see what happens as we're going to go for a break. So we will be back very, very shortly.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, guys, we are back once more here now. As you can see by your screen, we have been waved around twice here, so we're going to presume that we should now be on the lead lap. There is some uncertainties whether or not somehow we're going to be a lap ahead or what the situation is, because we have had thoughts that we are only a lap down, but we're also thinking that we might be 2 laps down, so we're not really sure what the situation is here once this all pans out. We're just hoping that somehow it does work. We've just got to get back onto the back of the pack, which we will be doing hopefully in the next 30 seconds or so, as the pack is coming down now on the first part of the Mulsanne, the back stretch. So we're hoping for that one. There is a little bit of confusion as there's more cars going past here, and everybody has somehow managed to get into different positions, which seems a little bit bizarre, but let's see how this one pans out. Callum, any thoughts on what's going on?
No. To be quite honest, I'm confused, very confused. So, like we were saying just there a moment ago, is I'm convinced that we already unlapped ourselves, so this would now be further than the lead lap. We would have lapped Get Pole Racing too, if I'm not mistaken, because I sworn on my overlay and standings table here that it said we're only 1 lap down, so now technically we're 1 lap ahead, because this is the second wave round we've now had, so yeah, a bit confused as to what's going on, to be honest.
Stu, any ideas from you? Because I haven't got a Scooby what's going on.
If I'm honest, about the same. However, I'm pretty certain I saw that Get Pole were 2 laps ahead. But what I would like to know is how Vanderlei have suddenly become second.
Well, we've got them as 3rd.
Well, they're second right now on the timing, on the iRacing in-class timing. Then it's Infamous Esports below them, and Get Pole are actually ahead of us. So it according to the timing, everyone is on -6 laps.
I'm so confused. Well,
this makes no sense, but we have to just go with it.
Yeah. The only good thing is Get Pole 3 are only 8 are going to be in front of us now, which gives us the opportunity to start closing back in on them ones. I'm hoping Evans puts the pedal to the metal. Where are we on pit stops at the moment, Stu? When are we due in? We pitted on lap 58, which technically is going to be very, very shortly, isn't it?
Should be this lap. Myself and Callum were saying it was probably a mistake not to pit with the rest of the grid.
Yeah.
So we're very, very likely to lose out on this one. I mean, I'm not sure on this one. Up to Barnes and Evans, I'm sure they have a plan.
Well, we will.
And he's on the back of the grid, lovely.
Yeah, he's onto the back. There is everybody there as well.
That should be back in place. I'm not sure why he's passing.
Unless he's been told to.
Yeah.
Where was he at the moment the safety car come out? That's the question.
Literally behind the safety car.
Well, we're in 7th now. 6th is there, 5th is there, 4th is there. 3rd's just in front with Infamous in 2nd, which is also just in the Porsche there, the white and red sticking out. So
yeah,
hopefully we will see.
It doesn't make a great deal of sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't make a great deal of sense, to be honest, but
I've just seen from Evans' stream that he's been informed to stay behind car 26.
So that is the car ahead of him, okay.
Yeah.
So he's being told to stay there, so fair play, he's staying there.
Well, seems very bizarre. Very bizarre here, guys, as well. Thank you so much if you have joined us. Say hi and let us know that you are here in chat following along as we're into the last 3 hours and 13 minutes of this race. I've still got Callum Ilam and Stu Rice in the beat box with me, in the booth, I should say. It's been a long old one, Callum, but, you know, we're looking at getting towards the end of it, hopefully, as well.
Yeah, not too long now, not too long whatsoever. Fun fact, if you take the time that's left in the race, you can actually fly to Greece, or if the wind's with you can fly to Turkey in that time frame. But I don't think these guys will be doing that because, well, we've got to hold our heads high because we've got a race to finish. And Stu has still got some driving to do yet as well, so he's got a stint left ahead of him. And I don't know really how much longer Chris has left of his, but I don't think it's that long. But one thing's for sure, Rob Staten was correct. That car does need a damn clean because there's more black on it now than there is yellow. So yeah, we're definitely going to have to get some people from the JPB community cleaning that, I think.
I think it probably gets squirted off in the pit stops, hopefully. So we'll have to see if it does come out all shiny from the car there. Hopefully it will, because as I say, we have spat up a lot of dirt and a lot of tyre deg and a lot of everything on that car. So hopefully we're coming into the last 3 hours. Yes. Well, it's been another long safety car period, a very long track. I think that's the thing, Callum. You know, a 3-lap, 4-lap safety car, if not longer, because of the extension, because of getting everybody around, has made this about 15 to 20 minutes long, this safety car, which seems absolutely insane.
Yeah, with this being such a long track, the safety car laps are horrendously long. But, you know, it does add that extra spice to it. That does bring the pack all together. And as you could see now from cars 1 to 13 position-wise on the grid, all on the lead lap now. So it truly is now all to play for in the last few hours. So this is going to be more like a little sprint towards the end than anything else. So Chris just needs to make sure he's on it for when this, from when these lights go green, and or from when the safety car goes in, and hopefully get a good restart and get right on the back of that Porsche just in front of us, because they're a quick team. We were fighting them quite earlier in the race, and I think they were P2 for a portion of this race as well. So yeah, if we can keep on the back of those and stick with them, then that'll be good positioning for Mr. Evans.
Yes, it will. So we'll keep an eye on this one and see how we go, because potentially we've got a top 5 here now for the JPB team. So hopefully we will get a top 5 finish if we can. Maybe able to get longer depending on what further up, depending on what happens, considering we have got GTPs mixing it in with the leader of the GT3s. We are back up and running once more here. He has 7 laps of fuel left, I've checked in, says Robert Stotton. So 7 laps of fuel remaining for Chris Barnes, apparently, from the JBB Esports team, who's now got Flanders tucked up right behind him. What's going to happen up front with this young gentleman who's been driving very aggressively for the whole of this race? And, well, to be honest, he's gone further than I thought he was likely to be going, because I did say that I thought he might have ventured into the side of someone there, as Benny Romero just loses a place to Twin Turn Sim Racing, and then everybody else going at it once more. No! Did we miss that Porsche? We did. That's 6th. The Porsche hit the barrier. Nope, we're going to be 7 because Flanders is going to get past us there after that incident with Thomas somebody or other. I've got a funny feeling this was, he come across the face of somebody there. Oh, he did. He come across the face of Patrick Seward from the Maguires or Megures team, as they're going to be running side by side down into the chicane there. For JBB, we are still tucked in behind him. You can see there the brightest car on the grid, the yellow and blue. So we're now in 7th overall. Are we going to be able to pull out more? Well, that will be the question, as we've got 6th, 5th, 4th and 3rd literally in front of us here. And he has lost a little bit of the draft, which is a little bit of a shame. We need to try and keep on to the back of the draft if we can this time around, because we want to hold on to this group as best as possible, because this is where, if there's going to be action and incidents and accidents, this is where it's likely to be, I think, here, guys, as well. But not a bad overall start from Mr. Evans, still on the back of the group now, 7 tenths back. So a great job from him as these guys go running down into turn 15, which will be the Mulsanne corner. Yeah, very exciting beginning once more. This is going to give us a good old bunch of places if we can make it up here. Oh, more contact. He's gone. Oh, I did say that was the one that was looking a little bit more punchy than he needed to be, I think would be the question there, guys, as well. Callum.
Yeah, certainly. I'm just watching the replay back there on your stream, and yeah, things certainly have been very close between all these cars, and I think it will continue to be like this for at least another 3 or 4 laps. Because, like I said, we're getting towards the end now, so it's going to feel more like a sprint, and I think the desperation factor is now going to come into play. Side by side now, Evans is going to get the place done on Infamous Esports, and he's now out in front of those guys there, just behind the Pucast Motorsport as well. But yeah, I think now we're getting to that point where it's going to start feeling like a sprint. People are going to get a bit more like desperate, and they're going to want to start making these ludicrous moves and crazy moves that we wouldn't expect to see at the start of the race. But one thing I have noticed is poor P13, who is on the lead lap, however, absolutely acres behind. The cars currently where Evans is positioned are going through turns 25 and 26. P13 is currently going through turn 14, which is an awful long way away. So unfortunately, car number position number 13, they were stuck behind the team that are in 19, the Lee Watson group, that were behind a safety car. Both waved around, but obviously couldn't go anywhere, so I had to stay behind Lee's car for the entire time. And then when that got cleared, he was able to break away, but hasn't broken away by much as he comes into turn 18 now. But Evans finding a pocket of air at the moment. Like you said, we want to kind of stay in the slipstream if he can of that Merc in front. 0.9 tenths is the time that I'm reading between the two at the moment. So there's not a lot between them. There's still that drafting space there, but we need to kind of keep a clutch hold of that and really grab it by the scruff of the collar. And there's already another car off the track there. It's the white and gold car of the...
Ooh, was that Flanders?
I'm not too sure if that was Flanders or not.
Yeah, because we've now jumped to 5th. So let's have a look and see.
Yes, that would be. Because Infamous is just behind in the Porsche, so that is Flanders.
Yeah, he went off the side of the circuit there. So that's now put us into 5th place. So now we've got the front two are practically nearly fighting as well. This could be interesting because they're not on the same team here. If they end up making contact or taking each other out, this is going to release everybody else behind. So this is going to get very, very spicy as we've got a 3.8k in front and a 4.2k behind. And we're in the 5th place. There we are. You can see it's just in the background now. I just want to see how these guys tackle this next chicane and whether or not there's going to be contact here, Callum. It wouldn't be a bad thing, to be fair, because we kind of, could do with a little bit of a bump up into the right direction. I think if these guys had made contact.
Yeah, I think, again, those kind of things will play into our hands big time there. And, we kind of do wish for that. At the same time, you don't want their races obviously ruined, but that would benefit us massively and give such a boost to not only Evans, who's in the car currently, but it will also give Mr. Rice a bit of a boost as well, because he'll be getting ready for his stint very shortly, I believe, as well.
Yes, he is. However, Mr. Evans did have a big old slide coming out the second Mulsanne now. He's now got Flanders up beside him, who has gone past him due to a slide coming out of the corner. And Chris just gets that car stopped, goes round now turn 15 before we go on the run down that backside. There's the two leaders going through of GT3 underneath you. Chris is tucked in nicely up between the gold and white of of Musili from the Flanders Racing Team Delta, who had their own little issues here this evening as well. Been off the track a few times. They were at one point out and off. They were quite far down, so for them to battle back to the top 5 is a great job for them, really, in hindsight, Callum, because they were quite far back at one point.
Yeah, some there have been some really good fights, to be fair, from a good few teams in this race. Been some great racing from a lot of people as well. We've seen some good side-by-side action, some good overtakes as well. Yeah, there's been a couple of hiccups here and there, but not as many as what I was expecting. It's been relatively clean racing from what we've seen so far for the first, what's about to be the first 5 hours. We're heading into the last 3 here momentarily, and Chris will have to deal with the Ferrari that's closing up quite quickly behind. Now, that is a blue flag car, but looking very pacey, so I'm guessing he's probably going to go for the overtake when he gets a bit closer to Evans, but he certainly does have a lot of speed, so that's going to be something to keep a close eye on, because I'm sure that there'll be something unveiling in a few moments involving that Ferrari behind, because he's getting ever so close now. So in the next couple of corners, I think we'll find out what's going to happen, and who knows, hopefully that might slow up Brett just in front of Chris Evans, and possibly work in our favour. Yeah, from that Flanders Racing Team there as well. He is a blue flag. That is VGTR, who we've seen not had a bumper on and basically had nothing but troubles by the looks of it. It looks like that Flanders takes a little bit of a different line. That's going to unfortunately open up Chris to the Ferrari behind. The question is, do you let him go or do you not? You know, last time out for that car from VGTR, he did a 3:57 while Chris did a 4:01. So 4:01. So in hindsight, he's doing lap times quicker than us, and also the car in front is this car from VGTR. So he could end up finding himself mixing it up with the leaders, because last time out as well, we did a lap time in conjunction with the leaders. So a great job from this guy, but let's hope he's got the ability to go with the pace, shall we say. Yeah, I mean, so far things are looking very smooth and looking pretty good. There's quite a bit of pace on display there, and you can see that Ferrari is absolutely storming away at the moment. I was kind of hoping we'd get a bit of the aero advantage and get a bit of that slipstream going, but unfortunately it looks like we've already dropped out of that sort of zone, and it doesn't look like that's really going to be benefiting us much anyway. So just got to hope that there's a bit of a hold up ahead when this car goes for the overtake, because it's inevitable it's going to happen. You can already see he's caught up to the next car, so hopefully that will cause a bit of a slip up for Brecht, maybe a bit of pressure, a bit too much pressure on his shoulders, and hopefully it slows things up a little bit so we can get Evans involved in that battle and hopefully steal that position. Yeah, well, there is Chris in the background. We are looking at Elin here as from the VGTR just really quickly to see what he does with this Flanders car. Well, that is not ideal, is it really? As he goes, I'm going to say no, because I didn't actually see what happened because I was looking at Chris's car, but I'm about to see it on your replay once again, and well, let's have a little look. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'd be very wary if I was Chris at this moment in time. You know what I mean? Let him go, let him get on with it, and see how it goes. Team Vanderlei are down back into 9th place. I'm a bit confused how they've ended up there and then back up and then back there again. Now for Mr. Evans, it's just staying with the VGTR car in front, who is a lap down compared to everybody else. He's on lap 66 and we are currently on lap 67 here once more. This GTP of Team Red X 521 at the hands of this young gentleman has had another unfortunate incident and seems to be having
quite a lot of unfortunate incidents there. So he bumped the curb and left him there. There is a battle for the lead between the two Flanders racing teams, Alpha and Bravo. Alpha has gone through over, sorry, that is High Velocity Racing and Flanders Racing Alpha, so they've just swapped places. There is still a battle up front with Twin Turn Sim Racing and Get Pole Racing 2. They have just swapped places as well. So they're still battling away quite nicely, and here comes Mr. Evans again with the Flanders racing team being caught by the VGTR, who has got pace for days, maybe not necessarily the driving racing craft to go with it, possibly?
Yeah, possibly. It's a bit of a tricky one. I don't know if maybe there was a little bit of braking going on when, you know, the drivers, well, the chase driver didn't expect. Maybe it was a bit earlier than normal. But we'll soon find out over the next lap whether there's going to be an ongoing issue, because they're going to go for it once again, because they are gaining. So I'm sure we're going to see in a few moments what's going to happen, whether history will repeat itself and we see the same as last lap, or it ends up worse and both cars end up going off. Obviously, that'll be a big advantage for us, but massive drawback for Flanders team.
Yeah, it will be there as well, but let's keep an eye on what is going on here as well, as that Porsche Benny Romero is closing up quite quickly. Team Vanderlei have swapped places with the Ferrari of Too Fast, so that Ferrari has got through once more. Get Pole Racing 3 are back where I'm going to presume they initially should have been in the first place, as Mr. Evans has got Mr. Romero for Infamous Esports right behind him at the moment here. So hopefully Chris can defend that line and not let that Porsche go, who is using massive amounts of the draft to close up at him as they go into the braking zone. Through they go into turn 12, that left right here as well. We got left, then we got right, and we got left again. Chris has got a good run out of that. Now we're on our way down to 15, the right-hander of the Mulsanne turn, and you can see just how much of a gap VGTR have opened up over us in JPB Esports here, as we will be looking at coming into the pits. That's going to allow Mr. Stuart Rice to come on here, and he'll be able to take over the car. So let's see what happens, and hopefully we will be able to maintain that 6th place and not lose it or go down any more. So hopefully on that one we will. I believe Callum's got a few little technical issues. Hopefully he's back here, but we will see. Are your techie issues sorted out, Mr. Milam? That would be a no, wouldn't it? Well, guys, let us know what you've been thinking of today's racing, as we've got 2 hours and 55 minutes to go here once more. The tyres in that Ferrari are starting to get a little bit warmed up. Mr. Evans starting to open up a gap to the car behind, back out to 1 second. So let's see if we can keep that gap. Extended a little bit more there as well, so it looks like that Porsche may have run into problems. Keep an eye on Flanders Racing, as they've got VGTR closing right up behind them. There is VGTR there, and that is a back marker overtaking. The guys at the front have also just swapped places as well. Flanders Racing Team Bravo have just gone off the side of the circuit. That's going to allow the GTP of Alpha through, and it will be led by High Velocity. And in the GT3s, Schultz and Fodera are still fighting it out for the lead, as JPB Esports are now trying to get on to the back of that Flanders team. So all in all, Mr. Milam, can you now hear me? That'd be a no then, as we're just waiting for Callum, who is telling me that there's an issue, but we will see here as well and see what we can get out of him towards the end. Otherwise, this 2 hours and 53 minutes is going to be a very long one for myself if I'm solo talking here once more. But what is happening with Flanders up front? There's that Ferrari. So let's see what develops here with this back marker and front, who is a lap behind, whether or not he's going to make the overtake or whether or not he's going to be sat there as well. Oh, he has gone up the inside, didn't really cause any major dramas there. So now for Mr. Evans, it's all going to be on his own pace, as these guys have stayed in the same position there as well. So yeah, hopefully it will be an interesting one, and for Chris Evans, he will be able to make his way back through and back up again. We are expecting him to have to come into the pits very shortly and see how he gets on. As Robert said, he had 7 laps of fuel, so let's see how this develops and whether or not he's going to be okay. I think we've now got Mr. Milam back in the booth. Are you here? Can you hear me, Mr. Milam?
I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me still? Am I still here?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay, that's all right then. Yeah. Now, the lovely Go Accelerators. It's a fantastic thing when it works, but it's absolutely terrible when it just won't. So, yeah, I now can't hear anything but you and I. So, yeah, I'll be fixing that while things are going on.
Well, what more do you need to hear?
Well, I mean, that is true.
Yeah, I mean, and what else do you need to hear as these front two are still fighting it out in the GT3s? So let's see what happens there as well, and see whether or not this is going to develop. Flanders Racing has still got VGTR in front of them, and we're still trying to close them down in 6th. We've opened up a 1.8 second gap back to the infamous esports, and now we can sit a little bit more comfortably and start making our way through on that field as the tyres have started heating up, and Chris is back up and running back onto the pace that he has been setting there. So that's great, and hopefully he will be okay. Not a bad job, 6th overall to be fair. Callum up 13 places. I think we can come out of this with our heads held high.
Yeah, 100%. Regardless of the position now, I think it's almost guaranteed that we can't be any lower than 13th this race. So yeah, no, it's a fantastic job. Be more than happy for a top 10 finish, because to be fair, normally, well, going into this one, we were kind of like, yeah, I remember like sending you messages saying, you know, don't expect us to win, you know, you'll be lucky if we're off the bottom. And actually we've kind of exceeded all our expectations and absolutely smashed it out of the park so far. So yeah, no pressure at all for Mr. Rice, but yeah, you got to bring it home now. Let us keep our heads held high and yeah, bring it home for everyone, and hopefully everything will go nice and swimmingly. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Ferrari that was just having a few of those punchy problems because they had pace but just didn't know when to fully engage it by the looks of things has actually entered the pits. So they are behind us once again. But obviously we'll have quite a big gap between us and them, but we do have Benny that's kind of slowly creeping up on us. So as you can see, the time is now going down a little bit there, so that's one thing to keep an eye on over the next couple of corners.
Yeah, but you've got to think tiredness has got to be kicking in, right? You know, he's coming to the end of a 2-hour 40-minute stint, which I still think is a little bit insane, to be honest. I still would have rather seen 2-hour stints or 40, 80, yeah, 120. That would have given you three stints, job done, job's a good one, and on your third one come over and change. I think it's got to be tough for these guys to be driving for that amount of time. I think that's the thing, Callum, at the end of the day. 2 hours 40 is a It's a long time in that car, so I would expect his pace to drop off at the end. Tiredness, he's going to be getting out absolutely shattered, so fair play to Chris and Evans and Barnes for doing it, because as you say, it's not an easy job done.
No, not at all. I mean, they've made it look easy, but yeah, it's not at all, and it is very draining. I remember doing a 4-hour stint at the Nürburgring for an endurance race there. That me and Barnes done a 6-hour endurance race, and he had a family meal to go to. We didn't realise until last second, so I ended up doing a 4-hour stint there. So I know what it feels like, and it's not the nicest feeling in the world, but you do feel really good after you've done it though, because you're like, yeah, I smashed that. I done this. I put in a shift. I done this for my team. Yeah, no, it does feel really good. The reward is good, shall we say, after you finish off the event. So that's what I'm looking forward to, is when we hit the end and you can hear the relief in the guys' voices and everything in the other chat, and just hear how happy they are after the event, knowing that we finished and we done as best as we could, and actually it's exceeded all our expectations.
Yeah, he has, and I think, to be fair, everybody has done a great job. The first two, Chris Barnes and Chris Evans. So I'm hoping Stuart can just bring that car home and keep it on the track, because that's really the main thing. I think it's been such a great effort from everybody that I think the last thing they really want to happen is any major dramas coming into the end. So although Chris says he doesn't feel the pressure, Stuart says he doesn't feel the pressure, there's still pressure on him, because he needs to bring that car home, because the last thing they want to do in an 8-hour is, with 2 hours 40 left on the clock, you definitely do not want an incident to write the car off, and the guys in front haven't had, or Chris Evans and Chris Barnes haven't had that. So in an ideal scenario, we don't want it happening to Stuart either. He's just got to say, drive sensibly, drive carefully. He's got 2 hour 40 minute, just make sure he brings it home. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah, and I think the main goal has been, for a little bit, it's just bring it home, keep it safe and bring the car home in one piece, and at the end of the day, that is the goal that we're all aiming for here, and if we can get that, that'd be absolutely wonderful. So that'll be the target for the boys now, and Chris Evans is now coming in for his pit stop. I can't remember if this is the one where Stuart Rice is getting in the car or not.
He should be 2 hours 40 minutes.
Yes, yeah, so it will be this one then. So this is it. Let's see how swift this pit stop is. Obviously we will lose a couple of positions to it, but inevitably that is going to happen, and let's just see if we can really extend our stints and make the most of this. Let's have a little look who's going to catch us. Probably all the way up to P10.
Yeah.
Will catch us, possibly P11, coming through turn 21 as we speak, because obviously the driver swap does take quite a while. So we'll just see what happens, and fingers crossed we come out in front of a good few people still, so we're still in the battle. Yeah,
we want to really come out in front of P10 if we can. I don't think we're going to, though, because this Choice Path Esports is there. I think we've got a few more minutes to wait. It's looking like we might come out in front of these guys. We are on our way out now. Choice Path has just gone past us, but of course they've got to pit as well, and actually they pitted on lap 66, 79. Yeah, they're due in very, very shortly, so he's just got to keep his head down now, I think, and for Mr. Rice, and just get that car up to temperature, not do anything silly, not do anything crazy with it, and hopefully we will be able to see it get over that line here as well. It's looking like somebody's given the car a good old squirt off, so our yellow is now yellow again, Mr. Milam, and not the dark black that it was when we went into the pits.
Yeah, it looks better now. Looks all nice and clean and back to how it should be, so it's always good to see. I will say one little touch on this livery that I do quite like is around the bottom splitters and the bottom section of the blue, how it's got broadcasting, like JPBroadcasting all over it. I do quite like that little paint job there, so absolutely fantastic job. I don't know if I'm guessing you probably have picked up on that, but on the front bumper there you can see it, and yeah, that's definitely something that's a little different, but it looks absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get... There you go. It's just running around the bottom there of that splitter. So, great job, as I say, from Mr. Crowther at Blade Designs. You can go and check him out as well. And obviously we've got Sim Stickers who are sponsoring the cars. We got Dad Goes Racing and Chris Evans as well. There was one other sponsor that I will get for you. I may need help, Mr. Milam, as well.
One other sponsor, you say?
There was, yes. The hold on. Oh, I've lost it. Where did I put that? I had a list of them and now I can't find them. There's Classic Wise there. That's the company that Chris Evans works for. There's Dad Goes Racing and Sim Stickers, and also Mr. Stuart Rice had one as well, as I quickly slide through to try and find what it was called, and apologies to them there as well. So yeah, overall it's been a great race for all of these guys. 2 hours 42 minutes remaining, which has been absolutely amazing. It's been a long 5 and a bit hours already. Yeah, and now we've only got a certain amount of time left, so great job from them. And it's magnamedia.co.uk, so go and check them out. Deal with photos and videos based in the southwest of the United Kingdom, so you can go and check them out, as well as all the other guys involved in this one. So much love to them who have put their names and logos on the car for us, as we are now down in 10th place, trying to bring it back after the after the pit stop. It looks like Brandon Mailing has had an incident with that Porsche, and that Porsche has done it all on his own. I think he has. So there you go, the two cars having a moment there. That was, of course, 4th place for the Maguire's team there as well, Callum. They're still on track and they're still looking like they're going to finish the race, which is great. Considering how aggressive they've been, I wasn't expecting them to be able to finish, to be honest, but they have still managed to keep it going, and hopefully we'll be able to gain some places here as well. What do we think now, realistically, in a manner? Do we think top 10, top 5, maybe, if we can?
Yeah, I think knowing that the last safety car, what we suspect is the last safety car, has been and gone now, I think top 10 finish definitely on the cards, since we are 10th at the minute. We're trying to hold off Martin, who's just under 3 seconds behind now. I think, yeah, top 10 is definitely doable. Top 5 might be pushing it a little, but I'm not going to write anything off, because anything could happen in these races, so you never know. But it'd be interesting to see what happens. But I know that if you want a feel for what it's like out there, I've just heard a Chris Evans walk in, so I think we've just been joined by Mr. Evans himself.
Yeah, Mr. Evans has come and joined us in the booth here as well. Good evening, Mr. Evans, sir. How are you?
A lot better after that.
Yeah, 2 hours 40 minutes in the car. It's a long old time, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I was trying to plan toilet stops in between everything, and I wasn't expecting to have to do the second stint. I was supposed to be doing the last stint, so it was 2 hours 40 minutes whilst full bladder, so not very nice.
Yeah, we did talk about that. What made you go for that kind of strategy? Did you not go for 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours, or then somebody does the last stint, or was that not an option?
So we worked out that over the 8 hours split over 3 drives is 2 hours 40, and then during practice we worked out that a full tank of fuel is about 40 minutes, so it roughly works out at 4 pit stops per stint and then a driver swap, so it's just how it felt really.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you so much. What do we reckon on the team overall? What are we hoping for? What's been the sort of general consensus of where you're aiming to finish?
The general consensus is we're aiming to just finish the race. The higher that we get, the better. I'm not quite sure what happened with the first safety car. Something really weird happened, and there was one GT3 that wasn't on any of the relatives, but somehow a lap up.
We saw that.
I think we corrected that with the second one, which ended up with me being P6. So I'd like a top 10, but we've got to wait what happens, really, haven't we? It's still 2.5 hours left, so anything can happen.
Yeah, we wonder why I've got you here as well. We did notice in one of your pit stops you kind of missed your box and was going backwards and forwards a couple of times. Can you tell us what was going on in the car at that point there?
No, not really. Yeah, so basically I didn't spot the guy in the pit, and then ended up being too far to the left, so I had to do a couple of shoves to try and get into place without getting a black flag, so yeah, sorry.
That doesn't bother me, mate. I've missed my pit boxes loads of times. When I was in a car, you had to reverse to go and make sure it works and all that sort of thing as well, because obviously it just happens, doesn't it? And how was you at the end? Was you knackered, Chris? Because 2 hours 40 is a long time, you know, mentally as well. I don't think any of us was, surprised when your times were dropping off a little bit. I think tiredness is kicking well in at that point, isn't it? And it makes it tough for you as an individual to keep that concentration level up.
Yeah, so one of my biggest weaknesses over a long stint is when I'm in a bit of free space and there's not a great deal happening. I lose concentration quite a bit, so you probably noticed that I was missing breaking points and things like that, so I prefer it when I've got a target, so if there's someone nearby, I try to stick to the back of him or go for the overtake and things. It's just how I am.
Yeah, I generally found when I used to drive in ESS, and obviously that's like an hour long, I found by the time I got to about 40 minutes I was thinking about what shopping I got to do and what I've got to do after this, and thinking, oh my blimey, I've got my wife's birthday coming up, what am I going to get her? And that's normally the result of me ending up in the wall. How, from your perspective, Chris, how do you think that you can keep that concentration level? Because I'm sure loads of us go wandering off. Callum, do you go wandering off in the middle of a long race?
Wandering off from the sim seat?
No, mentally.
Mentally, I do that in 10-minute races.
Oh, all right. Well, you're probably...
Yeah, no, there was a video that everyone did laugh at. It was actually in your Clio Cup. We were racing around, where was it? It's the track I'm really not a fan of. I think it's Alton Park. And we were racing around there, and I was cruising along. There was a couple of cars around me, nothing major. It was like 0.5 ahead of me, and then there was one like right behind me. But I just kind of got lost in the moment, and then I started because I'm in VR, so everyone can see the motion that my head's doing. I started bobbing my head up and down to the music. So obviously everyone can tell what I'm doing, so I'm sitting there having a little dance behind the wheel and everything like that, minding my own business, almost like I'm on a Sunday drive. So yeah, my mind wanders quite a lot, to be fair, but that's the only way I can actually be quick. If I start concentrating and being like, right, I must hit this apex, do this, do that, I then struggle. Can't do it. Yeah, but if I just think about other things, it works.
I never understand these people who can go off and listen to music. Do you listen to music, Chris, while you're driving?
Can't say I do whilst I'm on iRacing, but I used to, yeah. So on the earlier Gran Turismos and Forza Motorsports and things, yeah, online racing, I used to sit and have headphones in and listen to whatever music was at hand.
See, I can't do that. My boys do it, playing sort of intense Fortnite or Call of Duty or Valorant or whatever else it is they play, and I just can't do that. I don't think I've got my old man capabilities to decipher between music and gunshots or whatever at times, and I end up shooting at something that ain't even there. You know what I mean? I can't quite grasp the concept of listening to two things and at the same time. I need to hear the engine to make sure my back end's not sliding out, or I'm changing down gear, or, you know, all that sort of thing. I don't think I could do what you guys do as well. I think it's, I think that's a special talent there, Mr. Milam, if you've got that and that ability to be able to listen to music while you're driving on iRacing, to be honest, because I can't do that.
Oh yeah, I love it, especially when it comes to racing or drifting. Drifting especially, but when it comes to just normal racing, then I tend to just have some like drum and bass on or something like that, something that's quick paced. Then you just go with the flow. But when it comes to like doing drifting and drift shows and stuff, bass boosted music, something that's heavy and sends vibration through your headphones, then that's what you need.
Along with an hearing aid from the doctor when you burst your eardrum.
Oh, I'm pretty sure one of mine's already gone because I can't hear that well out of it, but it's whatever. It's all good. I can barely hear as it is anyway.
I don't know, Chris. I couldn't do that. That would insanely drive me crazy. We have got a nice little battle up front at the moment between Twin Turn and Get Pole Racing 2. Twin Turn have come on in the second half of this race. They were struggling a little bit earlier on, but it looks like Marcel Schultz is their fastest driver. Chris, in general, how has the stints been? How has everything been? Do you think on that second safety car you should have gone in and pitted? Do you think you stayed out was the right decision? How has it been target-wise regarding the pits?
Pretty textbook for us, to be honest. I was not very happy with the first safety car because Mr. Barnes had pitted 2 laps before, and I thought it was going to be quite bad for us, but it ended up being really good. So when everyone ducked into the pits under the safety car, we were the lead car. If you take out whatever error there was with
the magical jumping car that went a lap ahead of everyone, you mean?
Yeah. If you take that out, at one point we were the lead car, so it worked pretty well for us. The second one again just seemed to happen after my second pit stop. A couple of laps later, I definitely wasn't expecting to do 3 flying laps under a full yellow track, but it's just how it was.
Yeah, what did you think when you got waved round twice? I thought it was a very unusual move to have, but I suppose they had to try and correct what went on with that car, because we're sitting here going, I'm sure we're in the lead here, and then there's this car like a lap ahead of everyone, and I'm sitting there thinking, how did he physically get there? Did he jump there? Did he glitch forward? Was it a glitch in iRacing or the glitch in the Matrix? Do you have any idea how he got into that position?
Well, it's all speculation, but I actually sat and calculated that for him to be where he was coming up to lap us after that first safety car, he would have had to have been lapping 7.2 seconds a lap quicker every single lap for the first 32 laps. And then when he wasn't really catching up with Barnes towards the end of his stint, it's sort of a few question marks there, but with such a big grid spread out as we are all over the world, things can happen, get lost in translation. I had a few laps that were counted as abnormal. I think beginning of my stint there was quite a few timing glitches and things where sort of the cars weren't where the computer expected them during the server, so it just negated the laps times for them laps. I think I had 16 or 17 laps that would just come up as abnormal because the server couldn't quite pinpoint where I was on track, so it could have just been that.
Yeah, it could have been. I think it was just strange for everybody how he ended up so far ahead. I couldn't quite work out how we even registered as being a lap down or what the whole deal was with it, to be blatantly honest. But look, it's worked out. There's a few people in the pits in front of us. Unfortunately, I don't think we're looking at going to be able to quite jump them. Infamous Esports is one of them. We could have done with getting past them if we can, but I don't think we're going to quite have the pace to get there currently as well. So let's see whether or not we do make any progress in this pit stop cycle. I don't think we're going to. I think for Stu, it's just about driving within his boundaries and his limits to be able to just keep the car on track. I think, to be honest with you, Chris, this late on as well, it is mainly just trying to keep that car on the circuit, isn't it? You don't want to put it into a barrier this late on at all.
Exactly that. With all kinds of esports or real life endurance races, it's always the final 3 or 4 hours that people tend to have lapses in judgment, and that's where most of the crashes go. Everyone's a bit groggy and a bit tired, so anything can happen. But Mr. Rice is fairly consistent. He just needs to keep his nerves calm and pretty please try not to put it in the wall, because we've managed so far, touch wood, to not use a single fast repair.
Well, yeah, let's hope he doesn't use a fast repair, because, as I say... But then again, I suppose you've got 8, though, Chris. You've got a long high time. I think me and Callum were both of us, weren't we, Callum, talking that 8 is quite a lot. That's like 1 an hour. You've got to have a pretty bad race to be using 1 an hour. And I don't think there's many teams that are quite on that. How are you set... How's the team set for off tracks and stuff like that? Because obviously, there's no limit on off tracks, but do you know where you're sitting as a team?
Yep, so in total we have 24 off tracks, and I'm fairly certain I got about 18 of them. Right. So there was one particular corner where I was taking a lot of curb on the entry, and it was just giving me a 1x all the time. There was no slowdown or anything, and I figured if there's no real punishment for it, I can't be the only one doing it, so I just carried on doing it.
Yeah, I don't think, to be honest, that there is at certain points, isn't there? I know some of them you run out wide and you end up with a slowdown, and it kills you a little bit. But I think if it's just registering as an off track, I wouldn't overly worry about it. Callum, from our point of view, it's been quite a fun race. You've missed being in the car, haven't you? Because obviously for you and your man Flu, you've not been able to get much practice in this week. It's been tough for you to sit here and watch, Callum, but you've done a great job overall.
Yeah, I suppose it's not been too bad, but no, it is a shame that I'm not in the car today, because I have to admit it does look incredibly fun. So I'm quite jealous that I'm not actually in the vehicle, but gives me more reason to try even harder for the next event. Obviously the BDLV, and potentially the other one that we were talking about earlier on the 2nd of December. So obviously if that goes ahead, there's obviously that one as well, which will be obviously a mega race. So there's all good things yet to come.
Yeah, Chris, we were talking about the Brick Car 24 hours, you know what I mean, on the 2nd of December. Are you busy on the 2nd of December, Chris?
I'll have to double check my diary, but I think I am actually free, so I'm up for that.
Okay, well, we might be able to get one team in the Brick Car 24 hours there and see if it's viable for us to get a team going. There has been some battling going on up front. The Tris-Power V-Sport and Pucast Motorsports are battling out. The infamous Esports and Atson Gambo are also not very far behind, battling as well. So that should allow Mr. Rice to be able to start hopefully trying to close some of the gaps on the current lap time of a 4:05. We are faster than the infamous Esports in front of us, but he's going to have to go quite a bit faster to be able to catch up with the guys in front. What was the thinking with putting Stu in the middle? Obviously, Chris, we had that issue with Stu's technical problems. What was the thinking about whacking him in the middle? Was it just basically so you could do the end, he could do the middle, and Barnesy do opening it up? Or was there a specific way of thinking about that?
I always try and run the endurance events, like with the BDLV and things like that, with the fastest driver first to get us the best grid position, and then in the middle, the one that's most at risk of potentially falling off track and doing a bit of damage, which unfortunately sometimes can be Mr. Rice, with all respect, and then the most consistent last, which apparently is me. So that's kind of how it was supposed to go. But things happen. We've got to adapt at short notice, and I think we've pretty much pulled it off. I'm hoping for at least an 8th, with the pit stops that are going to be coming further on. I can't see why 8th's not possible as a finish.
Well, hopefully we will see. Not bad for a first time out as the JPB esports team here, Chris. It's been great having you boys from Triple P representing us in our very brightly liveried machine there from Mr. Craver. Not really your normal sort of green that you're going for there, Chris. It wasn't like anybody could see you in that race, would they?
No. We've had a few jokes in the back about it, and we've tried to come up with a Swedish name for the car, and we can't agree on a Swedish name. But the next Triple P liveries for the GT4 next season, you'll like those, I think. The biggest question that I've got to ask you, Mr. Parfitt, is: are you impressed with what you've seen so far from us representing your team?
I am. To be honest with you, Chris, I know I joked about that. I wanted you guys to go out and win it, and at the end of the day, I was only messing. I think at the end of the day, this is really something we threw together over the last couple of weeks, right? It wasn't planned. I just put an announcement out. You guys come forward. Hey, presto, that was it. I think the only thing, the thing for us is the team will only get stronger and stronger and stronger, and the more sort of forms of endurance races you do. Callum was saying this is the longest race that you Triple P guys have done, and I am impressed. I'm proud as punch that we're sitting in 7th at the moment. We've had a few pit stops. We're in 7th. That's great. I think it's amazing for a first time out. I wasn't, expecting you guys to go out and win it and walk away with it and JBB be on the top like, yeah, woo, JPB. No, I wasn't expecting that. To be honest, I wanted to finish the race and get top 10. And I think we're on the cards for that. I think building as a stepping stone going forward, the Brick Car 24 Hours at Silverstone, there's other endurance events that we can look at entering. There's endurance leagues all over the place. So I think it's a how can I put it? It's the foundations for a good mission going forward. I think that's the thing, to be honest, Chris. And I think all of you have done amazing. I don't think you realise, because obviously we get used to seeing Barnesy in a TCR or a GT4. I didn't think he would be as quick as what he has done in a GT3 Ferrari. You know what I mean? It's been amazing. And as you say, oh, steady, Stu. You've been Mr. Consistent as well, and hopefully our very own Stuart Rice can bring it home here in the last 2 hours. I think it's been great. I've loved it. You know what I mean? Me and Callum have been sat here, but yeah, no, I've been impressed, mate, with all of you. I think it's been incredible. I think if we do get a team together for the 24-hour, it will be absolutely insane. Not, to be honest with you, I would like to sit here and try and broadcast that, but we may look at being able to do like news bulletins almost and check in with you guys. But I think, yeah, to be honest with you, Chris, I've been wickedly impressed. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
That's the most important thing. Obviously, you put a lot of faith in us Triple P boys to go out and represent the empire that you've built with your YouTube channel and things, and it's not something that any of us have taken very lightly. It's been a pleasure taking part in this race. The biggest worry for me was, not completely making a mockery of what we were trying to do. So, like I said, the most important thing is you're happy with the performance from us all, and look forward to the next one.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. if I'd come in with expectations, even when they announced the splits, I wasn't expecting us to be top split, middle split, or this split, whatever. It didn't really bother me. I just wanted to go out, you guys have some fun out on track, raise a bit of money, which we have done. We've raised $170 and stuff like that. Yeah, we didn't hit the 200 mark, but as I said in the broadcast, Christmas is coming up. People are got. Things are tight for everybody and stuff like that. And that wasn't even on my mind. It was just to go out, get a nicely bright liveried machine, chuck it out on track like we have done, get some drivers in and have some fun for the 8 hours. 8 hours can be so long if it's like very not enjoying what you're doing. I think that's the thing, and you guys always enjoy what you're doing, and I think it's been great. I've loved it. If we can get a team in and get 24 hours arranged for the brick cars, I'll get it signed up tomorrow. But let's see if we can do that, and then see if that's going to be remotely possible for us all. And hopefully we will, Chris, because I think it's been good. I think generally as a team it's gone well. The pit stop strategies you've all seemed to be buried in. Yeah, over 24 hours, I think we need to look at the stints, because I think 2 hours and 40 minutes is a rasping long time. I'm not going to lie. I think that's the only thing as a team I would look at changing, to be honest, Chris, was the stint situation, I think. But as I say, you guys set it all up and you guys all sorted it out with Barnesy, and that was it. So yeah, I think maybe next time look at that and get everybody planned into a set amount so nobody's knackered. I'll try and get a couple of American drivers in to see if they can cover some of the evenings. So yeah, I think it'd be good if we can do that. But overall, I've been mightily impressed with you guys as a whole, and how it's been and how you conducted it and everything. Yeah, it's been great. I've loved it.
Good, I'm glad. The thing with the stints is, with obviously like Le Mans, real life Le Mans races, the average stint's sort of 3 hours. So if we go down the route of the Brick Car 24, then the 2 hours 40 probably isn't going to be long enough per driver. It all depends on, what's in the fuel tank, how far it gets you. That sort of limits how far we can go, because there's no point coming in for a full tank of fuel and then going, all right, well, my stint's over, I've got to come in 2 laps later. That's actually what happened with Barnes. That's why Barnes came out like 4 minutes early, because of him fuel saving under the first safety car. He managed to sort of find himself in between 2 stints, if you like, two parts of his stop. So it all depends on how the car performs and how much fuel's used, how long the tyres last, things like that. But around Silverstone in the brick car, I wouldn't be very surprised if it's a 3.5 hour stint.
Blimey. Is that not like massively long, do you think?
To be honest, this 2 hour 40 wasn't that bad, because it's broken down into small segments. If you focus on it being 2 hours 40, it seems like a really long time, but when you break it down into 40-minute sort of mini stints, if you like, and then you get your 40-second break in the pit, it's not that bad, to be fair. Like I said, the bit that caught me out today was I had a full bladder before I went out, so I was a bit bouncy in the seat for 90% of it.
You didn't fancy sitting there driving with one hand, getting a bottle on the other?
Not whilst I'm on stream on camera now. Get into trouble for that these days, apparently.
Oh well, it depends what channel you're on, Chris. To be blatantly honest, mate, because I've heard there's some things you can stream and you get away with it. So I don't know what channel you were on. Were you on your Twitch channel?
Yeah. So I'm still on it now. I'm 8 hours 40 minutes in at the minute. So.
Blimey. That's a long one, and but let's see here as well. Hello everybody on Chris's Twitch channel. Is it Dad Goes Racing?
It is, mate. Yeah.
What is it? www.twitch.com/Dad Goes Racing.
Twitch.tv.
Oh.
Yeah, something like that. I'm too old to understand any of that.
There you go, JP. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, send it over. I'll pop it in YouTube chat for everybody to see as well. Chat replays on, so obviously for all the people that want to go and check out Chris over on Dad Goes Racing now. And hi, everybody on Chris's Dad Goes Racing channel. You know, all your hundreds of millions of people they're watching as well. So, yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for coming along. It's been exciting regardless, Callum, hasn't it? You know, top 7 now, so that's going forward. We've got a few more pit stops to take place, 2 hours, 14 minutes. Top 5 could be real realistic here, Callum, I think.
Yeah, certainly looking more realistic every moment that goes by. Stewart is actually cutting the time down still. He's still getting away from P8 as well. 15 seconds behind when you started asking me that question. There was 14 seconds split in the two, so he's gained a second. I mean, it's gone down again now, but you know, it's fluttering around that, and he's kind of almost toying a bit with the car behind. It's kind of going down and going up, down and up kind of thing. But there's obviously clearly segments where Stu's stronger compared to the other drivers, so obviously he's probably going to use them to his full advantage. As you can see, the time's going back up again. But the main goal now will be to try and catch Brecht of Flanders team just ahead. Whether we can do that or not, I'm not too sure. That's going to be a hard challenge because we saw how quick that Ferrari was when they overtook us earlier in the race. So we'll see if Stu's got it. But for now, we've just got to focus on those quicker class cars coming up behind him.
Yeah, one of them is that Team Red X521, who unfortunately we had contact with, who put, I think it was it Mr. Barnes, wasn't it, into the gravel as well. But there was a big old dose of netcode in there at the same time. I think it's a hard one when you kind of end up that way. I'm not saying there wouldn't have been contact, because to be honest, that 521 did look like he was a little bit slidey there, Chris, as well, didn't he? He did look like he was a little bit on the out of control side, I think would be the word, going around trying to dive up the inside there.
Yeah, we saw it in practice as well, just before the qualifying earlier. There's a couple of people out in the upper class that they lack a little bit of forward vision of, you know, if I just wait until after the corner. 'Cause we know that the rule generally is that the slower car has to stay on the racing line, so we're predictable. There's been 2 or 3 cases where, particularly when I was in the car, that I've had to just completely come off the racing line at the last second because they've just decided to just swan straight down the inside. So
yeah, it's that GTP mentality, I think, isn't it? It's one of the things that many of us talk about. It's multi-class racing in general. It's the whole situation, you know, and making sure that the multi-class guys, or the so-called faster drivers, are aware of what's going on. I think that's the thing, isn't it? And it's not everybody's cup of tea, Chris. I think we see it a lot in multi-class racing where there are incidents and accidents. We're now moved up into 6th place here as well, as Schadenfreude Fodder have gone into the pit, so we're now in 6th here as well, which is great news for everyone here involved in the JPB esports side there as well. But is that mentality, Chris, as well, that not everybody has? So you know, it's difficult, isn't it, really, for multi-class in general?
To be honest, it's not been too bad in this one. You could normally tell with sort of like particularly the top 3 cars in the GTPs this time. You could tell that they knew when to hold back and when to go around us and things like that. But you know, it's always the smaller percentage of the, like I said, the top class drivers that seem to ruin it for others. But that thing with Barnes, it was more of a 50-50 thing, because Barnes, bless him, practically was parked in the middle of the track, so you could argue that it was a bit silly of the GTP to try and go up the inside of a right-hand corner when there's a GT3 aiming for that apex, but you know, I'd say that's more of a 50-50, and like you say, there was a bit of netcode in there as well. So it's just one of those things.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a shame that basically that's happened, because it was going really well and we were battling out up the front, wasn't we, at the end of the day as well? And I think overall it was just a tough thing to happen, I believe, from everybody. I think it would have been a nice little battle. We would have done well. I'm not saying you guys haven't done well in the process. That's not what I meant, because obviously, as you know, I've been impressed with everything that's been going on, to be honest. And Stu's doing a lot quicker times than he was originally. He's on a 4:03.04, so that's great as well. He's going in the right direction, and I think that's really all we can ask, isn't it? As long as you're going in the right direction, as long as you're moving forward, and Stu's getting comfortable in the car, Chris, as well, and I think that's all we can ask for, isn't it?
Yeah, and like you said, these charity events, if you go into these charity events with the mentality of focusing on being competitive rather than the actual target of raising money for whatever charity it is, then you signed up to the wrong race.
Yeah, you've just got to enjoy yourself at the end of the day, and I think that's it. You've just got to enjoy it. You've got to just sit back, relax, have some fun, and get moving, and that's the thing. You've just got to enjoy it. Physically enjoy it. Go out there, do everything that you could do in the meantime. Get going as much as you possibly can, and just have some fun with it. I think that's the thing when you do charity races. Yeah, it can be annoying and it can be everything else, but that's just racing in general. That's just multi-class racing in general, isn't it, Callum? And I think you've just got to enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah, you certainly do. When you're doing multi-class racing, it's a little more, I say, entertaining in a way, because obviously you do have the faster and slower cars. So yes, all right, they're not too much of a competitive overtake, but still, there's a lot of action going on track, and it's always non-stop. Whether you're a racer or a spectator, there's always cars overtaking other people, and there's always something going on in multi-class race. It's never boring if there's more than one class in one single race, no matter how long the race is.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, and endurance isn't for everybody's cup of tea. Like, for me personally, I don't really watch much endurance racing because, as I say, I'm an old bear, mate. If I eat dinner and sit down for Le Mans, I'm asleep on the sofa. You know what I mean? I'd rather watch WRX, where it's very fast-paced, a lot happening, 10 laps goes past as quickly as possible. I'm not a watcher of endurance in that way, but I think commentating on it gives it something a little bit different, Chris, wouldn't you say, rather than just sitting there watching it? It's like people who play snooker but don't watch snooker, or play cricket but don't watch cricket. I don't know about you, but I think commentating and driving in an endurance is a lot better than sitting back watching the endurance. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Well, I'm one of those particularly sad people that tries to stay up as long as possible when the Le Mans 24 hours is on, so I can't really comment on that, to be honest.
Oh, Callum, what about you?
Oh no, I watch F1, and after the 5th lap I've passed out. I'm just gone asleep on the bed. That's it. So I have to admit, I struggle with most things, but when it comes with watching, but when it comes to racing, then I'm all for it. Sort of sign me up to do a solo, I don't know, 6 hour or something like that. I'm up for it. Let's go. But yeah, when it comes to actually watching it, it's it's a different story. I'll struggle.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just one of our certain things there as well. I don't know how you do it, Chris. How do you, in your own mindset, how sitting there watching 24 hours of Le Mans, how do you how do you keep yourself entertained, I suppose?
Well, I suppose that's the benefit of being sat on the sofa at home, really, isn't it? So every time you get to a particularly boring bit, you know, when there's full course yellows or they're doing barrier repairs, things like that, you can get up, you can go do something else. I tend to do that, flick between watching the telly or playing on Forza on the Xbox. So if it gets to the point where they're saying there's going to be, you know, the 30-minute delay because they're doing barrier repairs or taking a car off the track, I'll just set a timer and ping across to playing on the Xbox for a bit.
Okay, Robert Stotton there, and he says he's up for the 24. Mate, the thing is, isn't it? I've broadcasted 24 hours, right? I covered the Spa 24 for Prismatic Motorsport, and I did pretty much probably 14 hours of that, if not more, here as well. And commentating for me is more enjoyable in the races than sitting there watching it. I'm like Callum. 10 laps into the Formula One, and I've had my Sunday chicken, and I'm asleep on the sofa, and the missus wakes me up when I'm near the end. You know what I mean? And I think it's just everybody's preference. I think if I was watching the 24, like I don't mind watching bits of it, but I just think when it goes into the night, all I end up listening to is a geezer waffle on in the background, who is doing what I do for a living, and just sometimes chat absolute waffle. To be honest, Callum, I'm the same as you, asleep on the sofa if I can get there.
Yeah, 100%. And to be fair, like I said, if I'm racing in it, different story. Like put me in a F1 sim race, whatever. Yeah, it's fine. I could do the whole race, not a problem at all. But yeah, when it comes to watching, no chance at all. I have to admit, I quite enjoy doing, if I ever have the opportunity, doing like a long endurance race, but challenging myself to try it solo sometimes as well. I've done one before, and unfortunately failed because I had to go early, but I got most of the way. But there's always those little challenges that people set themselves, you know, I've got to try and drive for this amount of hours in this one, or, you know, try and do this in this endurance race. So, yeah, even though it is a long time, it's all enjoyable, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah, it is. It's just everybody's different side of cup of tea, isn't it? It's what we are used to. You know, it's like going to watch racing in real life. And obviously for me, like, I have every now and then get to go and watch it, and it's great, and I love every part of it, and I get to walk around the pits, and that's the thing. And sometimes, you know, walking around the pits, checking the cars out can be just as enjoyable as watching the racing at times, because I think, you know, you've got to realise that motor racing isn't just about that one guy, that car, that it's about all of the things that goes on in the pits, watching them strip the car down and get the tyres changed and all that. And I've been fortunate enough to stand in the pits at Silverstone while they've brought a car in and put it up and got the tyres, got it back out again, and all of that. And it's amazing to see. And I think that's what motor racing as a whole there, Chris, as well, gives you, doesn't it? It's not just about going round the track.
Yeah, and going back to the Le Mans thing, that's one of my favourite parts, when, you know, one of the Porsches has had a bit of a battering with another car, and they pull it into the pits, and they literally get the hammers out and some tape and sort of smack it back into a rough shape, and where there's bodywork missing, they'll just put a load of tank tape across it and send it back out again. That's the bit I like watching.
Yeah, I think that's the best bit, isn't it? And watching, you know, just duct tape. Duct tape is just incredible how, you know, they can strap a bumper back together with duct tape. Duct tape gets used for everything in endurance racing, and I think that's incredible, I think, as well. I think just duct tape it up, right, off you go, son. You know, or like NASCAR, I suppose. I love watching NASCAR. But most people will find NASCAR boring as well, Chris. Do you watch NASCAR?
I don't, mainly because I can't watch oval racing. It's not something that I enjoy watching. Although to be fair, I've tried to recently, purely for the full contact sport parts of it, because it can get quite interesting when they need to get past a car and instead of driving around it, they'll just drive through it.
Yeah, push it along. Get through it. You know, it's not as easy, Callum, as just turning left here. There's a lot more involved in NASCAR, I think, as well, and it should be it's a good one that everybody should definitely go and have a look at and watch. Do you watch NASCAR, Callum, or not?
I don't, but I have done a little bit of oval racing myself on iRacing, and well, I have to say, it's probably one of the more enjoyable experiences I've had. Probably because I'm actually good at that kind of racing. But nevertheless, it's really, really enjoyable for me. I didn't think I'd like it, because I was kind of similar to Chris in a way. I just couldn't watch the cars just go around and, circle. But then, when you actually go out there and give it a go, it's like, you know what, it's actually not that bad. Like, racing it, spectating it, I probably couldn't watch it. But when you're doing it, there's, like you say, a lot more than just turn in one direction. You really have to take control of that car the entire time. It's not like sitting on the straight, for example, around Le Mans. You don't just sit there and kind of just do nothing, just make sure it's straight. You have to fight the car the whole way around the track. It's just a non-stop fight, and especially for their endurance races, the Daytona 500, for example. That's a 500 lap fight that you're about to have with your car, because those things don't always handle the prettiest. You've always got to almost slightly counter the steer due to the camber of the road. So, you've got all those things to consider. But yeah, I enjoy doing it, that's for sure. But like I say, watching it, I don't know if I could stretch to that.
I like watching it. I think it's fast paced, it's action. They just put each other in the wall if you need to. The pit stops, the fuel, everything, the banking, the rush. I'll sit and watch that, but I won't watch Formula One, which seems crazy to be fair. But there you go. I think the overall trip of a lifetime would be going to Talladega and watching the next gen. That would be awesome, I think, for me to go and do that there as well. And I think that would be one of the things I'd love to go and see. Chris, is there any race that you would love to sit back and watch and go there live?
Yes, it's always been on the list for me to go back and watch the Spa 24. I've been to Spa before on race support about 18 years ago for the Heritage Grand Touring Car Championship. We had a customer who had a Triumph TR6 entered in it, and it is just by far my favourite track. So I'd love to go back and have a good wander around and watch the 24-hour race that happens there.
Nice. Callum, what do you think? Ideal race to go to?
If Lotus ever join back in F1, then I'd love to go and watch them for the first ever time, to be honest. But I wouldn't go unless they're a team in the F1. That's the only reason I'd go, because then I'd actually be supporting a team.
Okay. I will say one thing as we watch Stuart just go into the pit lane there. So Stuart is coming in for his opening pit stop as we've broken into the last 2 hours. I did price up tickets for the weekend at Formula One for me and my two boys and the wife. Let's just say I could probably take the kids on a holiday for 2 weeks and I could afford them tickets. They are exceedingly expensive, Chris. I don't know if you've ever looked at getting tickets for the Formula One.
Yep, and then I coughed quite a lot and then decided not to.
Yep, I agree. I think if I remember correctly, it was depending on where you was for the weekend, it was £350 per person to £700 or something. You know what I mean? And that's just crazy money for 4 of us, it would be like £2,800 for a weekend at Silverstone to watch the Formula One. Like, I enjoy racing and that, but I don't think I'd go and do that. I'd rather pay 40 quid to go to Thruxton and watch the BTCC for the weekend. I think that's more exciting than watching Formula One for the whole of the weekend, to be fair, here as well. So we got to 154. By my calculations, there might be a splash and dash involved for Mr. Rice if he's going 40 minutes here as well. Lap 76. So he's pitted on 83. 14 laps is going to take to 97, and that's 97 in GT3, guys, not 97 on the top left there, because obviously the GT3s aren't doing as many laps as the GTPs. Could there be a splash and dash involved with this one, Chris, because he's looking a little bit off cycle where he needed to be?
Yeah, I think this is where the 2 safety cars have come in. So like I said, it pulled Barnes in 5 or 6 minutes early. It basically did the same for me as well. So I imagine there's going to be, by the time he's done his third pit stop, there's going to be about 50 minutes left. So he might end up just doing a quick splash and dash towards the end, unless he can work out how to fuel save a little bit. Or if there's a third safety car, we don't know. They did say they're going to be 2, but they might throw a third one in, just try and get the donations up a little bit more.
Yeah, I think to try and budge the field up, a third one wouldn't go really awry here with about, I'd probably look at the hour mark. I think Callum as well. Wouldn't you look at about an hour mark to be able to get that third safety car out? I think that would be awesome, wouldn't it?
If there is going to be one, then yes, I'd be looking around then. But I think they said there's only going to be 2. But I mean, you never know; things can change. So I think it would be nice to have one, because it'd really throw like some heat into the last hour, because we saw how tense it was on the last restart. So I think if they restarted it again, I wouldn't say it'd be chaos, but it would be controlled carnage, I think is the best way to describe it. It'll be thrilling, that's for sure, because it will be then an hour sprint.
Yeah, I think that's it. It'll be a straight hour sprint to the end, ESS style. Let's go for it and have it. And that, I think, would be absolutely awesome. I am getting confirmation that they have nearly raised $19,000. So, yeah, they've raised nearly $19,000 there, which is a great job from everyone. Don't forget, guys, the donation link is at the top. If you're going to help JBB hit our 200, that would be absolutely awesome. We are 28 still away from that. So if you're going to help us on that one, that would be absolutely incredible as well. Don't forget BDLV next week, guys, with the kids in the booth. That's going to be another interesting one with their wonderful takes and questions. Head over to www.jpbroadcasting.com and click on BDLV on the top. Or if you want to get yourself involved in league racing, there's a lot of league racing going on. There are plans for tomorrow night, guys, as well. Keep an eye out for tomorrow night, because we are looking at doing a WRX style evening as well, because Clio's have finished. So, we'll probably look at sort of 8 o'clock tomorrow night if you want to get involved and come and do some dirt road, I should say, and have some fun for the evening. Come and get yourself involved in that one. I'm trying to work on my son to not take part so I can get his steering wheel, Callum, and join in myself on that one. I think that would be a very interesting evening there tomorrow night. It could well be.
Yeah, I think it will. It'd be nice to see everyone kind of like put their feet up and get out on a track somewhere and more just have a laugh and chill, really, rather than it being as tense as what it normally is compared to what we normally see. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see everyone enjoying themselves or something a little bit different.
Yeah, we're going to see you on track, Callum.
Oh, no, you put me on the pressure. When's this? Tomorrow?
Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock.
What are we doing?
Dirt road.
What car is that going to be with? Let me see if I've got it.
I think the Beetle's free, isn't it? Is the little Beetle free?
I think so, because I think we were going to use that in the FRCC when that was a thing. Yeah, I I've got it listed here, so.
Yeah, and Daytona Road, I think, is free as well. So, you know, I think that could be the 2 track combinations, because I think that would be quite awesome to whiz around there. Chris, are you busy tomorrow night, Chris?
If I race tomorrow night, I will be sharp because Monday nights are the day night for me and my wife, so I'll have to bow out, unfortunately, guys.
No, that's fine. To be honest, mate, if you turn around and said, yeah, I'll race, I'll ask the wife for a night off, I would even turn around and say, please don't do that. Because, trust me, yeah.
Who was it that done that? Was it Thurl?
No,
and that didn't end well.
No, Paddy Faulkner did. It was on their anniversary night, and he asked her to race in TCRs, and she said yes. So, fair play, Paddy Faulkner's wife. Yeah, I don't think my wife would quite let me do that on our anniversary, to be fair. I think I would be, well, I don't think I'd be JPB anymore, to be honest. You know what I mean?
That is very brave.
Mate, I wouldn't be. Yeah, that is, isn't it? That's like crazy. He was like, yeah, you know, it's our anniversary and all of this sort of stuff, and he got away with it. I don't think I could. You know what I mean? Where are you going anyway, Chris? Have you got anything nice planned for date night?
No, normally it's a film and dinner somewhere. We don't go too mad because we try and put 1 day a week aside. We're so busy with work and trying to keep control of 2 young kids, so we try and put one night a week aside, and we get one of our friends to babysit. So it's nice, to be fair, to just switch everything off, phones and everything, and just have a bit of a breather, to be honest.
Yeah, I know. Mine and my wife's, she's normally, obviously I work in the evenings anyway, don't I? So the evenings is normally shop. It's normally tomorrow when the kids go off to school and we've got all day because she's off and obviously I work from home, so it's pretty much I can take whatever time off I want. And we normally have it then, you know, she drops the kids off, we jump in the car, go out, get some lunch and take the dog out for a walk up the forest or whatever, just to, as you say, the same kind of scenario, just unwind and get away. I think sometimes it's needed within this industry. I think also as well, I'm very excited to see 2 and 3 battling away. They have had contact once already. This was the car, guys, that we said, the Maguire's team, that I'm surprised has got this far with the amount of aggression that he's got behind the wheel, was young Patrick here. So I am surprised that they've actually got this far and not put themselves into a torpedo into the barrier, because they have been driving very aggressively across the side of twin turn sim racing, who in turn has not been a pushover to let them go through. This is getting quite a spicy little battle. We'll keep an eye on this one just for a minute, because I just want to see how this develops before we go back to concentrating on one Mr. Royce. Obviously this can affect us as a team. It could be in other positions, Callum, but this is the team, the black Porsche, that we said were very, very aggressive at one point, weren't they? And you know, they had a spin already, and I am surprised they've lasted to the last hour and 46 minutes, to be fair, some of the aggression that they've been showing.
Yeah, 100%. Good on them for lasting this long, to be fair. But yeah, I'm quite surprised. There's a couple of cars I'm actually surprised they're still going, because I thought they were being a bit too aggressive. But I mean, it seems to have paid off for them all, so it seems to be going well. And like I say, it's probably one of the most safest endurance races I think I've seen. Not as many incidents as what I thought there would be. But I will say props to Lee Watson, who I know has nothing to do with JPB, but
he's solo, isn't he?
He's solo in the event, and he may be 7 laps down, but he's still going. And I think he's the one that's racing the Audi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So he's racing a car that no one's chosen, and he's on his own, and he's still going. So props to him for continuously going at it.
There he is, Mr. Lee Watson. Let's give him a little bit of exposure. Go Lee, as he says, solo in 8 hours. Well, Chris, if you've approached it with a full bladder, what's he sitting on currently at the moment? You know what I mean? How is he getting away with that one, Chris? Nipping in every time he goes to the pits, do you reckon?
If he's quick enough to get to the toilet and back in 42 seconds, is a better man than me.
Yeah, no, I don't think I could get that. I think I'd have to take a bit of a break, to be honest with you. And on that one, guys, as well, we are going to take a few minutes here as we come into the last hour and 45. I think the Callum and Chris all deserve to nip away, get a cup of coffee, chill out for a few minutes while you watch Mr. Rice go round the circuit. So we will be back very, very shortly here as well. Stay tuned for the last hour and 45. Let's see if we can get back into the top 10 as we're sitting 11th at the moment. But we'll see you just after this short break. Okay, guys, we are back. Thank you so much for staying with us while we took that short break there. I went and grabbed a coffee, and the boys have been off here as well. We've still got Callum Ilam here, who should be normally driving, but he's unfortunately not been well this week and not done any practice. And we're joined by Chris Evans, who is driving. He did the middle stint here as well. You see the JPB team currently in 10th in class. We're at the hands of Stuart Rice, who has got this machine going now as well. Stu's doing times roundabout between 4:03 and 4:01 minutes there, and he's doing a great job for us once more as we're looking at moving forward into the infamous esports team. They are 40 seconds up the road, mind you, and they did pit on lap 88. So I think for Stu himself as well, we pitted last time on lap 87, so round about 101, 102. I'm probably guessing we might be in again to take another pit stop. We're still on the lead lap, which is great. We still haven't got a lap down at the moment, which is absolutely amazing considering we're coming into the last hour and a half. The leader is not too far away from us though, I will say now. I've got a funny feeling that it could be him coming up behind us. It is, so we might end up going a lap down very, very shortly, but at this moment in time we are still on that lead lap. Stu kept the car on track here. Callum doing a great job for us. We're just sort of going into that nightfall area as well, which is generally the time that we start seeing mistakes from drivers. I think racing in the day and then going tonight is easier than coming in for the night, isn't it? Because you're already pre-prepared for it there.
Yeah, I'd say so. We may start to see some slip-ups here, and obviously fatigue will be kicking in for some drivers, especially those that are either soloing it or in like teams of two. They're going to be struggling, and fatigue's going to get the better of them, no doubt, and especially with the light going down in the sim. You'd be surprised how much that does for people that are feeling tired, that keeps them awake. Well, the light does absolute wonders for keeping those people awake, but now that we're going to start losing that light, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, fingers crossed. Stu will be able to bring it home still, and he won't let that affect him, but only time will tell.
Yeah, definitely there as well. Chris, are you a sort of dark to light person? Can you cope with driving in the dark, do you think?
Yeah, I'm not too bad to be honest, and it was a really, really nice change in the last GT4 League where it went from day to night. I really enjoyed that race. I tend to find that that's them sort of dusk hours where the sun's just coming down. I seem to thrive in that, so yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting next season as well. We've got 2 night races at Daytona and also Twin Ring. Obviously with rain coming in, there might be some surprises in there as well. If they give me... Who gave me free rein at putting rain into iRacing? Callum, what do we think?
What, you and Rain?
Yeah.
No.
Why?
No, I still think it'll be fun, but yeah, like I say, knowing you're not actually going to tell anyone. It's just going to be like halfway through a session. Oh, look, it's raining. What a shame.
Why?
And
why?
then you just watch the races scramble.
Yeah, but why should I tell people?
I mean, yeah, that's a valid point, but I don't know. I personally, I don't have anything wrong with it. I'm just messing. I like the idea of it, but I do feel like some people will have a little hissy fit about it. But then again, if they do, then obviously clearly they're not British because it happens all the damn time.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, there will be some people that won't like it, but I think it would be a laugh. And it'll work out, especially if you, in any of your series, like you have this, a bit like a Max Verstappen of the session. So if you've got someone that always runs away with the lead, be like, well, we're gonna switch it up today, invoke the rain, and see what happens. And that could be cool for a little spanner in the works, cause a few issues for those quick runners of the leagues. But yeah, it could be very interesting, and could be a bit more carnage involved in some of your series and races as well with that. But it does vary it a lot, and like I say, it does take a whole new kind of skill level, so it will be great to see.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're going to do progressive real weather rain. Do you know, like Spa, it rains one side, dry the other, and you never really get a warning. Obviously, you know, in F1 they've got signals going on all over the place, and you know, they know when it's exactly going to fall, how long is it going to fall for, and all of this sort of stuff. I'm wondering how iRacing going to implement real weather in conjunction with the track and the time of year. So like us, we're going over Christmas, and it'd be interesting to see, like, if there's a real weather option there, Chris, that you could basically just click and it moves to whatever the real weather is doing in that specific area, because then that leaves rain completely random, right? If I set rain, all of you guys are going to be able to see it and go, oh, it's going to rain here today in 50 minutes. But if it's real weather random, you're never going to know if it's going to come or not, right? I think that's surely got to be the best weather system for iRacing, Chris, don't you think?
It'd be nice if that was possible. I think with the framework they've got with the dynamic weather that's currently in, I think that's what they're integrating the rain into, rather than the whole new system, if that makes sense. So I imagine it's going to be completely random when it happens, and generally speaking, the dynamic weather stuff keeps roughly in tab with what's happening wherever the track is. So if it's like it is now, you know, middle to the back end of November in the UK, you can pretty much guarantee that every race in November in the UK at Silverstone is going to be wet.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? I think, as you say, you can guarantee it's going to rain in any form of race in November. I think that would be quite exciting if that was an option for us to be able to set that. I think if you have it where, you know, we've got to say, oh yeah, there's a 30%, 40%, 50% chance of rain, you kind of know it's coming, and that alone would kind of bring it out for everybody to be aware of it coming. You know, we're going to tracks like Interlagos, and we know that could be a complete random weather system as well. Gilles Villeneuve's another one. Donington on January 17th. That's, you know, that could be rain led. Mount Panorama, that would be interesting in the rain, Callum, as well, wouldn't it?
That would be indeed. Like I said, I quite like the idea of having a little bit of rain here and there, but I did remember seeing something about how they are going to have it set so not every race is the same. So if you see a dark cloud in the distance, you'll have to judge it lap by lap on whether it's coming your way to know if there's going to be rain or not, because they said that'll be the indication, because your spotters won't be able to tell you if the rain's coming or not for most scenarios. And I saw a clip where you can see progressively as laps go on, the cloud is not getting bigger, but it's getting closer, and it showers, not for very long, but it showers for a lap or two before it then passes over and disappears. But yeah, it does look really good, I have to say, and I think that whole surprise element will be good, so I'll be curious to see what they do with that.
Yeah, I think so as well. That would be very, very interesting to see what goes on and what develops in the rain, and whether or not, you know, it comes down in streams, or if it's going to come down in patches, or however it's going to come down. I think it would be interesting in general. And I think, you know, we're all really hyped that if we could get a progressive rain, that would be real world progressive. That would be absolutely incredible, I think, for everybody as well, because I think that would give it a completely different makeup of how the rain reacts. So that would be exciting to see, I think, as well, if it would be a progressive system that, as you said, rains one side in Spa but then dry the other. Chris, do you fancy Spa on, say, El Rouge Radion in the wet, and then Rivage and Pouhon in the dry?
I can't wait for the rain to start working in iRacing. It just opens up a whole new world of racing lines and things like that. So it'll definitely sort out the men from the boys, so to speak. And yeah, hopefully, if they can get it to do it like it would happen at Spa, that'd be amazing. But as it sits at the minute, I'm not quite sure that's how it's going to work.
Well, we've managed to unlap ourselves here. Get Pole Racing, who is in the lead, have gone into the pits. So we have managed to unlap ourselves here, and we're now in 9th place. Moving up bit by bit, 4:02 last time out for Mr. Rice, which is absolutely amazing. Any gains that he is doing has been absolutely incredible, and I think overall he should be proud of what he's achieved. Here, Stu, once more, he was a second up on 8th in lap 90, but I think they've probably gone near the pits. So, yeah, I think it's been great from Stu, keeping the car on track here, Callum. Doing what he needs to do. I think that's the main thing, isn't it? Just making sure he keeps it on the track and making sure he finishes this race.
Yeah, certainly. 22-second gap between him and Benny behind. So, you know, sitting in a nice position and having that gap is always good as well. So, not too long to go now. Just under an hour and 25 left to go. So, yeah, he's just got to focus on bringing that car home and doing the best he possibly can from here on out.
Yeah, pushers, stay within your limits, I think, for him, Chris, don't you think, for Stuart? You know, even he's admitted he's probably the weakest in the team, if there is such a thing. So for him, just to be able to keep it on track, keep going, keep his concentration. Not many cars around us at the moment as well. So I think he's doing a stellar job. And are you're happy with how Stuart's gone about his business, or as a team in the team, are you sitting back thinking, come on, Stu, get on with it, son?
Yeah, to be fair, I think Stuart's probably the most improved driver. He's managed to improve so much with the new Fanatec stuff that he's got. He's a little hot-headed at times, so we just have to try and rein it in a little bit. And he sometimes takes unnecessary risks, but from what I've seen during his stint, he's been pretty on point, so I can't complain too much.
Yeah, I know he was a little bit worried about it, and you know, and that, but I think overall he's done a great job managing what's gone on around him. Like now, obviously with this GTP, I think the way he manages it would be just sort of now get round the chicane and now let him go. I think that would be what I would do, and he has done exactly that. Then he slips in behind Tom Watson Racing there, or sorry, Lee Watson Racing, and gets past him as well. Don't forget that young man is doing the whole 8 hours on his own. So he's done a great job there as well, as my wife just comes in and throws the puppy at me. Hello, Rolo, come here then. So I've now got a little dash out sat on my lap. So there you go. Welcome in, mate. Enjoying the racing, Rolo? Yeah? Good. So, yeah, so an hour and 20 minutes remaining. He's doing a great job, is Mr. Rice once more. So, yeah, for him as general, I think just keep it on track, sitting in 9th and doing an incredible job here once more. Are we now, though, Chris, looking at top 5 realistically, do you think, with an hour and 20 to go?
I'm not going to say no, because, you know, never say never, but he's due to come into the pits in the next sort of 16-18 minutes, and as we discussed earlier, it's probably going to mean that it's going to be a sort of a 15-20 minute splash and dash towards the end. That's extra pit lane time that we didn't really need, but yeah, I think he's got a solid 10th, sort of 9th, 10th. But again, you never know. I mean, Benny behind us is 21 seconds, and I think it's about 40 seconds for a pit stop. Might be a bit longer if there's a driver swap, which we haven't got. We don't know if the team behind have. And, you know, cars up front are quite close together in places, so with a bit of luck, they might fall off the track and we go sailing past.
Yeah, well, that's the hope here once more, as we've got Atson Gambo in front, 43 seconds up the road. Trizpal Esports are into the pits. We were having a little battle with them earlier on. They have moved forward once more, and we're now obviously with the 2 safety cars we've had. Whether or not there's going to be a third one, well, I think that would be quite interesting if there was a third one. I think punching everybody up for the last hour would make an incredible sprint race. Would you fancy a third one, Chris, here at the end?
Yeah, very much. We benefited quite nicely from the second one, and I imagine it'd be a similar story with the third one. And as you say, with everyone bunched up again and you know, all packed together, it'd make a very interesting final hour.
Yeah, it definitely will. I think that's going to be one of the things here. It would make a very interesting final hour for this race, and see if we can, you know, would get a third one. That would be absolutely incredible, as Trizpal are now on their way out of the pit, so we haven't managed to close up on them. We will see what happens. We are due in pretty much, I think it's going to be this lap or one more, Chris. Yes, did you say?
No, so he's got probably another 3 laps left, so what's that for? 12 minutes. It'll be about the hour mark when he comes in, probably just before.
Right, okay. Let's see how Stu does. He's got to go in, bury his pit stop, and once more here, Callum coming into the last hour and 20 minutes already. You know, it seems like an age ago that we started this one. My daylight has gone. I'm now in night time here in sunny Somerset, or dark Somerset I should be. It's been a very interesting race, hasn't it, Callum, all in all, to be fair?
Yeah, it has been. There's been ups, there's been downs, and there's been some scary moments as well. But all in all, it's been a fantastic race, and we're still being treated to just over an hour more of, well, what's probably going to be some good things to come yet. There could be a last-second battle, potentially, between Rice and Benny. But then again, Benny's just lost 2 seconds on Mr. Rice, so... not too sure if that's going to be going ahead now or not with that last second battle, but something to keep an eye out for. But anything could happen in the last hour, so we could still be on for potentially a top 5 finish, depending on what happens to the guys up top. Who knows? Are we going to see another safety car? Only time will tell, but I'm sure we'll find out very soon.
Yeah, these are a couple of cars in front of us here, Trizpal and that BMW. I'm not quite sure what that BMW is trying to achieve by weaving all over the track in front of that Porsche there. I think I would be a little bit aggrieved by that action, but maybe that's just me on that one, and that's probably how I would look at it. But Stu here has got 47 seconds to go to catch up to the guys at Trizpal as well, and we've got 22 seconds behind. So let's see what goes on and whether or not we can get any further up the grid, as we sit in 9th place again on the lead lap, which is great. So we haven't been lapped. So there we go. I think that's an achievement all in its own, to be fair, Chris, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I was expecting to be a lot further down the grid, if I'm being totally honest with everyone. So to be sat 9th with just over an hour to go is pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's great. I think you guys have done an absolutely extraordinary job getting this Ferrari up into 9th. We're not the strongest team in the field by any shorts of any form of the imagination. You know, the I rating is up and down, and we're just doing what we need to be doing, keeping it on the track, managing the tyres, managing everything here as well, and doing an absolutely stellar job, I think, once more. It's been an awesome racing evening. So, I think it's been very creditable and a great outing for the first run of the JPB esports team, with Stu Rice currently at the helm. So we'll keep an eye and see how he gets on here. So I think it's going to be awesome. Going to be coming into the pits in the next couple of laps. 47 seconds in front, 22 behind, and sitting in 9th. All in all, a good achievement. Chris, you can all be proud of yourselves here as well. This is, Callum said, the longest one you guys have done.
Yeah, it is. So I think the longest one that we've done between us was probably the last BDLV one, which was 6 hours if I remember right, wasn't it? So 8 hours is definitely the longest for us, and usually we have 4 drivers, not 3, so I think it's the longest stints that we've done between us. It's been good fun. I can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, I think that's the plan anyway. We'll get this Spa 24, hopefully, or this Brick Car 24 I should say, at Silverstone. Don't dive there, mate. Come on, Flanders Racing Team Bravo, be sensible. At least, Stu. Mirror driving a little bit there, I think. Made a mistake on that last chicane. Get rid of that slow down there as well. So, bit of a tough one, but let's see how we get on and how he recovers. Lucky enough we didn't lose any positions, because as I say, we've still got 20-second gap and a 47 gap in front. Coming into this last little period and seeing how it goes. And once more getting it done here, Callum. Hour and 13 on the clock here, Callum. Have you enjoyed today?
I certainly have. It's been really enjoyable. I have to admit, still wish I could have been in the car, but it's something I'll be able to do. Obviously, in the future, we've got BDLV coming up, and plus, obviously, if the 24-hour one goes ahead, got an opportunity to be there as well. But it was just even just sort of sitting here with yourself in the booth for the whole session. It's actually been a pleasure, and it's been really enjoyable. So it's been some good racing. Yeah,
well, we've got you, Stuart, Dan, Chris Barnes. I'll see if I can get a couple of Americans in to do the night shift as well. Leave it with me for the next couple of days, and we'll see what we can do and whether or not we can get a team together for the Brickcard 24-hour. As I say, I'm not quite entirely sure on broadcasting it on that one. I think that could be a long one, Callum, with just me and you for 24 hours.
Yeah, I don't know if I can manage that, to be honest. I don't know if I can do that. But I have to admit, I would really like to race in that. And depending on how the teams look and how many people are doing it, I'd actually quite like to do a long stint there, to be fair. So, I'd be kind of interested to see what happens to that, to be honest.
How many would you need, do you reckon? 6?
Now, I'm going to say something really bold, and I'm hoping it doesn't bite me in a place where the sun doesn't shine, but I reckon we could probably make a team if Barnes and Stuart Rice are free, with just the 4 of us, possibly 5.
Ooh, Mr. Evans.
I agree with that.
Because I can do the late night / overnight stint, because I'm normally up and around that time anyway, streaming to the audience I have on my Twitch, which is mostly American. So I'm used to being up at those times, especially on a weekend. So we do have that coverage. So I reckon we could do that.
Well, let me know what the situation is, and we'll see about entering in a team there.
Because if we can get Rob Williams in,
he works weekends.
Oh, does he? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he works weekends.
Well, we still have a couple other people, so we can ask and see because there's a couple other people that I would like to ask anyway. If they're free, then we can get them in, and we can easily hit it with 5 people. Well,
Dan Lewis said he's free in the endurance availability. So, Dan Lewis is another option. My own boy has said he's free as well. I'm not quite sure how he would be driving on that. Let's see, I'll have to have a chat with him actually, considering he's only upstairs. You know what I mean? He could come down and actually talk, but there we go. I guess sending a Discord message is easier. I'll see what I can do. So maybe Mr. Mini-Me Jr. could be involved in it as well. But coming into the hour 10-minute mark, I think there's one more lap in Stuart's fuel tank. So let's see what he is able to do here as well, and whether or not he can get that done. It looks like he's just got to slow down on that last chicane. He is slowed in behind Crash Test Dummies, who are a lap down. So don't panic, we haven't just lost a position. We are still in 9th, which is incredible, and I think would be awesome if we could get there as well and get that done. So yeah, I think I tell you what, I think overall, Chris, a top 10, I'm happy. I think it's been stellar. Top 10, absolutely amazing. First long endurance race, you know, did it with 3 rather than 4. I think overall the team as a whole has got to be happy. Coming into the last hour, we still haven't used any fast repairs, have we, Chris, as far as we're aware?
No, we still have all 8 fast repairs, and I think I've worked out that after the pit stop that he's going to hopefully come in and do at the end of this lap, the next one will be due with about 25 minutes left in the session. So one thing I did notice is the 2 cars behind have traded places and they're catching up at some rate of knots. So we need to try and hope that the pit stops for those guys fall within the last sort of 5-6 laps, and we can get a bit of track position back.
Right, so let's do the math. I know this is never good when you trust a commentator to do math. So 4 laps at 4 minutes a lap, so that's 20, right? 20 minutes, give or take. No, 16 minutes. If you're saying 25 minutes to go for us, we're looking at in the last 10 minutes for them, right? Because obviously, maths. 25 take away 16, should be about 9 minutes remaining, shouldn't it, for them guys behind us, the likes of Team Vanderlei and Infamous Esports. To be honest, if I was Stu, I'd be looking at getting that in the pit lane, because as you say, Vanderlei and the Infamous Esports are coming at you at a rate of knots here. So I would definitely be looking at going into the pits, getting this lap done as fast as I possibly can, because if he wants to maintain that 9-second mark, he's going to have to get kind of on his boots here as well and get moving, as that GTP does go past us. That's Bricks Motorsport, who are sitting in 6th as we now tuck in. There is Team Vanderlei there. The gap's down to 8.3. So Stu needs to get on his bike a little bit and get moving here as well. So hopefully, theoretically though, Chris, we have said 9 minutes for everybody else behind us.
Yeah, theoretically. I mean, Stuart's definitely got to come in at the end of this lap, and it's, if he gets the pit limiter right and he doesn't do what I did and completely miss the pit box, it's a 40-second pit stop. So he's going to come out, what's that, 32 and a bit seconds behind the car currently sat behind us. So we need to try and just up the lap times a little bit, but I imagine that his front tyres are crying at him. It's one thing that I struggled with, that to keep cooling them down, because they don't like being pushed too much for too long.
Yeah, I think that's that's going to be the thing, isn't it? Is just making sure that he's going to have the tyre life in his car to be able to get the job done. And be able to make sure that he is able to finish off here, because the last thing he wants to do is lose them tyres before, because there's nothing worse, Callum, when you're kind of Bambi on ice on the car at the moment. You really don't want that happening in the car this late on with an hour and 5 minutes as we are into the pits. So good job there from Mr. Stuart Rice. And he is now into the pits, which is what we did predict. Get it in, get it stopped, get out, Callum. That's what he wants to achieve.
Yeah, pretty much. And then I think, is he going to make that go to the end, or is he going to have to do another splash and dash.
He's got to do a splash and dash.
Yeah.
Chris has just said that. He's got to do a splash and dash at about 25 minutes.
Oh, okay. But the main thing is what he's got to do is the same as every other driver so far. Is as soon as he leaves the pits, he needs to try and get that routine back in action, get his head down, and just get the consistency up. And just keep it between the white lines and bring it home now. That's all we've got to hope for.
Get it done, Mr. Rice, because the last thing, he wants to be able to do is you don't want to be stacking it into the wall. Just get it finished off, get it done, get this car home, and that will be absolutely awesome to get this one completed here once more, because it's been 8 hours, and the last thing we want to happen there is for him to put it into the wall. It's something that we don't want to happen. So there we go. And my own son has said he might be able to do a night stint, Mr. Milam. So that might be all right.
Yeah, that might work out quite nicely, to be fair. But I'm looking forward to that event. That should be good. So fingers crossed we're able to get in it and take it from there.
Well, maybe we can have a chat, get everybody who's interested in on Wednesday evening, because the GT4s have finished as well. Get everybody in for a chat who's interested on a Wednesday night, and then we can sort out who, what, where, when, how, car, you know what I mean? Get it all done and dusted. Does that work for you, Mr. Evans?
Yep, can do. Like I said, I just need to double check what's happening with work, because we've got a fair bit happening at the minute with a bit of an expansion and a rebrand. So as it sits at the minute, I think I'm free, but I just have to double check tomorrow.
Okay, well, that works for me. I can do that. Just let me know and I'll put a message out tomorrow regarding Wednesday night. We'll have a little chat. 1 hour free to go. We're now in 11th. We are expecting the guys in front of us to come in within the next 3 to 4 laps, so expect them in with about 45 minutes to go, which may see them get to the end, or it may theoretically give them a splash and dash. So we have got 52 seconds to Infamous Esports and a further 12 to Vanderlei. Pit stop time round about 1 minute 20. So 52 add 12 is 1 minute 04. 1 minute 4. So hopefully we might be able to get back out in front of them and see where we can end up and whether or not we can jump back into the top 10. I think that's what we're kind of aiming for this late on. Callum, wouldn't you say? Top 10?
Yeah, that's the aim. Fingers crossed we can finish out the race there, but just have to see how everyone else does with their pit stops as well. I noticed the whole race we have been pitting slightly ahead of the majority of the pack, but so far that seems to have all worked in our favour. So fingers crossed that as long as Stu can keep it consistent, which I'm sure he will, then we'll be able to bring it across the line in a top 10 position.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think although, Chris, as you said, you got a little bit mad about that safety car, I think that first one helped us because it put us at the top of the pile. Obviously, as the race has gone on, things have happened. And to be fair, we haven't had any major incidents. We've just lost it at a certain point, swapping backwards and forwards in the pits and that as well. So I think although as much as we hated that first safety car and it kind of put us in a predicament, I think now, though, it has kind of worked out a little bit. Yeah, we probably could have done without the splash and dash at the end, but there's not a whole lot we can do about that now. Chris is there for Stu. He's just got to get his head down, get it round the track, go as fast as possible, get them lap times back down to the 402s and that he was doing, and start moving forward with it and seeing where we end up. We're open to fate, I guess, on this one and where we end up on this race.
Yeah, I mean, if he sort of, funnily enough, if he slows his lap times down a little bit and sort of sticks around the 4 minute 10s and holds position, the other guys should still have to pit again, and he should get to the end. It just means that he's got to purposely lap 5 or 6 seconds slower than he's capable, and then hope that everyone else doesn't absolutely have the hammer down. But as it sits at the minute, we are looking at a proper splash and dash and an extra. So it's going to be at least 30 seconds in the pit sat still. So it's doable. I've got faith. He's doing well.
Yeah, he is. I think that's the thing there. He is doing well and doing an absolutely stunning job. So keep it on track, Mr. Rice, as well. Just imagine this, Callum, in the rain about now. Oh, that would...
Yeah, that would be interesting. That would definitely for a spin towards the end of this race. Probably quite literally for some people as well. So that'll be very interesting to see, considering obviously there's quite a lot of long bits of road on this track that you can hit your max speed on. So it'll be interesting to see what the rain would do to low speed corners, but then also you've got your high speed areas as well around this track. So if there was rain right now, you'd probably get a feel for it very quickly on how it reacts to different speeds of different vehicles, because obviously those GTB cars are awfully quick, and not too sure how good they would be at clearing the road of all the rain. So that would be quite an interesting sight to see.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's get to the end of these 13 weeks. Obviously, week 13 is round about the 6th to the 10th, I think it is, of December. I know it starts on the 6th, so it's give or take around that area. So 6 for 7 days will be the 6th to the 12th, I'm going to presume, on that one. So let's see what goes on here, because I think this is going to be a very interesting next season for all involved. Just imagine the Clios on a short track in the rain at Brands Indy. Oh, well, I'm excited already, Chris. Just the sound of that makes me excited.
Yeah, I don't share that same enthusiasm with those Clios. I tried it in season 1 and I was absolutely terrible, so I very politely and kindly backed out.
Yeah, don't like this. Off I go. No, but we are going to the thing is, we are in the Clios. You know, we're off to Interlagos, Canadian Tire. That would be fun. Catalonia National Circuit, Hockenheim National, Classic Lime Rock in the rain. That would be interesting. Motorland Aragon on the outer. Nürburgring Sprint Strecker. Well, it always rains in Germany, generally anyway. Okayama Falls, Summit Point, and Tsukuba. Imagine Tsukuba in the rain, Callum. Oh, that would be incredible.
I think there's a lot of tracks where the rain would be incredible. I mean, imagine trying to race around the Nürburgring while it's raining, for example. There's many tracks where it could be exhilarating but also devastating at the same time, and well, I think that goes for every track really in the rain. It's such because it's such an unknown thing that we're about to step into in the iRacing world. Obviously the first time this is ever happening. It's going to be a giant step, and possibly one that holds a trapdoor as well. So we've got to be careful, but hopefully things will go well and it will be a very enjoyable experience.
Chris, Nordschleife in the rain, what do you reckon?
Yep, I'd give it a go. It's not the strongest track at all in any shape, but you know, you don't know till you try.
No, I think that would be a very interesting one. Let us know on YouTube or in the comments below, if you do watch this back, of what you think of Nordschleife in the rain and what other circuits would suit the rain and what circuits wouldn't suit the rain, and which ones you think would be absolutely terrible. I think Tsukuba in the rain for the Clios would just be mental there as well. I am looking forward to Tsukuba. I do like Tsukuba as a racetrack. I think that coming around that turn 1 and then going off around the exits and on that banking curb would gets the blood flowing there as well. It looks like Volta Krieber in the Porsche. He is behind us. He's now a long way behind us. Has had a bit of a moment. Well, that is a moment. Very, very bizarre. He has just kind of stopped on the side of the racetrack. Not absolutely going anywhere. Now he's back up and running, and now he's moving. I'm not entirely sure what that was, but I'll take that 1 minute 40 gap to the car behind, I've got to be honest. And as we're coming into the last 55 minutes, Flanders Racing Team have battled their way all the way up to 4th in class. They're just going into the pits once more. So that again is 55 minutes. I've got them down as 15 minutes if we're going on 40 minutes. You said 40 minutes max, Chris, on a pit stop?
Yep, so full tank of fuel normally gets you 40 minutes on track, and your front tyres will pretty much be completely shot.
Right, okay. Well, that's one to look forward to there. Flanders are in. He's dropping down the order. Where are you, Mr. Rice? You're at the top part. We're not going to get that as he's at the top part of the circuit coming into turn 15. So, unfortunately, it doesn't look like we'll jump the Flanders team. But we will hopefully be able to get near Benny Romero in the infamous eSports and Team Vanderlei there once more. And as I say, we're coming into that 54 minutes, so absolutely anything can happen, especially in an endurance race, Callum. Literally anything can happen here as well.
Yeah, it's never truly over until that checkered flag goes. I mean, I know that's obviously the same for every race, but endurance race, it really does come down to the end. No matter how big gaps are, cars really do start pushing hard in the last few laps, so it's going to be really tense to see what happens here within the last hour as we crawl our way into that now.
Yeah, Trispalv and the Pukas Motorsports are fighting it out on track. You see the lights are on as we're starting to come into the night time here at Le Mans. Let's keep an eye just for a minute or so because these are ahead of us. It's been good that Trispalv got an absolutely flying exit out there. Pukas not so much, so unfortunately it looks like that might have settled down as well. We've just literally now only a 1 lap down. We have gone a lap down, unfortunately, there once more, so that's a bit of a shame. We didn't manage to keep it on the lead lap, but as I say, 53 minutes to go. You never know, people have still got pit stops to make. It's quite interesting, Chris, looking at everybody's pit lap, is they're all over the place. They're 89, 91, 82, 92, 89, they're all over the place. I don't think anybody's found a consistent pit strategy here today because of the amount of time that we've been under the safety car and stuff like that. I think everybody's in the same boat. They've all ended up, could possibly gamble being into a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think setups played a big role in the race. So we noticed, particularly when Barnes was in the car, that the vast majority of the cars were leaving us for dead on the straights, but we were massively quicker than most of them in the corners. So it depends on who's got what setup. I think because we've essentially run the baseline, it's quite high on downforce, which again obviously plays a part in tyre wear and things like that. So if you've got a really good driver with a slippy car, they might be able to get an extra 5 or 6 laps out of a stint over someone like us in a car that's safe rather than a bit sort of skitty on the road.
I like safe. When I did the Sebring 12-hour, I was asked to drive the Merc at Sebring, and it was slidey as anything. And I think that that didn't kind of suit my style. I think as a Merc driver in the GT3, I'm more need a sturdier base. Chris, I think that's the thing, and setting a car up as you have this Ferrari, I think that's the best way going forward.
Yeah, I mean, so we have very different driving styles within the team. So when we're sharing a car, it's a bit awkward to set a car up for, say, Barnes, and then myself get in, and I wouldn't be able to drive it the same way that Barnes would. So we tend to stick to baseline, just change the in-car adjustments. So I prefer to run with a lot more rear brake bias. It just helps me turn the car in, so helps you get, particularly quite heavy braking zones like you get at the chicanes on the Mulsanne, if you've got a lot of rearward brake bias, you tend to not lock the front wheels up as much. And like I said, I prefer to use that to turn the car in rather than, scrub a load off with a bunch of understeer.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing, isn't it? Getting that balance for all of the drivers. You've got to get everybody comfortable in that car, because at the end of the day, you really don't want a car that reacts in a completely different way every single lap. I think that would be a bit of a nightmare for anyone to drive, to be honest with you, Chris. I think it's got to be stable. There's got to be a mixture of, speed and control, and so I think it's got to be a little bit more sensible, isn't it? And I think that's the thing for everybody who drives in endurance races. You don't want to set the car up for your fastest guy and everybody else struggles to drive it, because at the end of the day, what becomes the point of that? You're not gaining anything, are you, Chris, on that one?
No, not really. And again, there's other factors too, like equipment. So Barnes and Stewart are on direct drive wheels with load cell pedals, and I am not. I am on a little Thrustmaster. So that can affect how the car behaves as well. So if you set it up for direct drive wheel and things like that, it's not going to react the same with what I've got. So generally speaking, the baseline setup in iRacing is the fastest safe option, and there's plenty of wiggle room within the traction control systems, ABS systems, and the brake bias, things like that, to get the car to drive how you need it to, and essentially negate those differences in equipment and driving styles.
Yeah, what Thrustmaster are you on?
I don't know, is it a T3000 or something? I haven't a clue. I'm not very good with technology. I say it a lot to the guys in the team. If it doesn't work past the on-off switch, I am a bit stuck.
Is it a T300 or a T3000?
It doesn't say on it. It might be a T300, to be fair then.
Oh, okay. Well, at the end of the day, it does the job, and it keeps you on track, and it makes you consistent and fast. So all in all, I don't think equipment matters, to be fair, because I used to commentate on a guy that used to have a G29 strapped to a wheel, driving it from a deck chair, and the kid was incredibly speedy in an SR10. So I don't know how much equipment affects the driving ability, Chris. Do you think it's a massive part in sim racing, do you think?
100%. I broadly am roughly at the same pace as Mr. Barnes, as what he was when he had a similar setup. And over a big track like Le Mans, just not having a load cell brake pedal can cost you a couple of, maybe 3 seconds a lap. So it's that I've noticed a massive difference, particularly watching Stuart Rice go from his Logitech into the Fanatec. His driving style hasn't really changed that much, but he's considerably quicker now. He's got the right equipment under him.
I never really imagined it would make that much of a difference, to be fair. Maybe that's just because I'm slowing no matter what I've got wheel-wise in front of me. So I don't know. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, given the likes of, say, Pete Newman, a Logitech T29, and saying, right, now go drive with that and see if you're as quick as you are normally. I do wonder whether or not that would make a massive difference. But, yeah, going forward there. Callum Milam, are you back?
I am, yes. I can't now see what's going on because I've had to fully reset the PC now. So I'm going to have to get myself back in. But, yes, I am back somewhat.
Back somewhat as Pucars Motorsport go into the pits, and we're coming round turn 15. So again, I don't think we're quite going to get them. It's what Infamous and Team Vanderlei are going to do. If they go another 6 minutes, though, Chris, they could end up going to the end. It does look like Team Vanderlei have had a moment, however. So let's just take a quick look and see what this Merc has been up to as they're coming into the pit lane, actually. Oh, spun it on the entrance to the pit lane. for Team Vanderlei. That's going to give us a massive boost to try and get near them there as well, as they're into the pits. We're a little bit far back. We're just coming into Indianapolis. No, Arnage. I don't think we're quite going to make this one. I've got a funny feeling Infamous and Vanderlei are going to get out. The Vanderlei have stopped and they're up on the jacks. Infamous again, just coming in now once more. They've got to get that car stopped and on the jacks, ready to go. Stu is just coming through the Porsche curves. This is going to be close here, Chris, whether or not he's going to get them 2 positions.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but I think he's going to come out just a tad shy. I reckon around 10 seconds, unless they have a driver swap. If they have a driver swap, you can add. I think it's 15 seconds here for a driver swap. So hopefully, both teams do decide to put a slower driver in.
Yeah, unfortunately, they haven't changed. Infamous looks like they may have done. I don't believe, but where are we in conjunction? We're coming round now as well. They're still stopped. They're going to be in for another 10 seconds. Come on, Stu. Get on your boots, son. Get it moving. Get it going. As we should take a position. We are back now just in the top 10 here, as we have made a position over one of them cars, as we've now got Team Watson in front of us. Stay out of the way. We've got GTPs coming through every which way but Sunday, so they've gone on their bikes. Stu's going to go on his bike as well, as Lee Watson gets out of the way. The solo 8 hours there as well. I've got an American driver for the Brickcard 24, so that's handy as well there, Mr. Milam. So that could be a team of nice 5 or 6 of you there.
It certainly could be. At this rate, keep it going. It could be 2 teams. So, yeah, I look forward to that.
Absolutely. And that would be absolutely amazing. I'll see if he can make the meeting here as well. He might be at work though, because he is obviously American. So there you go. That would be absolutely incredible. Maybe we'll have 2 teams in the Brickcard 24 hours. That would be absolutely solid. 34 seconds ahead of Infamous now, Chris. We didn't quite get Team Vanderlei, but we have got to stop again. So Stu kind of needs to get on his bike a little bit here to see if he can open up a little bit of a pit stop gap.
Yeah, but to be fair, unless they can do some serious fuel saving, I think the other 2 cars have to pit as well too. It's going to be tight, whether they choose to risk it or not. I reckon around the 5-6 minute mark they'll be running out of fuel and wondering what to do.
Bold claim, Mr. Evans, bold claim. Do we think that's going to be the case with 42 minutes remaining? We're going to have to go in the next 15. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Who is that behind us? That is Team Lee Watson. He's 8 laps down, but he is still going. Twin Turn Sim Racing is second there behind us as well. There are them guys there chasing us down. There's action going on in the GTPs here with our friends at Team Heat Together. He looks like he's just about to possibly be overtaken by Jace Clark in the Brick Motorsports team. However, they have had their own little moments going on, and he looked like he just had another one then, unfortunately. So, yeah, don't forget BDLV sign-ups are still open, guys, as well. The places are filling up thick and fast here. So make sure you get yourselves involved in that one, and the GT4s and the Clios and the new European TCR season as well. So let's hopefully get some guys in, get the grids nice and full. As I say, the GT4s are filling up very, very nicely, and the Clios have started to do the same. So get yourselves involved in that one there once more. Callum, 41 minutes remaining. We've been at this for 7 hours and 20 minutes, dear sir. It's been a pleasure having you alongside me. Thank you so much for joining me on this one. It's been a very adventurous afternoon for us.
Yeah, it certainly has. Like I said earlier, there's been ups and downs, but it's been a great day. fantastic event, and well, it was a great way to spend majority of your Sunday, to be honest. It's a track that I've not actually been to for this event, so I have to admit it's certainly not massively high on my list, but it's a nice track. It's quite big. It's obviously very open as well, so yeah, it's not terrible, but definitely others that come above this, and Nürburgring after that is probably going to be one of them. But
God, you're like a Nürburgring cheerleader, aren't you?
No, the one reason I prefer Nürburg to this track is the fact that Nürburg, yes, there's more corners, but you know where you are because it's different scenery, and when I drive around here, everything is just the same. There's no difference in the trees or writing on the track or difference in the barrier or anything. It's all just the same. So it's personally, I find this quite a boring track, to be honest, but it's brought some good racing though, and I know that's against the opinion of many, because I know there's quite a few people that like this track, but I'm certainly not one of them.
What would you feel iRacing is able to do at Le Mans to make it appealing? Would you like to see different types of trees or something? I'm not quite getting what you mean.
So obviously it's not the sightseeing aspect as such, but because everything looks so much the same, I find it hard to race here, because I just mentally I can't do it. I find it too boring. I can't learn breaking points and things like that. I don't do it based off of your meter boards or anything like that. I do it based off what's around me. I pick, there'll be a small shadow I'll pick, or there'll be a paint mark or something, and stuff like that. But here it's all the same, so I can't really do that. But I don't know, I find this track a little bit more tedious than most others I've been on, so yeah, not the biggest fan of this track, that's for sure. So I don't know, I don't really think there's much they can do to it, to be honest. I know a lot of people love it as it is, so probably best to keep it as it is, because there's probably only a minority of people like myself that will say the same thing as me, really. So I think majority of people actually love this track, and I can understand why, but it's just not my cup of tea.
Chris, any thoughts on that?
I have a very simple question for Callum, and I'm interested in the answer. Le Mans or Sebring?
Sebring.
Didn't think you'd say that one.
No, definitely Sebring. And the reason Chris says he doesn't think I'd say that is because I think it was the first, 6 months I was with when I joined Triple P, and they kept mentioning this track Sebring. I think we were doing some practice on it. I think it was coming up in a race, and I refused to do it. I hated the track, detested it, couldn't stand it, didn't want to be on it, didn't want nothing to do with it. And I love the track now. I absolutely adore it, and I prefer it over this one. But obviously not many people know that I really love Sebring, so everyone's still under the assumption that I absolutely hate Sebring, but I do prefer it to this track. I have to admit, this isn't going to sound good, but one of the other tracks that I really, really, really don't like at all, and never will, is actually one that we're racing at next weekend. So that's going to be fun.
What's that?
Brands Hatch.
You don't like it?
I can't stand it.
I love Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I have a strong hatred. Very strong hatred. Not a fan.
I love Brands Hatch. Chris, do you like Brands Hatch?
I love Brands Hatch.
Yeah, I agree.
You can't say Brands isn't very scenic, though, Callum, because it is quite a scenic track, that one. A bit like the Nürburgring.
Oh, yeah, no. It's not because of that. I just generally detest it. I cannot think of anything worse on iRacing, to be honest. I'd prefer to take an F1 car around a dirt oval. I'm not a fan of Brands Hatch at all, and I know that will cause some kind of backlash somewhere in the world, but yeah, I don't like it. We'll never ever go there.
Well, to be fair, I think you're a minority. most people, I work with Ewan who hates Sebring. Like, literally, he says it's boring. It's flat, it's bumpy, there ain't a lot to it. Me, personally, I think Sebring is a great challenge as a race circuit because the bumps do cause a little bit of an issue. The one track I can't stand is the Hungaro Ring. I've commentated there more times than I care to imagine, and the racing can just be snooze fest. Because you can't get past, you can't, die. It's just can be complete and utterly depressing. But I think favourite track for me is Interlagos all day. I love Interlagos. I think it's an amazing circuit.
So you said about tracks where you can't do much overtaking. So what about Monaco?
No, it balls the hell out of me. That is one Grand Prix I will not watch. I don't see the point. The guy who qualifies in pole 9 out of 10 times wins.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If they went back to the old Monaco, where they took the barriers away and put hay barrels there and people ended up in the canal, great. I'd watch that all day because I think that would be awesome. You know what I mean? But no, it's boring. It's follow, you can't overtake, you're asking people to thread the eye of a needle at a circuit that doesn't allow it. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong, they're brave for driving there because the circuit's got to be scary as it is, but no, I don't know about you, Chris. Monaco fan or not?
Not so much the racing that weekend, no, but I'm one of the loud voices that is a big advocate for keeping some of the hero tracks on the calendar. I think the biggest thing that lets Monaco down is the fact that the cars that race around there now in F1 are literally 4 or 5 times the size of the cars that used to race there. I'm again, not to keep focus on tracks that we don't like, but one that I particularly don't like on iRacing is it Rudskogen in the Aston GT4, because that can be an absolute pain. I really don't like that one, and hopefully it doesn't pop up in another league, because I'll just have to bow out of it. I cannot get that Aston into second gear at all at most tracks, and that one is just full of second gear corners.
Okay, well, I'm suggesting on the 21st of February in the GT4s then, Mr. Evans, you might want to take a night off.
Yep, definitely.
Well, he's driving the Merc in the GT4s, though.
Oh, are you?
Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I've changed to the Merc, haven't I?
Because you're my teammate, so I hope you're driving the Merc, because I ain't driving no Aston.
Okay, well, that works then, because you can't drop the last 2 rounds either. So you're going to have to turn up at Rudskogen. Sorry, Chris.
Oh. Yeah, that's kind of done that one then, hasn't it, really? But thankfully the Merc is a bit easier to drive than the Aston.
Yeah. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh dear, I'm guessing he hasn't read the calendar.
What date is the GT4 race? Mid-February? Is that the 14th? Or?
Yeah, 14th and the 21st.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I could have a problem on the 14th, though, for my own personal thing, being that, A, my son was born on the 14th, so it's his birthday, and B, it's Valentine's Day.
Which I was surprised it was on the 14th, I'll be honest.
Well, yeah, the Red Bull Ring might have to be moved to the next week. I'm not entirely sure on that one. I haven't thought that far ahead yet because the wife hasn't said anything. So at the moment, I'm not going to be killed. But if it comes... Oh, Stu, again? I know you're getting out of the way for that 5-2-1 car, mate, but we want to really try to nail that. Make him do the moving around you, not you taking a slow down and an off track on that one. Yeah, so I don't know if I'm going to be dead yet or whether or not that race will go ahead, but if not, I'll see if somebody else can broadcast it while I go and celebrate Valentine's Day and my son's birthday. It might be a good idea.
Now, that day will be key because you will see how many races in your calendar are single or soon to be single with divorcement papers in the post. Well, so it'll be a very interesting day.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we don't really do Valentine's Day. Since my son was born, and he's now 12, obviously he's born on Valentine's Day, so a lot of it has just been his birthday. And by the time the family come round and then they go off, and then, me and the missus might sit down in the evening and chill with a a drink or a film. That's basically about as far as our Valentine's Day goes. I can't remember actually last year whether or not we even bought each other a card, because I'm very much on the I don't have to show my wife I love her for one day of the year when I do it for 365 days of the year. So I'm not bought into the commercialization, should we say, of a day when apparently you need to celebrate your love, because Chris does it every Monday. I do it every Monday daytime when I go out with the wife and we go and get a spot of lunch and stuff like that. So I'm not bought into that commercialization. I don't know, Chris, what happens in your house on Valentine's Day?
Generally speaking, we go out at the weekend. We get a babysitter in and we go out for a nice meal somewhere, but we don't go too mad. Like you say, we have effectively a date night once a week anyway, so it's not something that we really pay attention to. The one that we go a bit crazy on sometimes is the wedding anniversary. So that can get a bit messy that weekend with the consumption of alcohol and things. So.
See, that's the one thing me and the wife don't do. We don't drink currently. Well, I say currently, we don't drink full stop. I haven't had a drink in absolutely ages, to be fair. One sniff of a beer now and I could be anyone's. You know what I mean? So we don't drink. So it's like New Year's. Do you know what I mean? Where I live in the middle of nowhere, for me to get anywhere where there is even a remote bit of nightlife. Oh, steady. Good boy, well done, Shoot. To get anywhere for a remote bit of nightlife would cost me 50 quid there and back in a taxi. So I'd have to pay 100 quid just in taxi fees before I actually wanted to go and pay to get in a nightclub and go and pay over extortionate prices for alcohol that was going to make me sick in the morning. So New Year's Eve is normally me and the wife sat watching Jules Holland, and then she'll fall asleep. I'll wake her up when the fireworks are starting, and that's about it. And then we kiss each other and go to bed. You know what I mean? It's not, I don't know, I'm just not one for celebrating things that people generally go mad for. I don't know about you, Callum, on New Year's. Are you a celebrator?
No, not really. I don't drink either, so I just kind of I just sit there, I guess, and just like, oh, cool, yeah, another year. You know, I'm going to be 1 year older. Fantastic. And then that's about it. That's about as far as my celebrations go. So,
Chris, are you a celebrator of New Year?
I am normally asleep by about 10:30 on New Year's Eve, although the last one, I actually started the year the same way I finished it. I was playing Counter-Strike, so I was getting shot at quite a lot on Counter-Strike, so didn't do too bad. I managed to stay awake to, I think it was about 1 o'clock before I completely gave up.
Fair play. I don't, you know, it's just another evening going into another year. But again, let us know in the comments if you are a celebratory of such things as New Year's or whatever. You know, we might go out for the wife's birthday, but we definitely ain't going to go and rock out on beer and alcohol. I don't drink, so as far as I'm concerned, it's a complete waste of time. But everybody's up to their own thing. I think at my age, where we've been there and done that many years ago, I don't really feel the need to be doing that now. But, you know, being the wrong side of 40, I suppose, is always probably a thing that is not an ideal, you know, scenario. I don't know. Maybe there's people my age who go out and rock the hell out of everything, to be fair, guys. But I'd rather watch a good film and sit on the sofa. Which does show I'm getting old there as well. Oh, steady. Steady, Mr. Rice. We are coming into 27 minutes. Do we know roughly where he's at in conjunction with pit stops and pit stop lengths at the moment, Chris?
He should be coming in the next 3 laps. He's got 3.8 laps of fuel left, and he's probably about halfway through the lap into, so I reckon in the next 3 laps he should be coming in for his final splash and dash.
Right, and we'll keep an eye on Team Vanderlei. They are the main ones, with Infamous behind us, who could possibly take our top 10 away. It looks like Triv's Power have just gone in. They're probably going to go to the end as well. 7 stops looks to be the bare minimum, maybe 8 for some people if they've had a few little incidents and accidents. So we will keep an eye on these guys and see how they get on. I think it's going to be very, very interesting here as well, and see what goes on, what happens, and how this one all pans out here, Mr. Milam. Could be an interesting one. Once more, 26 minutes on the clock, and we've got a splash and dash to do, Callum.
Yeah, we do indeed. And well, this is going to be the final test for Mr. Rice. Is going to be can he get his head straight back down and back on the pace as soon as possible to bring back that beloved position that we all want, which is as high as possible. Yeah, fingers crossed when he does come in, he can get that momentum going again and get straight back out there and show us how it's done.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Hopefully, Stu Rice here has been absolutely incredible. He's done an amazing job. Chris Barnes has been sat talking to him in his ear solidly, giving him updates and making sure everything has been working for him and he knows where he is as we're coming into that night time there as well. We think the people around us may have to pit once more, as we're on, what lap are we on at the moment? We're on 104. So possible that some might have to pit again. It's possible they may not, but we do know we do have to. So a great job from everybody here for coming to the end of the 8 hours of Le Mans for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Oh, I thought it was going in then. And don't forget the donation link is above if you can help us get to our $200 target. We have just hit 182, so we're not too far away, so it would be amazing if you could just get to that last bit there as well. Push us over the mark and see how we get on here. So it'd be great if you can just get us over that last $18 towards the end of the broadcast. We'll leave the link up and see how we get on. We're rejoined once more by Mr. Evans, who's just nipped off to empty off his full bladder. He's now back sitting alongside Mr. Milam and myself for the last 23 minutes. Chris, welcome back. Are you all fully refreshed and sorted?
Yes, I am. I couldn't keep it any longer. I'm getting on in years now, so I've definitely got old man bladder.
Oh blimey, how old are you?
I'm the dizzying heights of 36.
Callum, how old are you?
22.
I hate you all. Right, do you know, Callum, I've got a daughter older than you. So
You've got what, sorry?
A daughter older than you.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm at the gentle age of 45. So it's when you get to my age and you wake up with a new pain every day, you know you're in trouble. You know what I mean? Where all of a sudden you wake up, you think, oh, that's a new one. That wasn't there yesterday. Or you have to sit on the bed for 5 minutes waiting for your knees to unlock before you can put your trousers on.
To be fair, I may be 22, but I already get knee pain, hip pain, and back pain.
Really?
Yes, I think it's because of my height.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Jesus.
And I think rugby didn't help either.
Bro,
so,
you're like a man mountain.
Kind of, yeah. So if you take rugby and a 6'5" man who weighs a ton, yeah, it doesn't bode very well for bones and muscles and things. So
are you below 20
yeah, I think
stone?
that's done damage.
Are you below 20 stone?
No.
Oh, blimey. Love to see you in the scrum. I bet you just pick the whole scrum up and walk it off like you're eating a donut. Oh,
23 stone.
Gee. I might be 6 foot, but I'm only, I don't know, barely 14 stone. I don't know. Chris, are you a man mountain or are you more a blue smurf?
I think Blue Smurf's slightly taller, if I'm honest.
Oh no! Oh dearie me!
I don't know. Deck is quite short.
Deck is very short.
Deck is quite short. I don't know if Blue Smurf is taller.
Is he short? Is he, Deck?
Oh yeah, he's tiny.
Oh blimey! Look at us, the interaction on the JPB YouTube channel, talking about each other's heights and weights here as we're coming into the last 21 minutes. We are expecting Mr. Rice into the pits very, very shortly. We're still waiting for Team Vanderlei, who pitted on 95. We're now on 105, so they possibly got to get another 4 laps, and they probably, hopefully, might need to splash and dash as Infamous Esports as well. So hopefully we will finish in that top 10 where we are hoping to achieve the goal. I think that would be absolutely amazing for all of us here at the JPB Esports Boys as well. Is he going in now? No, he's got one more. One more for Mr. Rice, I believe, before he goes on here. Chris, hopefully can get it to the end. Hopefully we can get this splash and dash out the way, and hopefully we can bring it over the line in that 10th place.
Yeah, he's got to come in this next lap. He's got just over 2 laps of fuel left in as he's going into turn 1 there. So he's definitely got to come back in at the end of the lap, and fingers crossed the other cars around us have as well. It's going to be tight. Like I say, if they've managed to do any fuel saving, they might just nip us to the post, but Mr. Rice has gone above my expectations for his stint, so that's the most important thing for me. He's relatively kept it on track and is not needed a tow or a fast repair.
Yeah, and he hasn't pirouetted. I don't think, to be honest, I don't think any of you guys are pirouetted. Because as you say, we've not used a tow, we've not used a fast repair, the car's in one piece. It's, you know, I don't know where we're at on off tracks. I think my live timing is a little bit extreme. For some reason my live timing's clocked you at 58. I don't think you've got that many, have you?
We are at 34 instant points.
Yeah, I think my overlay goes a little bit haywire and picks up every little speck of tyre over the grass. So at the end of the day, 38, no tows, no fast repairs, nearly finishing in the top 10. I think we can safely say this has been a very successful first
debut.
outing. Yeah, debut for JPB Esports, don't you think?
Yes.
Yep, totally. And it's been an honour to be part of it. Thank you.
I think so as well. So it's been an honour for me to sit here for 8 hours with Mr. Milam, of course, commentated alongside each other in the past on JPB YouTube channel. Don't forget, like, subscribe, turn on the bells. That would be absolutely epic for us. And if you want something to watch on a Sunday or on a Sunday or a Monday, or while you're at home watching bits and parts of it, then sit back and whack this on, and you can just sit there and enjoy myself, Callum, Stu, Chris having a little bit of a ramble, talking about each other's height and weight, which seems quite bizarre that we're talking about that in a motor race, but there we go, keeping it entertained as we go along into the last 18 minutes. We're just on that run down from Mulsanne Corner down into Indianapolis now. Coming into that nightfall, you'll see the lights hit our yellow car, and it looks absolutely gorgeous, done in the colours of course, my favourite team, one Mr. Tottenham Hotspur as well, which was purely coincidence. I said to Deck bright and beautiful, and this is what he come up with. So I didn't really tell him I want him in that colours. I think it was just purely coincidental there, Mr. Milam, that he did him in the bright yellow and blue.
Now that you mentioned Tottenham Hotspur, I don't really know what to say, to be honest.
What is there to say? How well they're doing this season, or you know?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really talk for my own team, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut, I guess. But it is a really nice livery, I have to admit, and it was a fantastic job, to be fair. Even when it's dirty, it still looks good. So I mean, that says something. But it's a top quality job from Deck. So I'll be looking forward to seeing what kind of liveries we'll be coming up with soon. Obviously, if the 24-hour one goes ahead, what one will be running for that. That'll be interesting to see. feel like that has to. I don't know how he'd do it, but he'd have to try and top this one because the 24-hour race is even bigger, you know. So it's a massive event. So that'll be nice to see what he can come up with there.
He's not coming to the pits, Mr. Evans.
He's pushing it very fine because he just crossed the line with exactly 1 lap of fuel. So either Mr. Barnes has talked him into a bit of fuel saving on this lap, or he's forgot to come in.
Please don't run out of fuel. Like, don't do that. Not right near the end, Mr. Evans. We can't have that, can we? Not right close to the end of the race as we are at the moment.
No, but in the background, Mr. Barnes is a very wily old fox, bless him. So he's probably got a few tricks up his sleeve. He's probably noticed something that I've not with the relatives and things, and he's trying a trick as a last hurrah.
Well, let's hope we can keep this top 10 place. That would be absolutely incredible, as we do have 11th, a good 15 seconds behind us. They are in the 359s, mind you. We are on the 404s. So we need a banker lap from Mr. Rice. We need a good in lap. Get into the pits, get it nailed, get it back out again as quickly as possible. We still think others in front have got to make their 7th stop very shortly. People have only got 6 at the moment, and we think they've got 7th to go. I've got a funny feeling our boys down at Team Heap Together have had a moment in a very well, that's a GTB. Yannaman has just spun it up, unfortunately. Oh, that's a bit of a shame for the guys at Team Heap Together, and they're now they're down in 7th in class. Our very own Damien is sitting with his team in 2nd place. Apparently, again, it says they're 13 seconds back. Sorry, was reading that wrong there. Why our own JPB are in 10th and doing a solid job. I think out of this, Chris, we can look at this race, and if we sat back and driver briefed it after and analysed everything, you know, we didn't win. We're in the top 10. But overall, I think it's been a success. I don't think anybody's driven badly. I don't think you've made any silly mistakes with pit stops. I think the pit stops, the early stop on the first safety car has worked out very well. It puts us at the top. I don't think anything really has gone wrong, has it, in general here tonight, Chris?
No, I've been pretty impressed. I'm just getting slightly worried now because he's got 0.4 of a lap of fuel left in. But I still maintain that the safety car has killed our strategy a little bit, because myself and Chris had to come in a little bit earlier than expected, and I think that's what's caused this splash and dash at the end, which, you know, by the time you get to the other end of the pit lane, it's going to be, 55 seconds in total that we've lost for the need of a splash and dash.
Yeah, but you know, we're coming round the Porsche curves. He's just gone round 24, so he isn't too far away. So, we're almost there. He's almost there. He's coming around now. Pit lane entrance will be coming up on the right-hand side very, very shortly. There it is. On the brakes he goes. Don't lock it up around that first corner. Get it in. Get it stopped. Get the job done. Take it up to the line. Hit the brakes. Hit the limiter. And in we go. So he did make it. Ye of little faith, Mr. Evans.
As he crossed the pit entry there, it ticked down to 0.1 of a lap left. So he's only just made that, bless him. So that'll be Mr. Barnes doing that. Oh, you'll make it, trust me.
Oh, well, we're changing tyres late on as well. I'm not entirely sure.
I think that was a mistake.
Yeah, how are we fixed on tyre wear at this end? Can you see what tyre wear he's got?
Yep, I can. So at the end of that stint, his front tyres were at 65%, and the rears were at 75. So he definitely needed front tyres. I probably would have kept the rear tyres on. There's still plenty of life left in the rears, but the fronts, particularly for the way I was driving, they don't really do very well once they get below 60%. What I have noticed this time though is that last stint, Mr. Rice must have been a lot nicer to his tyres, because the stint before he came in and they were 52%. So there's a bit of an improvement there.
Yeah, maybe Callum, me and you might not have taken that stop, but it could have possibly be the right thing to do this late on as well, with a 30-second gap over the infamous esports boys. He needs all the grip he can get for these last 10 minutes, Callum, because he's going to need to get on his bike a little bit and hurt all this one, isn't he?
Yeah. Like you say, we probably wouldn't have gone for that, and I know I certainly wouldn't have done, but that probably would have cost me, to be fair. Looking at it, it looks like it is going to get into what I tend to call a bit of squeaky bum time, I think is what we're going to call it, and it's coming up to that now. There's not long left to go at all. My overlay here says that we're on lap 109, and there's going to be 110.8 laps in this race overall, according to this, is what it's predicting. So we are approaching our penultimate lap now. So yeah, not long to go, but we've just got to hope that Stu can hold it in there and keep it between the white lines now for the last couple before we round off what has been a great 8 hours.
Yeah, I think for him, it's been an amazing job. You know, we've got a GTP on the way through as well. We've got that team heaped together, of course, with Janneman and his guys there. We've also got second place on his way to the back end of us. That's the Maguire's team, FR13 DA Sport. Not quite sure what all the numbers mean, but I'm sure there's a reason in there somewhere as to what that is all about. But I think at the end of the day, we've now just got to look at the fact that we need to... Come on. Oh, blimey. That GTP there at the hands of Janneman was a little bit late making that manoeuvre. I think for Stu, he's just got to try and get on his bike a little bit, try and keep David Ariza Sanchez within that sort of 40-second mark, 50-second mark, and try and make sure we can at least have some form of go at getting back into the top 10 there, Chris. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Just managing to keep into the top 10 and being able to really get into the top 10. I think that's got to be the try, and if we're expecting Infamous has got to go in, then overall we could get there.
Yep, if they have to pit imminently, we should just about take 10th place. I'm just more interested in Mr. Horvatin behind us doing what he's told not to quite a lot in the JP leagues, and flashing his lights when he's 3 seconds behind.
Yeah, not an ideal scenario, but he might just be saying hello.
Yeah, he can say hello as much as he wants. There's no blue flag yet, so Stuart's not got to move out of the way just yet.
I have, he might just be saying hello to us as he's there on the track. I'm sure he's not expecting us to jump out the way and move for him. He's just flashing us to say, hi, I'm here. I'm sure he's not flashing us to get out of the way, because I think Damien there would know that it drives me absolutely crazy when people are on their lights and they're not even anywhere near. If you get a little bit closer, and then maybe we might let you through, but don't start flashing us that far back, because you ain't really gonna need to there, young Damien Hoverton. Behave yourself, young sir, once more. If he doesn't behave himself, I'll give him a little bit of grief for you, Chris, and settling down. But he's not doing it now, so maybe he was just saying hello.
Yeah, maybe. It is a bit of a jokester sometimes, but yeah, I'll keep an eye on that one. He's getting quite close now, so I expect Stuart to move well out of the way, going into the chicane to the first part of the straight here.
Yeah, turn 11, that one would be there. Unfortunately, they've got GTPs making the move alongside. So he's flashing. There you go. He's flashing just to say thank you, I'm sure. Hello, Mr. JPB, he's saying. That's all he's doing. There you go, old Damien. There, once more. Go on, Stu, get him. Don't push him off the side of the circuit, because that will be a problem. But, you know, get him, Stu, get him. But Damien is quite a pacey driver, so fair play to them guys for being in second there as well. Well done to our very own Damien. It does a lot of work in the background for JPB that nobody sees whatsoever, but he does a stellar job helping us out with situations there as well. So big shout out to his team, Maguire's team, FR13 DA Sport, who are in second. So a good job there as well. Gives Shu something to try and hold on to and be able to stay within his draft there as well. Damien's team are 2 minutes back from the lead, so it's going to be a bit of a mission for them. Infamous are still not in here, Chris. I'm a bit worried we're coming into the last 5 minutes, and they're still not into the pits.
Yep, you're not the only one. Unless they've managed to do some mega fuel saving over this last part of the stint, I'm not quite sure how they've managed to get. I think they came in with 48 minutes left, didn't they? So they can't be far off needing more fuel.
But they didn't pit till lap 100. You said it was 14 laps, right? On a full tank of fuel?
12. I think at our current fuel rate, it's 12 point. Wait, it comes up 13, but by the time we've done it, it's 12.1 laps to a tank.
Well, they've only technically done 10. Because we're only on lap 109 in the GT3s. Because we are obviously a lap down, and so are Team Vanderlei there as well. So I think we may just be missing out on the top 10. And being in 11th, which is a bit of a shame, but it's been an overall great evening. We're up 8 places, not as high as Trip Paver, we're up 10, but we are up into that second group of cars there as well. Killian Roche from Roche is also up 11, but I think he's another solo. I've not seen anybody else in that car here evening. Let them through, Stu. Good job. Try not to hit the wall, mate. That would be absolutely awesome. But there is battles going on with Trizpave and also Twin Turn Sim Racing, so there may still be hope for the boys at JPB yet as well, as I think the leader is going to be, he's going to be coming down to turn 15, so I think there's going to be one more here. I think he might make that there as well, so I think there's going to be one more lap as 2 cars there, Twin Turn and also Sergei Grubin from Trizpave battling it out here as well. I know we don't want to wish anything on people here, Callum, but, you know, hopefully they won't cause themselves any dramas in the last 3 minutes, because it is probably the only battle we've got on track at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully not, but this race has shown it will have its exciting and thrilling moments. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens for that battle. Now, my overlay in front of me doesn't like this race apparently, because we are now on, according to my overlay, a lap 111 out of 110.7. So it's got its own calculations incorrect. So yeah, that's going well. So it's a good thing I'm not relying on that today. But yeah, we've just got to now wait for Stu to bring it around and finish off what has been a great race. And hopefully, if my overlay hasn't got this wrong, the team that we were a bit unsure of involving the safety car incident earlier, Get Pole Racing 2, are actually out of the session from what I can see according to mine, and Get Pole 3 Racing are also out.
Well, you might want to look at your overlay, because I've got Get Pole Racing 2 still in front, and I've got Get Pole Racing 3 still there as well.
I've got all of them out, so mine's going off the rails then at the moment.
Yeah, it's having a bit of a moment, because Get Pole Racing 2 are in front. and Get Pole Racing 3 are in Sickfin class. So as much hope as we would have loved to have that to been the case, because we would have put ourselves in 9th, it's not. So yeah, unfortunately for you, Mr. Milam, your overlay is having a bit of a fit. So don't want to be doing that. Who have we got behind us at the moment? We got Ats and Gambo, who are in 3rd place, and then Crash Test Dummies, who are a lap behind us. So nobody that's going to drop us out of position, and nobody we really need to fight with either. I think from Stu's perspective. Get away! Oh! Well, you managed to get that BMW stop. It just goes to show there, Chris, how late everybody else is braking going into that corner, clearly.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just having a look at the lap times and roughly when the team in front pitted, and they seem to be coming in every 12 laps. So if they pitted lap 100, they're pushing it very fine to say that we haven't yet seen a white flag.
Well, there they are, the infamous boys. That's the ones we're currently looking. Whoa! I thought he was going very slow then. Nope, they're going round again. They're going round again. That will be, I think, the final lap anyway. So the infamous boys are going round again. Whether or not they're going to be fuel saving like absolute crazy, we'll just go on to the cockpit here and see what they're up to. No, he's maxing out. He's not making any form of lifted and coasting here, Chris. So I don't know if they're... He's not short shifting, he's taking it to the red line. A little bit of a surprise there, Chris, then, I think, for on the working out kind of side of things.
Yeah, they've carried on and we've just got white flags, so looks like they might just make it with, I'm guessing, similar to what Mr. Rice did on his last stint, just crossing the line as it ticks to empty.
So there we go. We haven't got anybody really behind us who's going to inflict on this one. So I think 11th place is where we're going to end up. The GTPs have just finished with High Velocity coming over the line and taking that victory. And then Flanders Racing Team are a long way back. High Velocity at the hands of Reece Smith and his team. I don't know who else was in the team. I've not really been paying attention to them. Have come over the line and successfully taken that victory. The others are about 2.5 minutes back here. Again, we've got, that's a back marker we've got behind us. We've still got one more lap to complete. So we are now on the run down to the first Mulsanne in turn 11 as we sit here for the debut outing of the JPB esports team. We are in 11th place, which is absolutely incredible for our first outing there as well. Twin Turn Sim Racing has finished, so has Triz Palv. You can see from the checkered flag on the left-hand side there that they have just finished the race. So we'll see what happens. But we were keeping an eye on the Infamous, who are coming down into turn 15. Is he lifting and coasting going into there? Doesn't look like it. He's redlining everything, and he doesn't look like they're kind of doing any form of fuel saving. We'll watch him down into Indianapolis. We are a long way back from these, mind you. We're 44 seconds. So... no, 6th gear. No, I don't think he's doing any there, Chris. I think he's...
I'm hearing a lot of blipping on the... I'm riding on board with him at the minute, and there's a lot of blipping on the throttle in the sort of 6th gear, so I'm not sure.
Well... for us and ourselves, we've got to be getting... we're a bit far back here, though. I don't think we can really capitalise anywhere on that one, as Team Vanderlei have just finished in front of us as well. If he's going to conk out, he's got to conk out soon. because otherwise we ain't going to get there at all as he's coming into the Porsche curves. But I think they are going to be getting done here. And a great... Well, really, in hindsight, Chris, no matter how much we'd love for them to say they could have caught out of you, I think anybody that's completed the race has done really well in general, I think, as well here, Chris. Don't you think, for everybody else?
Yep, and especially hats off to the guys that have done it solo, because that is a mega stint and something that I definitely couldn't do myself. So there's certain points when folks do things like that, you just have to bow down and accept that you're just not that good.
Yeah, I think that's the likes of Killian Roche and Lee Watson who have looked like they've just gone and soloed it. Infamous did manage to get over the line. By how much? Well, he's still running up through turn one, so I'm guessing he's got enough to get to there. But we'll focus on our man of the final part here. One, Mr. Stuart Rice is going to be coming over the line for the final time. The last lap is going to be done and dusted, and that yellow and blue and white JPB machine comes round the final couple of chicanes. We've got the last one now. It's coming over the line. It's completed its debut. It's coming home. It's coming home for Stu Rice. He got it done, got it over the line. We finished in 11th, up 8 places. Well, for me, Chris, I'll take that as a victory.
Yep, that's excellent driving by Stuart there. Again, I'm really thankful that we've not had to use a tow and we've still got all 8 fast repairs intact. I think it's been solid driving by everyone, and you can't really complain for a first outing.
No, I don't think so. We can either. And there is Damien there next to Stu saying, "Oi, burn out with me." And Stuart's like, "No." Oh, Stu, put your clutch down. Go on, burn out with Damien. Oh, he's going to try donuts. Woo! Go Stu Rice! Donutting the GPV. Oh, bless him. Have it, Stu. Go on, son. Crack on. Do your donuts. There he is, spinning around, celebrating the fact that we have got to the end. Let's move these two gentlemen into the booth as we've watched Stuart do donuts alongside our very own Damien there as well. Let's just bring you up the results. Not that they're much good to us, but as I say, High Velocity, Flanders and Eclipse, where you're 1, 2, 3 in GTP. Get Pole Racing 2, Maguire's team FR13 with Damien, of course, who we know, and that's St Gambo, where third. JBB Esports finishing down in 11th place there as well. Stuart Rice, you got it over the line. You didn't crash it. We've still got all 8 fast repairs. Stellar job from you, sir.
Thank you, but stellar job from the other two as well, because they're the ones who got us into a decent position in the first place. I will say I managed to hold it, but yeah, that was not easy at one point, but I'm sure Barnes will say it was when we were fuel saving.
Yeah, you did cross the line there, Mr. Chris Barnes, with 0.1 left in the tank. Do you feel you cut that a little bit fine?
Nah, that was the idea. We managed to get another lap out of it, so he was fuel saving. I think we had 7 laps to go, and I was saying to him, just ease off coming into a couple of corners and just short shift out of them, fuel save a bit. And he did, and we managed to cross the line with, I think it was 3.2 laps remaining. And I said, go on, you can get 3 laps out of it. And we did. We crossed the line with 0.1 in the tank.
Well, absolutely stellar job. No, guys, overall, let's start off with you, Chris. How did you feel with the car, Mr. Barnes, opening up for the JBB Esports team? How did you feel opening up for it there? Was you confident at the beginning?
Yeah, it was fine. And then I got that shunt in the chicane before the start, and I had aero damage or something. They were pulling away from me. I was right in the toe, and they were just literally pulling away from me. So it was like, right, just get through this stint, get the car repaired, and then try and get my head down and get on with it. And then that safety car sort of threw us, because I pitted early because I was in amongst a fight with 2 guys that I reckon if I'd have stayed there, it would have ended in tears. So I got out of that and pitted early, thinking we'd do the undercut, and it did work for the first half, and then it kind of put us on the back foot, I think.
Yeah, I think going forward, as much as we hated the first safety car and us getting caught out, but I think overall putting you, at one point we were leading, Chris Barnes.
Yeah, briefly, wasn't it? It was for about, half a lap, but there we go. We were up there. We had the lead, and I'll take that.
Absolutely there as well. Let's go down into Mr. Evans. Mr. Consistency himself jumped in the car in the last minutes when we did have some technical issues there with Mr. Rice's iRacing. But Chris, overall, how do you feel your stint went today? Did you feel there was any more you could have done, or did you feel you did everything you could?
Well, for one, I could have parked in the pit box properly rather than having to do a shuffle into the pit box. Overall, pretty happy.
Yeah, we did see that. Being that we were focusing on the team, we did see the back, the forward, the back, the forward, the left, the right, to me, to you situation going on there as well. I see there is an imposter in this booth, one Mr. Damien. How are you, sir?
Good evening, lads. Yeah, I'm awesome. I'm great. This was a good one.
Yeah.
Especially the time I put you one lap down.
Oh,
that was the best.
Get out. Anyway, who invited you? You know what I mean?
It's amazing what them brickbats do.
Yeah.
On my first stint, you said, "Oh, Damien lacks space compared to his teammate." Yeah.
Well, you did.
That's why I put your lap down.
Well, you did lack pace, considering your teammate was a lot quicker. Do you know what, though? I will say, early on in the race, when your teammate went absolutely nutty and started trying to dive bomb everybody, I did say that I'm surprised your team even's going to get to the end. Because if he carried on driving like that, it would have been hell to leather and you would have been shunted off all over the place. Because he was a little bit overzealous at times there, Damien. I think you have to admit that.
It was, definitely. But we got super lucky with when we got wrecked, because it was like the second to last lap in my stint and my screen froze and I dumped it into the wall and then flipped over in the gravel trap, but like right before the pit, so I just cruised in it like nothing happened. So there were moments like that, but we just got lucky that it was right before a pit stop. So
rats, we could have done with that halfway round the race course, halfway round the racetrack for you there as well. Well, it was you who dumped it into the wall, not Patrick there as well. But it was a good race for everybody, I think, as well.
He had a moment too.
Yeah,
he was dumping himself into the other cars.
Yeah, I did see he was being very aggressive. But to be fair though, guys, I think overall, Damien, you've obviously, your team's finished in second place, which is great. The first outing of the JPB Esports, so we go and put it in nearly into the top 10, just finished at 11th there as well. So I think all of us can be happy about what we kind of achieved on this one, for the Make-A-Wish. Obviously, going forward, we're looking at the Brick Car 24 as well, whether or not we can get a team together. I think we've got enough people, to be honest, and we'll have a chat about that Wednesday evening, guys, as well. But I think going forward, everybody's had a good time. Let's start, obviously, with my thanks. Obviously, I got to thank Callum Ilam, who's joined me for the whole entire 8 hours of this as well, which has been absolutely amazing. He's dedicated his time to us there. Mr. Barnes, is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Oh, just you for putting it on or getting it going, Callum for dragging us into it, and the guys for their driving tonight. Yeah, been brilliant. Loved it. And for the money we've raised.
Yeah, awesome stuff. We are right near the $200 target, so if anybody else does want to put us over that, you're more than welcome. Donation link above there as well. Mr. Evans, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
We've just had reports that PC's frozen.
Oh. Okay, that could be a good thing. Right, Damien, you're not even in my team, but I'll ask you, is there anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Well, definitely you guys, because meeting you on track was the only reason why I actually had fun, because I just wanted to race with you. Also you, boss, because, you're my boss, so I need to be in good relations with you. And also, I would like to. I am, and also I would like to say hi to my friends and my girlfriend who were watching me all this time for the whole 8 hours. So that's it. And once again, thank you guys for the opportunity to race against you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We weren't talking to you beating us. Right, Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice, anyone you want to thank before I let you go?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Dave. Shh. God, you've had your time. You're not even in the team. Shush.
Probably Mr. Evans, Mr. Barnes, Callum, obviously because of the fact that he was in the booth with you the whole time. But yeah, Evans and Barnes purely because they drove exceptionally well. Barnes because of his spotting, which was spot on because that probably kept me from getting distracted constantly, which does happen. And yeah, that's about it from overall.
Right, okay, guys. Well, thank you so much there. Do we have Mr. Evans? Are you back? No, he's not back. So that's a bit of a shame. Right, guys, that's going to bring this one to an end here. I'm off to go and get some sleep, probably, to be fair. I'm absolutely shattered. We'll all look at getting together for the Brick Card 24 hours, and we'll have a little chat about that on Wednesday night. Maybe, Damien, you can come and drive in our team this time for the Brick Card, or are you doing it for somebody else?
Maybe. I mean, I'm full-time in this team now. But maybe we can arrange some sort of a partnership between the two teams. Maybe, if you're down.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to speak to my boss. Chris Barnes, what do you think?
Don't drag me into this one. I'm up for anything. Let's do it.
All right, mate. Right, guys, there you go. Thank you so much for joining us as well. You can still donate on the link there in chat, but that's going to bring it to the end from myself, all the boys up here in Triple P, Callum for joining me, Chris Barnes for doing an excellent job as spotting and taking Stuart Rice to practically empty before he got across the line, Mr. Evans, who's joined me for the second part, Damien, who's just jumped in for a chat, even though he's not in the team, and Stuart Rice, who took the car to the end there as well. But for now, guys, from all of us up here in the booth, take care, have a great week, and you never know, we might see you on the track sometime. Good night.